Done. Very well done. Yeah.
This is Aaron's first PSL competition.
Awesome.
No stranger to competing at the highest level. Coming up next is Chelsea Morgan. Chelsea took second place last year.
All right, next up we have Chelsea Held. Getting ready with those Zone Smelling Salts. Huge shout out to our sponsor, Zone Smelling Salts. All right, and she's off. This is a 60-second event. This first. Yeah, okay, cool.
All right, perfect. She got cleared through the first implement. Now we have that kettlebell. Almost one motioning that kettlebell into almost a snatch like with that. I think that this is one of the implements that could throw people off on this event. I'm going to welcome everyone into Pro Strongman League U82 Women's World Championships. I am CJ Kraus.
And I'm Zach McCarley.
We are watching Chelsea rock through this press medley. Unfortunately, we didn't start with sound, but we had Aaron Murray to finish the press medley as well. So
just under 60 seconds for her.
Can we get our second athlete to get a finish in here? And looks like she's got a good time for it. Beautiful finish of that keg press.
Yeah, definitely 41.5 seconds. That was considerably faster. It was about 19 seconds faster than Aaron. Yeah, so we had a little bit of audio issues right there, but again, welcome to the U82 and U105 Pro Strongman League. Right now, what you're watching is event 1 for the women, and today the way it's going to go is we're going to run through all of the under 82 women for 5 events, and then we're going to go over to the 105 men. We're going to go through 5 events. The first event you're going to see here with the women is the pressing medley. That's going to be a fixed axle at 210 pounds, a kettlebell at 106 pounds, and a keg at 180 pounds. The interesting thing about this is it's not just one time through. It is these 3 implements, and you got to go through twice. How do you think that's going to affect these athletes?
It always affects the second round. That's the biggest thing. You have blistering first round, but going back to that initial implement is so tough, especially for the battles that may begin. Up right now is Chelsea Webb right now, the other of the Chelseas in here. So we are starting with back-to-back Chelseas. She's doing very fluid and efficient through all of these. I think her goal is just to finish as much as possible. Each one of these implements is also very unique in how you have to press them. So we have the standard continental clean with the axle clean and press, a single arm kettlebell, which is going to throw people for a loop, and then the keg itself. What do you think is the most challenging implement to press here?
I think it just depends on the athlete. You know, we don't see the kettlebell very often in this sport, and it's very interesting because it is actually a slightly different groove than the dumbbell. Most of these athletes are starting from a slightly higher position.
Beautiful press.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous push jerk. But you'll see that the athletes like to set this nice and high on the shoulder. Yeah, she just said, I'm good right there. She'll be credited with 4 repetitions in the time.
Yeah, 4 repetitions in that time frame, so it's going to be based upon how many they complete if they don't finish the time on this one. So it's going to be working through that one. But again, 4 lifts is still heavy. These are not light weights by any means, and each press has its own tactic you have to bring into play.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think that's a fun thing to mention that the people at home might not recognize is that each of these, you have to kind of change up your style. A lot of times with strongman events, you can just be in one spot and be strong or try to focus on being quick. But
and here goes Lydia Wallace right now. She is starting off. She was 3rd place at last year's Pro Strongman League 82 Women's World Championships, and she wants another podium shot. I think the fixed axle is throwing her for a little bit of a loop there on that one.
Yeah, she had a little stumble in the hand placement right there, but she recovered really well.
That's impressive.
That's actually very impressive.
To let go of that and have it spin.
Wow.
Because the biggest thing about a fixed axle, I know you've worked them before, but for those that have not, a standard axle has a little bit of spin to it. Makes it easier to get through, but a fixed axle has no rotation when you press it. And if you've never used the fixed axle and you have one coming up in a competition, it is vastly different. We were talking about it a little bit off camera, but you have to clean it higher than you expect more often. And it sits different, which I think Lydia's realizing on the fly. But very good recovery from that first round.
Absolutely, yeah. And she's flying through these presses. Really
it's not a strength issue by any means. It's
10 seconds. Let's fight for this thing. Let's go.
She got to finish it out. Ooh, could not get the down call. So it looked like she almost had that all the way. What really happened right there, and why didn't she get credited with that last lift?
It looked like one from our side, her one arm wasn't fully locked out. It was still moving, it looked like on that one. It was a little bit tough for us to see for our angle. But Yeah, there's no.
Yeah, so he's explaining, and I don't know if they can hear his audio.
Yeah, but they're bringing up that there was not enough control.
Yeah.
The feet were still moving. The keg was still rotating slightly as she was trying to get it completely through. So the judges are trying to be consistent and fair that you have to have fully locked out, full control, feet aren't moving to get that rep, which, again, at this level, I want nothing but the best judging.
Absolutely, and that makes a lot of sense. You know, there's a standard of movement in every one of these events, and so when you see an athlete not be credited with a lift, it is for a very specific reason.
Lauren Ryder is up now. Beautiful job with that axle. She is used to this. This is not her first year at Pro Strongman League, so that axle, again, can throw a lot of the newer athletes for a loop on this one.
Yeah, she looked very comfortable with that axle. Kettlebell
Oh,
looks like it's giving
kettlebell.
her some grief. The interesting thing about the kettlebell is all the weight is at the back of the arm.
Correct.
And it creates a different groove than the dumbbell. We don't see the kettlebell very often in the sport, so you actually have to press up and kind of forward. And if you can't handle that pressure on the back of your wrist, you will not be able to stabilize, get a down call, and get credit for the lift.
It's also what I found, which is hard to do with everything going on. Sorry, we are on a military base. We got some flights coming over. Because typically when you kettlebell press, you want to be cheating in to help that clean. But if you're not,
I agree. I think trying to create more stability and a more advantaged position in that lockout position is going to allow you to hold it long enough to get that down call, and then you can move on. But that's case in point. The kettlebell is going to throw a lot of people for a loop today.
yes. All right, Angeline, one of our international athletes.
I
coming
think
in
you
here.
did. I think you did really good on that pronunciation.
Thank you. I've been
CJ.
working on it the whole time. We got Angeline.
Angeline. All right, she's off on the 210 axle.
Oh, beautiful clean on that one.
Nice little split jerk right there.
Little
Okay.
splitsy. Little
Okay.
splitsy she got going on.
I like it.
She's very happy with that press so far. Again, now that kettlebell is coming into play.
Got 106 kettlebell. The hat
losing
comes
a hat?
off.
One thing with the kettlebell, though, I'm not sure. Front racked position to have more of a powerful drive, but I think we're so used to having that high elbow placement with circus dumbbell, it might throw people more for a loop because of that.
I've actually got the chance to play with some really heavy kettlebells, and I've tried it both ways, and I am a purist. I've done a little bit of kettlebell sport
As have I.
personally, and that front rack position that is common in kettlebell sport is not as advantaged as on the shoulder for the
Really?
press. Believe it or not,
I'm gonna trust you for this
because of the press. And I could go on and on. Very nice. She's halfway through the
Lovely
series
press on
now.
that one.
Halfway through the series, so she finished those 3.
She got 3, and she's happy with that.
Yep, she's very pleased with that. She'll be
I-
credited with 3 lifts.
I love that one. I've never used a 150. I've only worked up to a 120, and again, those variables matter.
Trust me on that. I've tried it. I've tried it all the way up with the 212, and
Okay.
it is way different. you
Oh, for
have
sure.
to put it as high as you can, and it's just a little bump and lock out and hold for a
Okay,
moment.
the circumference matters. The size
Yeah.
matters.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing about that one.
The mass and the girth. Here we go. All right. I didn't
Barbara
quite see-
Matos is up next.
Here we are. Brazilian athlete, our Brazilian representation.
I love the aesthetic in the hair right now on that one. Oh, she is realizing what a fixed axle feels like, though, on that one. That's
Yeah. Fixed axles are tough, man. Oh, and her arm came off a little bit, but that's okay. She's
wow, that was a beautiful recovery.
very good
Very
recovery.
fluid. And 210 pounds. These athletes weighed in under 181 pounds, and that's her first thing she has to do is press a fixed 210 axle.
Yeah.
It's insane.
30 pounds over body weight. With that bar, with the axle, it's a 2-inch in diameter,
Oh,
solid bar that does not flex at all. It doesn't spin at all. It is very difficult to deal with. And she's onto the 106 kettlebell here.
what's your opinion on wrist wraps with the kettlebell on this one?
I like wrist wraps, but I'm very particular with how I like to place my wrist wraps. I only ever allow my wrist wrap to crawl up about halfway up the back of my hand. A lot of athletes place them too high. It makes the wrist too neutral.
Correct. That's what I was looking at. I saw a lot of it wasn't like able to fold the way it should. Because again, the kettlebell is so unique. Again, a lot of us strongmen, even if you've been in the sport a while, you rarely see a kettlebell, and it just sits so much different. Where if you want a stiffer wrist wrap for your wrist for like a circus dumbbell, so it stays, you need a little more fluidity for a kettlebell. And I think we kind of saw that a little bit when I saw her way her wrist wanted to shift and move with a kettlebell. You almost have to like respect its flow.
Yeah, you are lifting, and I think that's true with a lot of events, honestly, but especially with a kettlebell, you are trying to work with the weight to lift the weight.
So we have a question in the comments here. What weight is the kettlebell and the keg?
So the kettlebell is 106 pounds and the keg is 180 pounds.
So there you go. There's your answer for that one. 210 on the axle.
Correct.
We have 106 pounds on the kettlebell. What did you say the keg was again? Sorry.
The keg is 180 pounds.
180 pounds. So the keg is basically their body weight they weighed in yesterday.
Correct. That's a big old 180 freedom units.
Yeah.
All right.
Emma Gruntle in the bumblebee knee sleeves. I like it.
Emma Gruntle is up next.
In the yellow whoop.
Very nice. Getting ready.
Focusing for that axle.
Start.
All right, fixed 210-pound axle summer for Emma. Very focused, fluid.
Yeah. Very methodical approach to that.
Yep. I think she knows she's trying to get points. We're seeing athletes not even get through multiple implements, so every point matters here.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Got the down.
Gave her the down command on that one.
Oh, she's celebrating a little bit.
She's happy with that down command.
That might have been a personal record for her.
Might have been. I like the way she got that bell up.
All right.
Yeah. So she's resting it a little flat on the shoulder. It'll be interesting. She's kind of approaching it a little bit more like a dumbbell, and it looks like it's a little challenging to hold that position.
Yeah. I think the weight distribution on that one shouldn't have it in a good spot where it's like, where it's kind of, it's almost like she was on a bent press it.
Yeah.
What it like.
Yeah. Which could be an approach. I mean, if you're a great bench presser.
Oh man, if I see a bent press today, I'll be so excited.
That would be really exciting.
But she got the rep. That's going to get her at the very least 1 point.
Yeah, so she again, that looked like she got a PR on that, so good for her, Emma.
That's about 10 kilograms over my max.
10 kilograms over
whoa,
her max.
20 pounds.
20
22
pound PR, 22 pound PR on a fixed axle.
Yeah, in competition.
In competition. Wow.
That's awesome.
So her excitement is warranted. That's amazing.
Yeah, huge deal right there.
Oh my god.
That makes a lot of sense why she approached it so methodically and was just like, okay, I'm going to get this, and then we're going to see how the kettlebell goes.
That's a crazy thing to even think about attempting a competition.
20-pound PR.
20-pound PR. Wow. All right. Well, that's first event come and gone. These athletes are fast, fluid, and efficient. Get through event number one.
And that's something, I think that's something we're going to see with today's competition is PSL likes to run their shows pretty quick, pretty crisp. Most competitions you have about an hour between events. Today, how much time do you think these athletes are going to have between events?
15 minutes?
15 minutes.
15, 20 minutes? Nothing crazy?
Ooh, that's quick.
Once we go, they go. That's PSL for you. I mean, these ladies. Now, if you're just tuning in, this is the first year the women get 10 events over 2 days. Typically,
exciting.
Typically, only the 105 men have gotten 10 events, no matter across any weight class, any gender on that one. This is the first year. This is pioneer for these women to break that barrier of 10 events, 2 days, so everything can change. Yes, we got the first event done, but that doesn't mean this competition is anywhere close to being finished.
Absolutely. And we didn't really get an opportunity to introduce ourselves to the viewership. CJ, please tell us a little bit about some of your accolades, of which there are many, I know. Please, I want to know your top three.
My top three.
Keep it to three. We only got 15 minutes.
I am the current Chaos Classic champion for the U90 division. I am a multiple-time OSG finalist, and I have podium finish at Pro Strongman League U90s.
There you go, man. Hell yeah.
King of strongman swag.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Dane needed to come by, and he is proclaiming CJ Kraus, Mr. CJ Kraus right here, as the king of, what did he say?
Strongman swag is what he's called.
Strongman swag.
I mean, I think I wear that title proudly with my outfits. Sitting next to you, it's hard, though. So
I'm just very casual. I'm just like the most basic gym bro right now.
Let's hear about your accolades. I think you've done a thing or two.
A thing or two. Yeah, I will do my best to keep it to three. Here we go. Okay. I am a 8-time national champion for the United States of America across 3 different weight classes. I am 5, like, of which 5 ASMs for the U105. So I know a thing or two about these 105 athletes. And then I guess the last one I would say is 2-time world champion in 2 different weight classes, separated by 10 years. So 2015 in Norway and 2024 in Germany.
So I've been sitting next to one of the best to ever do it, is what you just heard on that one. If
I appreciate that.
If I had a Mount Rushmore, this man would be on it across many things on there. So, but let's go over that first event. Before his ego gets too big next to me.
I know, right? This tent is only so large.
The winner of the first event is Chelsea Held with 6 repetitions. Every implement finished in 41.58 seconds.
Flying.
Second place was Aaron Murray, who finished all 6 implements at the buzzer for 60 seconds on this one. Lydia Wallace finishing 5 implements in the 6-second time frame. Chelsea Webb with 4 implements. Angeline with 3 implements. Lauren Ryder, as well as with 1 implement in the time frame. Tied with Barbara and Emma with 1 implement. So we have a 3-way tie for that 6th place, gaining them 3 points each on that one. But the first place, Chelsea, holding down 9 points to starting off. But again, 9 events to go on this. So everything can change across the board. And Desi decided not to attempt the press. We saw that for a second. I know it was a blip while we were yapping, but
I wonder if we'd have the opportunity to kind of chat with her a little bit, between the men and women, and get a little bit of clarity on that. I hope it's not something that's too serious, not an injury or something of that nature, but that's good to know. We'll have one additional athlete coming up in the next event, which will be the deadlift escalator.
Yes.
And a little bit of details on that deadlift escalator. That'll be our second event for day 1. And you're seeing those, that barbell basket get set up. And this is going to be a fun one because the weight is just going to keep climbing up. For the women, we're going to see the athletes starting at a standard height with this barbell. That's what that little box underneath there is. And they're going to take the weights of 400. They're going to deadlift it once, and then it's going to keep going up until a maximum weight where they'll hit for repetitions. And the weights are 400. They add 20 pounds. 420. They add 30 pounds. 450. They add 20. 470, and then 500, and then 520.
to finish it up.
Man, yep.
And the biggest thing on this one is that bar is a deadlift bar. It has flex as we come through. So it's not just your standard like gym plates, things like that. We see the basket apparatus be set up a little bit different on how that bar can move, especially with that flex of a deadlift bar inside of it as well now. And so it's going to be a lot of control. We've seen this. This has become a staple at Pro Strongman League at least the past year. Right? This is probably the third time I've seen it in a competition here since I've been on commentary that we have, and it's always thrown like even good deadlifters for a loop. I think it's one of those events that if you're a power deadlifter where the floor powers where you get all your drive, it can send you somewhere because you have all that weight on the outside shifting around. But what's your opinion on this event and how it can be very standard gym deadlift?
The further away from a standard gym deadlift we can get, I personally think the better. I'm not a huge fan of the powerlifting style of deadlifting in strongman, because I think if you want to just do like a 3-rep max, you should go do powerlifting. This is strongman. I love it when we see, a little bit of ingenuity and a lot of variation in the deadlift. And like you said, this is a very whippy deadlift. It's going to be climbing. So there's not just a component of power, but there's also a component of ability to repetition cycle and ability to, achieve several repetitions. Some deadlifters are really good for 3 reps, but these athletes are going to have to hit 6 before they hit the top weight, and then they can hit repetitions.
Yeah.
And then it's a rep fest. So this is strength and endurance and rep cycling.
In alternate weights, one thing I've noticed with this implement itself is the hitching mechanic, which we can go over that in a second, has been beneficial for athletes on this apparatus more so than I've seen on a barbell on that. And that's just being from someone that's watched this event multiple times. That I've seen that been a beneficial tactic. What is your opinion on hitching deadlifts from yourself, Mr. Zach?
I like to hitch deadlifts personally, but it's tricky because in training, I think there's a lot of benefit to grinding out your repetitions and developing that skill set and that strength. And while also maintaining the skill and the technique of the hitch when you need it. So in competition, you bet your butt I will hitch. I have to censor myself a little bit. We're trying to keep it very clean here.
We're PG here.
Yes.
13.
Yeah, I know, right? I had to censor myself earlier once or twice as well, but yeah, I try to avoid hitching in training, but I definitely hitch occasionally so I can maintain that skill, and I will use it when necessary in competition.
And for those of you that don't know what that skill is, just so we know what we're talking about, some of the terminology I'll try to break down a little more in depth in this one. It's when you're attempting to get the as we go through. So that's something unique about this apparatus and the hitching style as well.
Absolutely. No, I completely agree. And as a little additional piece as well, hitching is strictly forbidden in powerlifting. Along with, you're not allowed to use straps in powerlifting, right? In strongman, straps are okay, hitching's okay, most everything's okay, but today we will not be seeing these athletes utilizing any kind of suits, anything of that nature. So they're just going to be allowed belt and straps, and they're going to be cranking out a bunch of repetitions. This is going to be a 60-second time limit. Doing a mic check real quick.
Biggest thing, and with increasing of weight.
I would personally work up with anywhere between singles and triples. And I'm a little bit of a masochist. I like to touch some heavier weight backstage. A lot of times I will touch either competition weight or slightly heavier. So personally, I would actually work all the way up to, maybe 500 here for a single. It just depends on where the athlete is. I definitely wouldn't surpass 90% of your max, but I would work pretty close to that top weight if you're planning to get repetitions, just so you can prime your central nervous system and just so you can be completely ready. I believe we did have a mic issue there with CJ's mic. Okay, yeah, thank you. All right, so, and I also want to provide a little correction for the people at home. You can wear knee sleeves for this. You can wear elbow sleeves. You can wear wrist straps. You can wear a soft belt, an additional normal belt. You can wear neoprene shorts. You can wear briefs. A great example of one that's going to be allowed is the Spud Inc. Gateway briefs. Those are somewhat helpful actually for a lot of athletes, but suits will not be allowed for this event. So I wanted to make sure that people at home that like to follow those little details know exactly what's going on. We got the athletes warming up just to the left of the shot. Yeah, we can't see it in on the live stream, unfortunately, but so we're gonna see if we can get that shot panned over real quick to the athletes warming up. We got Aaron Murray hitting some warm-ups just to the side. All right, we did get the camera readjusted. Beautiful. Okay, we got Barbara Matos here, one of our international athletes from Brazil, utilizing that hitch just a tiny bit right there, just getting things set. Feeling it out. Correct, yeah. Does look like some of these athletes are utilizing those Spud gateway briefs. Those are a little helpful. Have you played with those at all, CJ?
And I'm back. Yeah, I've used Spud briefs before. Competition.
Monstrous.
They're going to challenge each other.
No.
And that's the thing of we have 2 days, we're out in the sun, 10 events. I think the briefs are very helpful for that personally. But for athletes I know that aren't the best deadlifters, it does maybe add that extra couple pounds when they hit a rep a little bit above what they normally would be able to do. What's your opinion on the briefs?
Yeah, it just depends on your style, right? I think the simplest way that I can articulate it is if you start with your hips relatively high, you're not going to get a whole lot of. Oh, we're still having some mic issues. That's okay. So we're talking a little bit about briefs and benefits of them. And CJ was just mentioning that he doesn't get a whole lot out of briefs, but if he were doing this competition himself, or if he had an athlete doing this competition, he would likely suggest them using briefs because in 10 events, you're going to get tired, and any little bit of assistance that you can get is going to be beneficial for you. So my opinion on briefs for a deadlift or deadlift event like this in particular, I would use them. I find myself getting a little bit of a pop off the bottom with them, and I'm a very low hip position deadlifter. I think if you're a high hip position deadlifter and you're much more posterior chain dominant with your deadlift and you don't get a lot of leg drive, then you're probably not going to get a whole lot out of the briefs. But if you do sink your hips pretty deep into your deadlift and you get a lot of leg drive, you can actually get quite a bit out of your briefs. So it just depends on the mechanics of the athlete at the end of the day. But I think you can get a little bit of assistance across the board, as CJ mentioned. Right now we got Aaron warming up. It looks like we have somewhere around 275 or 315 on the bar. That is in pounds. So that'd be about 125 to 140 kilos.
So with this one, Zach, which athlete are you really excited to watch on the deadlift themselves?
Oh man, there are some really good deadlifters in this field. It's going to be interesting. Erin is always one to watch. She's a very dangerous athlete. I think, I don't think we mentioned it earlier, but she's actually a 4-time world champion from OSG at least, and I believe she's done that in 3 different weight classes. So Erin's a very dangerous athlete in this event. Do you have anyone else to watch for in this? Off the top of your head?
I mean, there's always, like in the podium last year, looking for Chelsea Held on this one. She's gunning for as much as she can here, especially winning that first event. She gets to go last, so it's somebody to be able to watch out for everyone that we have over here. Lydia Wallace, again, fighting for these placements. Great start to the show. Again, that's kind of the gun to watch on this one. But again, you never know after a press event how good someone deadlifts is. Typically, it's hard in this sport to be good at both, and that's one of the biggest things that we have here. But honestly, like I said, it's just watching these women warm up, it's just seeing their style, seeing their tendency. I think we see, is that Lydia warming up right now? And she looks smooth with those pulls, look comfortable up there. And I think it's going to be important about this is to find that rhythm, because it's going to be a slightly different pull than that bar they're warming up on. But still, you want to go up to like decent working weights on this one. For an event like this, what would your last rep be before you walk out there? Am I like percentage-wise or numbers-wise if this was you?
I think I would not exceed 90% max for a single. And if I were an athlete looking at several repetitions at the top weight, I would probably work up to 95 or 100% of that top weight for a single. and your system's primed, you don't need to fatigue it, I would hit sets of 1 to 3. I would keep it very basic, very minimal input into the warm-ups. These athletes just got done doing a pressing event and moving their body pretty hard not even 20 minutes ago, and that's how it's going to be event to event today, because there's very little downtime between events for these athletes, but they're getting given the time to warm up properly, because it is very important to keep the athletes safe in this environment, in any competition environment. So you have to have time to warm up. You have to have time to get your body ready, because we're pushing the limits of what is possible with the human body with these athletes that these people are watching here today. So an interesting thing that you mentioned, that Chelsea Teld, one of the two Chelseas, will be going last on this event. Why is that, for the people at home that might not know? Why is she going last on this event?
So for those of you, this is your first time watching Strongman, welcome, and you picked the right show to watch. But so with the reordering, the first event was a random order. We just happened to have last year's and some of the best athletes that start off with this one, but all the athletes are amazing on this. All the front runners, I will say, started the show off. It just out of sheer luck with this one. But now what we are seeing is based upon your performance of the previous event. So it goes in reverse order. If you finished last in the previous event, you'll be going first on the next event. If you finish in first place on the previous event, you will get to go last. And in a rep event, that's where it matters the most. Because in Strongman, it is a points game. It doesn't matter how much you win an event by. It matters that you win the event. If I do 10 more reps than Zach, I only get 1 more point than him if he's in second place and I got first place on that. And it's all about the accumulation of points. So because Chelsea won event number 1, she gets to go last in this event. So she gets to know the exact number her entire competition does for these reps. So all she has to do is know if she needs to pull back, push it, or go through it on that one. So it's one of the biggest things we have going on here. So it's a very big strategy game that we get to play in Strongman. It's one of my favorite part of the sport over here.
We just don't want it. We don't want to drown you two out. What we can try, Bo, is I wonder if
All right. So then we just saw Aaron warming up there. So that's one of the biggest things with this. Oh, sorry. So Emma warming up there. Emma's warming up over there. So she just hit a PR on her first event. Do you think it's going to affect her for this deadlift for reps?
I could see it being a benefit or a detriment. You feel really good after hitting a PR most of the time, and it could be a sign that she's perfectly peaked for this competition. It could be, something that really lifts her spirits and gets her in a positive mindset and gets you ready to perform even more personal records. It could also be one of those cases where she really, really exerted herself, and we're going to see that in some central nervous system fatigue, and it could be difficult to perform to her best for the rest of the day. But I think this will be an interesting event to determine if she's just perfectly ready, which I think is the case, or if, it was an extreme load on the central nervous system and it might be of detriment. So it'll be interesting to watch her.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is that she attempted the kettlebell, but didn't full send it. So I think she knew, she's like, hey, I need to save some energy because I got 4 more events to go today. So I think she was very smart and strategic about it. She's like, she rode the high of I hit a PR, I'm going to try the next thing. Oh, that next thing didn't do what I wanted to do. Okay, we're done. And she called it early. So I think saving herself on that versus you saw some of the athletes attempt 3-4 times on the same implement. I think that might fatigue you out more than anything else. But I think this gap time we're having is not benefiting her as much as rest time normally would, just because she is riding that high. And the adrenaline is, it can ride you through a lot of things in this sport. That's one of the biggest, especially you want to keep that flow going out there. We're seeing some of the athletes finally getting up to that apparatus. We have Lauren Ryder up now attempting that one. Again, no stranger to this implement. But again, as we're seeing the way the weight shifts, it is not going perfectly vertical like a normal barbell unless you pull perfectly vertical on the way up. So this thing responds to every micro move. So there's an imbalance. This apparatus will find it real quick on that one. What are you seeing from over here, Zach?
Yeah, a lot of what you mentioned. I think that this is an event that is going to really benefit athletes that have a steady and very vertical pull, and athletes that like to whip a little forward and backward. It's gonna punish them a little bit, especially if you have a tendency to not just lower the bar directly down, but if you have a tendency to kind of kick it forward, then it's gonna start walking, and you're gonna have to walk with it. You have to stay on that platform. So it could be difficult as reps go on. But I think these athletes are plenty experienced. They know exactly what they're doing. I don't think we're going to see any issues with this.
I'll ask the ladies if it's disruptive. I'll just turn the speed.
And who is it that we have up right now? Is that Desi?
I can't tell from here. When we see the last name, I'll be able to figure it out here in a second. Oh, that's Emma. Emma Garnolo. So we're seeing her warm up right now with the weights. We have her now with she got like we talked about the leggings earlier. I'm a big fan of wearing leggings when I deadlift to have the little extra slide. She had to put her Wonder Woman leggings on for this one. What's your opinion on that one? Leggings, baby powder? Do you just go like free leg and see how it goes, or what's your little technique stuff that you can add on this?
I think it just depends. A lot of times in a deadlift type event, I like to stay nice and warm. Sweatpants are a nice option. Personally, I'm not a huge tights fan, but I've used them once or twice to my benefit. I just think if you are going to hitch, I personally don't like to have anything that is slick. Anything that's slick. Some people do prefer to have baby powder or tights on, as you mentioned. For me, I actually don't like it. I like to have something to grab my legs, so I can have the bar grab my legs, so I can rest a moment just in balance, and then I can reposition and hitch.
Yeah, I'm not much of a hitcher. That's out of I don't know how to do it. So
Strong for it, bro.
So I actually, if I ever slightly misgroove a lockout, I have the help of the slide up because my momentum doesn't travel back down a lot of the time. Usually more just restabilizing and re-guiding on the way up. So that's one of the biggest things with that. So that's why I personally like the leggings, this little extra oomph there. Plus, it keeps my legs and hips and hamstrings warm. Outside like a day like today, not a huge deal in my opinion. Inside some of the arenas that we have where they're pumping in AC, could be a big deal on that. We've been very fortunate here at beautiful Virginia Beach to have some nice sunshine out. The sun hasn't gotten super high in the sky yet for these ladies, so it's actually pretty nice, but the men might get a little bit different story later on in the day where that sun gets up there real high up there. So that's one of the biggest things. Looks like Tommy Sharp over here blow drying down the entire area. It looks like we're about to begin soon on this, so it's going to be exciting. They're getting rid of the warm-up plates. Big Bobby Thompson over there.
We got some big names here. Because, as you mentioned, Tommy Sharp in the center of the screen right there, walking by to the left, or walking, stage left, we'll say. He's a great 105 in his own right. He's done some really impressive lifting in the 105s. And then we got Bobby Thompson over there helping move some stuff around. Recently retired from the heavyweight pro circuit. Very, very good athlete for many, many years. Also a pretty nice guy, honestly. I feel like he gets a bit of a bad rap sometimes, but he's a nice dude. Very wise.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance to pick his brain and he gives you the time, it's really worth it on that one. So it's one of the biggest things that we have here. So, yep. Desi coming up right now. Looks like we're about to begin. So the escalating deadlift has begun. It looks like she's about to start up here. Coming out in the Crocs, matching the sweat, matching the leggings on there. Always a big fan of matchy on that. So that's the biggest thing.
Judges ready? Start.
Going in socks right now. So what's your with that one? So what's your opinion on socks, shoes? What do you like to wear when you're deadlifting?
Most of the time I like to go just in socks, but sometimes I actually do like the feel of just like a nice pair of tight Converse. What do you like to lift in?
Well, one of our sponsors is Notorious Shoes. They've sent some lovely deadlift shoes I've used before, and I've actually exclusively switched over to those probably the past like 2 years. And they're just such a thin sole, but so much grip that it almost feels like I don't like socks. I think it's a little too little on that one. And Converse maybe stand too high. They found that perfect middle ground, I think, to have that perfect grip. My feet don't slide, and I'm able to push in the ground, but it's so thin that I'm actually feeling the ground still. So if you ever get a chance, look up Notorious Shoes. Those one of the sponsors of Pro Strongman League.
Valiant effort, Desi.
Nice.
Desi looks like she got 2 reps on that one, the valiant effort. So now she has officially got her first reps at Pro Strongman League.
There we go.
That's all you got to do. Get on the board.
Reps for Desi, setting the pace for these ladies.
So what's the escalation of weights again? So we can go over to people just joining us right now. So I want to have Zach look that up so we know, because each rep, the weights go up till we get to the top set of 520, I believe is the top. But what's the escalation?
Yeah, so there will be 6 weights that are escalating with 20 to 30-pound jumps. The weights are in pounds: 400, 420, 450, 470, 500, and then 520 for repetitions.
Lauren Ryder.
All right, Lauren Ryder up right now. She's good for 1, nice and quick. 20-pound jump up to 420. Good for 2, 30-pound jump up to 450. Good for 450, going up to 470. A little bit of a tougher pull.
Nice.
Good for 470, up to 500. Ooh, she got it off the ground. So she got 500 off the ground. She's taking a little breather, getting herself right. She got enough time to pull this. What are you seeing here, CJ?
Looks like she readjusted her belt a little bit there, so I'm not sure if it's because it was too high, cutting off oxygen flow with that brace. 'Cause I like wearing my belt a little bit lower than most. Oh, I think on that one she locked her hips out way too fast.
Great job, Lauren. 500 pounds.
500 pounds. Looks like the nemesis on that one. But, which again, that's a pretty good nemesis to have, you know.
Yeah.
But I think her hips just like shot back a little too quickly on that, and then she was basically using just straight hamstring and lower back at that point. What'd you see on that?
Yeah, she worked through those weights pretty swiftly. I think she picked a very reasonable pace going through those, and the thing that I saw was that 500. She really put a lot of effort into that first pull. She didn't completely commit to it. That second pull, she completely committed to, and I do think that it pains me because I think she really had that 500 today. But she might have, it's not like we are the person that's deadlifting out there. It's easy for us to say that. It's a little more challenging when you got 500 pounds in your hands and you're 2 events in on a sunny, hot day on this beautiful beach.
Yeah. Looks like Barbara is up now, our Brazilian lifter over here getting set up with those Spud briefs on there. Looks like she's wearing some kind of cross trainer shoes. She's leaning slightly forward. I think the shoes are actually pushing her forward. So you see her heel lifting off the ground with every single one of these lifts. So it's going to be very telling as she can pull it back through with this setup. But she is pulling. She is fast. She is moving on this one. But again, you see that pull forward keeps happening. It's so slowly fatiguing her on that one. And she's set up. Here we go. Big hips. Sit back, sit back, sit. Yep. She's going to have to get the hitch. Look at the shoes. Look at the heels. Lovely fight on that one. 500 pounds deadlifted on that one. Wow. Oh, man. She is happy with that.
So that was 5 reps for Barbara Matos. She's wearing those, I think they were Nike Metcons, and she is from a CrossFit background. So it's tough when those heels come up. It kind of destabilizes the lift a little bit, but I think this is a good opportunity to ask one of the best deadlifters in strongman, what's it like to have your heels come up? Is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? What do you think, CJ?
I think it's a very bad thing because the weight's can take you forward, especially it's so much higher than what you weigh. It takes you somewhere. It's not a good place on that. So that's one thing I was noticing. I think she could have had a little more fluidity, a little more. If she could just keep that base on the ground. Then you want as much points of contact as you work through. Emma Grinnell is up next on there. Woo! What a fast deadlift on that first one. So she is already flying through, but you can see how she keeps her feet planted, push through the heels as she drives through now. And that's one of the key differences, I think, right now. But she is moving. So it doesn't look like that PR is affecting her deadlift at all on this one. I like her back posture. I like the way she is staring forward. She throws her shoulders back as she comes in. And it's just a little bit there. Yeah, she got about 470 on that bar. I think she's happy with what she got. I think she's happy with that one. Very smooth lifts, though, on there.
Living up to those Wonder Woman tights for sure. Like very good performance right there. She's going to get a chance to go back and refuel. It's a little bit of a blessing that the athletes are running one at a time, because everyone's going to have enough time to actually get a little bit of food, get a little bit of water. It is a warm day, and these athletes are lifting in the direct sun. How do you think that's going to affect these athletes? Is it going to be the same for all the athletes, or is there some kind of like heat resistance cheat code? What do you think, CJ?
I mean, I think it depends on like what you're used to. I think we'll see which athletes trained outside. That's one of the biggest things, especially for an event like today where you know you're going to be outside, you know you're going to be sitting under the sun. It won't affect you until it does. Is the best, and I don't think we'll see it on these events. I think we'll see it on like event 4, event 5, tomorrow's events. The sun will drain you on this. Again, we're fresh right now. These athletes are doing amazing, but I want to see who trained outside, who worked in the movies.
Absolutely. Right now we have Angeline, right? Angeline up 400 pounds. Real easy for her. 420. Wow, very fast.
Let's see some reps here, ladies and gentlemen.
450 on the bar. 470 coming up.
Yeah, she's taking a rest on each one of these reps. The thing that we gotta watch out for is that last rep. Okay, she fixed the problem I saw. Her hips ran away on that last rep. I think she felt that. But again, this athlete looks like focused and fluid. 500 with ease. That she's like felt. Okay, I can't let that happen again if I want to hit this 520. Yep, first athlete to hit the 520 on that one, so she can go for reps, resetting each and every single time, getting those hits exactly what she wants them to be, driving through, big powerful drive. I love her attempt right now. It is going exactly what we have. We can see, getting reset, getting set up, and she's got it through on that one. That is 3 reps of 520 pounds. That's what's an 8 total reps on. That's definitely your leader right now, and she did performance. One thing I love that she did, she had her strategy from rep number 1, where she set her feet every time. And again, I'm not saying that's the best strategy, but she stuck to the exact thing that got her here and did it to perfection. Besides that 1 rep I saw, but she fixed it on herself. That's why she's a pro, and that's why she deserves to be here. What did you see?
Yeah, that's a very good deadlift. A very impressive work right there. A little background on Angeline Berva. She comes from a boxing, bodybuilding, and powerlifting background. I think that powerlifting background is really shining through. Like, holy cow, the monstrous deadlifter.
Chelsea Webb.
So we got Chelsea Webb up next. She's getting set. 400 pounds is good. Got 420 on. She's taking a moment to take a breath. 420 is good. 450 coming up.
All right, Chelsea.
450 is good. Going up to 470. She's really taking her time between these attempts. And we saw that with Angeline, and it was very, very successful for her. I think that's really wise to take your time, make sure you get every bit of your effort to pay dividends in points. She's good for 500, moving up to 520. This is the top weight.
Well, I think the biggest one that you touched on here, you've now seen athletes go. And again, we're playing a points game here. Nobody besides what Angeline just did is hitting the 520 for reps so far. So again, if we're playing the 10 event game this weekend, the first time these ladies have ever done 10 events, I assume, in their entire strong woman career.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. It's a lot of events. 5's a lot of events. This is 2 5s. Quick math.
It's 2 competitions back-to-back days is really what it is.
Yeah. So now you're like, where do I play the game? Where do I pull back? Where do I push forward? So unless I have that 520, I'm a rhythm puller on this one. If I had an athlete in this one, I would tell them, like, pace yourself. Make sure you get the 5 if that's in your range. Lydia Wallace is up next. Last year podium, she wants back up there and maybe even higher on this. Powerful drive off the floor that we have there. Are we going to see another 520 for reps here? All right.
Too early in the show for strategy. These ladies are.
Oh, it's starting to slow down a little bit, but her lockout is so fast. Her floor power is needs a little bit more up there, but then the second it breaks the center of her leg, it's so quick, so snappy on that one. All right, we're at the top weights here now. These are the ones that matter on here.
Finish that. Finish
She's
that.
got to get those hips through. Got to get those hips through. Shoulders back. That's a good rep at 520.
Beautiful grind.
Smart enough to call it there. You have two ladies come after you. You want to push them to need to hit that 520. You've already got good points. I don't think she had 2 to 3 more in her for it to matter. Now the question is for Erin Murray and Chelsea Held is how many reps of 520 you're going for. Are you trying to beat Angeline, getting 3+? Are you trying to get 2 to jump Lydia Wallace? What would your strategy be on this one if you were up there with these ladies on their shoes?
You know, it just depends on the individual's capacity. I think both of these athletes coming up have the ability to push Angeline in this event. I would be surprised if either of them missed the 520, but we're about to see. I mean, it's exciting. Right next up, we're gonna have Erin Murray, and then I believe it's Chelsea. Sorry, is it Chelsea Held? Thank you. We got 2 Chelseas today.
I think we're going to see Erin paying out some reps here.
So the strategy of the game is
Her boyfriend Steven in the crowd.
9, 8, 7, 6, all get different points based on the reps you get. You can go for the event and win. You still have one athlete after you. I think you have to go for it if you know 520 is in your rep range.
I completely agree, and I do think that it is in the cards for Erin. The question is, how hard does she want to push? The 400 looked a little bit more labored than I would have thought, but 420 actually went up faster. So we have 450 on the bar. It looks like she has a little bit of an unsteadiness in that pull. What are you seeing, CJ?
It looks like she's thinking. It looks like she just isn't like attacking the bar. And I think it's just because I think unfamiliarity with the implement, which all these ladies are. That was her best pull. That one was her best pull. It's very. I think she's figuring out the implement and what it looks like to me.
Yeah, taking a measured approach and kind of feeling it out. She's good for 520 right there. So she's 6 reps in. 8 is the lead. Right now she's tied for second. She's going to have to split points if she doesn't get one more. You got to go for the pull, right?
You have to go for the pull. You have to go for it. To be consistent on this one. She has time for that one. I think that is a great lift, a great grind, methodical. And now she's about to run out of time. But that's good for her second place right now, right behind Angeline. So
I think that is an excellent effort from Erin. 7 repetitions.
Puts her in second place in that event.
yeah, so a lot of strategery there on that one. So it's making sure that she could work through it the way she goes. Again, she was a little hesitant in the beginning, but maybe that was by design. You know, it's hard from here to call these athletes out, especially like, oh, that looked harder than it should. Maybe she is fatigued. Maybe someone in the press has tired her out more than expected. She did go a full 60 seconds and 6 implements less than an hour ago on that with heavy implements over her body weight that she weighed in at. So these are all things that we have to take into account on this one. Chelsea's walking up confident right now, hitting that zone smelling salt. So that'll wake you up, right?
Absolutely. I think we might have some. Oh my gosh, you're holding some right now. The people back home don't know, but you're holding a big old bottle of it. We're gonna have to take a little sniff of that.
We might, but I want to see this event go first on this one. Chelsea is, whoa, she is flying with that one.
She's coming out for the win. There's no question. She wants to win this.
Yeah. Her hips are running away slightly on this one though, but this weight hasn't really mattered yet. But we could see that. But again, her number in head is 9 repetitions.
500 pounds flew up, and I completely agree. You know, her hips are kicking back. Her knees are extending, and her hips are coming up at a faster rate than her shoulders, which is compromising her lower back position. But she's just so damn strong. So strong.
One more for the win with plenty of time. She's putting on a show.
Oh, this is where we're starting to see that fatigue, but it looks like she has enough power. When in doubt, just be strong.
When in doubt, just be strong. I like that. No, it's that last repetition, her knees kicked back really hard. It was a solid 1.5 inches, 2 inches away from the bar. I did not think she was going to finish that pull in that moment, and then she sunk back into the bar and said, "I'm not quitting," and just finished it out, just gutted it out.
Yeah, she came in again. This is the other. She came in with a strategy, and she was going as fast and flying as much as she could. Were those the cleanest, the prettiest, pristine that we talk about deadlifts in the world? By no means. Did the weight go up, and was she so dang strong that it didn't matter? Heck yeah. On that one. That was amazing performance there. So that's 2 event wins for Chelsea Held now on that one.
what do the points look like right now? Is it? I think we're taking a moment to get the sheet all squared up, but we should have a total here in a moment.
It actually just updated as he was talking on that one, so updating in live time. So we have Chelsea Held in first place, getting 9 points in that event. She is first place overall with 18 points. Second on the event is going to be Angeline on there. Third is Erin Murray. Fourth will be Lydia Wallace from that event. Fifth tied is Barbara and Chelsea Webb. Lauren Ryder getting 3 points or seventh place. Emma Grunnell with 2 points, and Desi getting 1 point. So our overall leader scores right now, if you're watching at home and tuning in and keeping track, 18 points is Chelsea Held score. Erin Murray has 15 points. Lydia Wallace and Angeline are now tied at 13 points for third place on there. Chelsea Webb has 10.5 points. Barbara has 7.5 points. Lauren Ryder with 6 points. Emma Grunnell with 5 points. And Desi with 1 point so far on this one. So a little bit of a good lead right now for Chelsea. I think one of the biggest things there was Angeline jumping in between Chelsea and Erin on that, making a 3-point differential. And then Angeline jumping back into that podium race here, having that 13 points of that event win on there. So we're seeing a bunch of different ways here. We've got the push out of the way. We got the pull out of the way. And now up next we have, they're setting up, you can see this giant apparatus we have on the beach, getting ready for the bag toss, max weight and distance on this one. Shouldn't be too big of a turnaround besides the setup here, so I'm going to let Zach talk about the next event.
Absolutely. So we have a interesting bag throw. There's going to be 2 throws that you're going to see this weekend. This is the first of 2. So we have event 3. It's the bag throw for max weight. We're going to see some freedom strength throwing bags here. They're going to be 20 pounds, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and 50 pounds. And these will be set 15 feet away from the crossbar. The crossbar will be 13 feet high, and these athletes are going to have 75 seconds to get the heaviest bag over the bar possible. This is not a series. It is not for time. That is one of the important things to watch for here. The way that this event will be scored is whoever clears the heaviest bag, and then who clears the second heaviest bag. So let's take an example. Let's say 2 of these athletes clear the 45-pound bag, and one of them threw the 40 over and then the 45. The other athlete just threw the 45. It is actually whoever cleared the heaviest bag in the least amount of throws. So the 45 alone would win. This event is really prioritizing taking a risk on your absolute best, and then, and then from there, if there is a tie, it will go to who threw more bags over, essentially. So in that example, if both athletes successfully clear a 45-pound bag and then one of them goes down to the 40 and clears that, the athlete that cleared both wins. But if one of them threw the 40 and then the 45 and the other athlete cleared the 45 on their first clearance, the one that only threw the 45 wins. A little bit confusing, but it is judged on who cleared the heaviest weight on their first attempt, essentially. Heaviest weight, and then if you tie on that, it goes to number of attempts.
Yeah, so it's definitely a fun event. We'll keep an eye on the scoring the best that we can over here. Against all angles from here, we're not going to be able to see too far with the distance. Luckily, we have some of the best judging staff here. We have Nancy Johnson giving us a little bit of notices on how much bonus points each athlete's going to get. And then you have to try. Sorry, max weight. How much max weight that we're getting on this one. So that's one of the biggest things on there. So we'll be able to keep an eye on it once we see how everything goes on this. But, I mean, this is going to be a fun one to watch for sure. It's definitely a different avenue than the first 2. I want to say static, but they were kind of cardio at the same time events. This is 99% technique with that one.
Absolutely. And it's a little bit risk taker too, because it is so different. Again, most of the time when people that are fans of the sport see a throwing series or bags being thrown in general, it is lightest to heaviest, and it is a race for time. This is a max event. So whoever clears the heaviest bag will win. If 2 people get the same heaviest bag, the way they break the tie is whoever cleared that bag earlier in the series. So if 2 athletes cleared the 45 and the 50, and one of them cleared the 50 and then the 45, the one that cleared the heavier one earlier in their series actually wins.
Can we talk about this setup real quick? Can we talk about how we have our poles being lifted up with heavy machinery right now?
It's pretty awesome. It is pretty awesome. You get a little shot of the beach in the back, and it is pretty cool. I wonder, they're gonna bring these up to height, and then they're gonna pull the heavy machinery apart, right, to pull the chain taut.
And that's how we're gonna keep the chain there. So we've all been to shows where the apparatus can break in a bag toss event. I'd be impressed to see this one come down, but hopefully I'm not doing a commentator's curse right now on this one. This is definitely a unique set. I would never have thought this. So this is a Pro Strongman League doing it in the most fun and unique way, in my opinion. I can't wait to see the setup. This is definitely it's definitely a show for this event.
That's a cool setup, honestly. I think I have to get a tape measure out, make sure everything's all good. They probably got the measurement of how high that chain is attached, and they're probably just going to measure from the bottom of the bucket and make sure that they have the right height there. That does look about 13, and that's what the ladies are going to be throwing over. Again, the bags are going to be positioned 15 feet away from the chain or the piece of equipment that they're throwing over, and then the chain is 13 feet in the air. They got to throw the heaviest bag possible over that chain.
I'm just I would never have thought to set it up this way, and I think it's just the most unique and cool setup. If you're out in Virginia Beach, you want to see some people throw some bags over some heavy machinery, this is your chance to do it on this one. So definitely a little bit of a crowd here. I think it's helping watching everyone see these amazing women compete. So it's one of the biggest things. This is definitely, again, I think this one for sure. I don't know, again, I'm going to say outside is a huge change in trajectory when it comes to bag toss itself. For those of you, I've tossed inside, I've tossed outside. I definitely lose my spacing if I'm throwing more outside if I haven't been practicing it. The clouds can even mess me up on how it's going in there. Do you find any difference in throwing inside versus outside, Zach?
I do find a tiny difference, but honestly, I do most of my throwing outside, and so I have not found that issue very frequently. And I do think that it might be a little easier for most people to throw indoors. But that is another factor that we mentioned earlier with some of the other events. If you're not used to training outdoors, the weather can mess you up, but especially when you have to look up and there's no point of reference to fix your eyes to, it's very easy to lose your balance. And when you lose your balance, you can't apply force very well.
That's definitely one of the biggest issues that I've seen people have with that one, especially being outside. And that happens with pressing too.
Oh, it's the worst. It's the worst with pressing. The log is the absolute worst one with that. You can get very disoriented and completely lose your balance.
One thing I have just been informed is that some of the ladies requested a heavier bag for potential here.
What?
So they asked for a 55-pound bag in case they wanted to attempt it during this one. So we actually have another heaviest bag to kind of mitigate, because again, we're on max weight here. We don't want to be splitting points, and neither do the ladies. So now they have the option of going up to a 55-pound bag over 13 feet. It looks like this chain's got a lot of give to it on this one, so it might be very helpful rolls with how the chain could work. Because I know sometimes we've all thrown against boards, we've thrown against pipes, we've thrown against. I've never thrown against a chain though, so I feel like they might get a little bit of fortuitous rolls with how it spins over on this one. What do you think of that? I don't think we're gonna see anything land and stay on it though. But what do you that opinion on this one with the Freedom Strength bags? Have you tossed some Freedom Strength before?
Yeah, I've tossed the Freedom Strength bags. They're pretty good equipment, honestly. I enjoy throwing those bags. I think with this chain, I'm just giving it a little bit more thought. I think I would rather honestly throw with a board. And the only reason is if you throw pretty vertically and pretty close to a board, you can get a roll over. You get a little bit of it's like the bumpers at bowling. You know what I mean? It's like those cheater bumpers. If you're really, really off, it'll kind of keep you in the right way. With this chain, if you are throwing low, there's nothing to stop it from just flying away. And I don't think they're going to get a whole lot of rolls over. The thing that I do think could happen is if they clip they clip the chain and they're really aware, we're seeing a little bit of a bounce right there. You might get a little bit of a favorable bounce, and you could potentially throw like a 12-foot 8, instead of a 13. And if you catch it at just the right time, you could clear the bag. But again, that's only if you hit the chain just right and time it just right. You're going to be a little pre-fatigued. I think it's going to be hard to kind of cheat, as you would say, like cheat this setup. So it's interesting. I'm excited to see it unfold.
Yeah, using the setup to your advantage is like half the sport, right? That's what
Absolutely.
you just want to make sure that you get the best you can on those. These are all the things like we're not looking to cheat. We're using to use this setup to our advantage as you go through. But like I said, these women are warming up on back toss. I wouldn't really warm up too much for back toss. I just did a deadlift for reps. My hips are feeling good. I'm more so using it as more to open my back up because after, I don't know about you, but especially with deadlifts, I like doing like reverse hypers or anything like that to kind of reset everything. And that's what a back toss kind of feels like it is in this situation. So I would probably be grabbing like some okay-ish weight from, if I'm aiming for the 55, maybe get to like a 30 for a couple tosses just for more extension purposes. But like I see these women, they look like they're making pretty decent attempts right now, and I feel like that could be a slight misstep for some of these ladies. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to just see how these athletes handle all of the events, handle the weather, handle the weekend as a whole. You've said it a couple times. I feel like I might have said it once or twice. It's a 10-event contest for all of these athletes, and if I'm not mistaken, and that's gonna pile up. I mean, we have 5 events in rapid fire order today, 5 events tomorrow. I don't think I would be warming up with I don't think I'd be warming up too much with this. I think I would probably hit 3 or 4 throws, and then I'd be ready. I'd be ready to go.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest misconceptions in, I think, strongman, especially if you're coming from the amateur levels. I need all this warm-up time. I need to make sure I'm pristine for every event on that one. By no means, the higher up you go in the sport, honestly, the less warm-up you get is what I've noticed when it comes to everything. It's like you're on like a camera time. We're trying to be on a, like we're giving them a 2-minute warning right now. They have not had time to do everything. You should be warmed up from the previous event. And again, I see them more so in those like early amateur shows, things that we want to give everyone ample warm-ups. We don't want to see injuries. But at the same time, the higher up you go, you should be ready for these weights. It's not like you were giving them 2 days ago or things like that. You've been knowing this for weeks on this. So that's one of the biggest thing. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a crowd, though. Then they're panning around, seeing all the people. But thank everyone for stopping by here at beautiful Virginia Beach. It's a lovely day. I think it's like nice, perfect, like weather right now, holding up. Not a cloud in the sky so far. So again, not trying to put any commentator's curse on there, but we've had some rough weathers the past couple of years. It feels nice to have some beautiful sunshine here today. But yeah, is this your first time Virginia Beach?
It is. It is. Just a sec. We gotta handle something off mic. Pretty good, thank you. Okay, so we got the last of the athletes hitting a little warm up right here, and again, this is an interesting event because the thing that really matters is what weight did you clear, and then it comes down to in what order. So, still, the heaviest bag that you clear, if they bring out that 55-pound bag and you are all alone, you're the only one that cleared that, then you win the event outright. Doesn't matter when you did it. But if 2 athletes clear that 55 bag, the question is, did you throw something else that made it over before that? If you cleared the 55 first and any other athlete cleared a different bag before the 55, then you win outright. So the scoring on that is a little bit complicated, but essentially heaviest bag over wins. That's really all you need to know, and then from there it's kind of the minutia.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit of strategy is more based around your confidence in yourself on this one. Because we all know some people are trying to get maxed on this one. They'll hit every bag to get to that top one. They need all the warm-up reps on that one. You'll see some athletes walk up to one bag and like, I'm hitting this one, and I'm hitting this one. And when some athletes walk up to one bag and try to hit it and like, oh crap, That didn't go the way I thought on that one. We're gonna see the whole spectrum here, and it's hard because again, that's why it's important to have the right equipment. If you have Freedom Strength bags or Freedom Strength bags, they're durable. They last forever on this one. You'll have bags forever for that toss that you have to train for on this one. These handles I do enjoy the way they're set up because we all see different handles. I think they're not overly thick, so it's going to help a lot of these women who again don't usually have as large of hands as the men. We see some bags that are like overly taped, things like that. I think they have a good grip with that one. It is more of a what shape would you say that is? I'm not trying to describe it. We've seen different shapes of the bags and the handles.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a pretty standard kind of cylindrical with attachments that
Expediters and judges to the stage.
make a handle. I don't know how to say it's a bag. It is a bag. No, but seriously, Freedom Strength does a great job making these bags, and we also want to thank them for sponsoring this competition. I think we're going to see some incredible throwing here, but I also think that we're going to see some of these athletes strategizing very wisely. They have 75 seconds, and again, the thing that matters is which one do you clear. So personally, I would approach this event as I'm going to take up to 3 attempts on the heaviest bag I think I can genuinely clear. And if I don't get it in 3, I know I got to go down. And I would probably take like a 15-second rest after those 2 or 3 attempts. So to see, that's a tough one. She can absolutely clear that bag.
Yeah, Desi Gillespie's right now, 25-pound bag. We saw the opposite of benefiting is that Shane can shoot it the other way on that one. So it needs a little momentum. So 25-pound bags, giving her a little bit of trouble. Again, it's the outside, the toss. It's hard to find your area. She's just missing the angle. The height has been there every single time, but again, it's hard. That's why I think we talk about the board is almost more helpful sometimes. It's a big thing you can aim for. You've got this tiny chain that she got 20 pounds. She's on the board. She's on the board, 20 pounds. Sometimes that's all you need.
Yep. She's in the points. Yeah, she's in the points. So 25, again, had the height, just didn't have the travel back to clear the chain.
Yeah, I want to look at her release point. So I'm looking at where the fingers go. The bag will follow the fingers as they come up here. So when is she releasing? She's got that one perfect. Okay, literally she did exactly what I wanted to see on that toss. So let's keep doing that one, Desi.
Collect yourself and throw a heavier bag.
See, that one, the release was early. She let go of the bag where it was like middle chest, and then she tried to follow through with the bag didn't have the height on that one. So that's one of the biggest things I saw on that one versus like what I would do if I was this athlete. I would study that best toss that you had and try to replicate that when I video myself. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, this is a tricky event because we see a lot of different body proportions in this sport, and some body proportions are much better built for throwing. But one of the things that is really consistent is trying to generate as much power and a long arc. And it is somewhat simple physics. You get that bag moving fast enough at the right angle, it goes over. But there's a lot of ways that you can mess it up.
It helps to be tall on wellness event, which neither of us are. But speaking of tall athletes, we see Emma Grunnell is up right now, and she is plenty tall, and she got a nice toss there of the 30-pound bag, I believe. So she's already in first place on this one. Next bag is up. Just not the height there on that one. But
she's working on the 35.
Yep, she's working on the 35-pound bag right now. But again, she already...
No, sorry, she cleared the 35. There's an extra bag out there. So sorry. In our sheet it shows that the series goes up to 50. It actually goes up to 55 now. They've added another bag because some of the athletes thought that 50 was just not heavy enough. Just wasn't heavy enough to get over this 13-pound bar. So I believe the athlete that's out there right now cleared the 35 and is working on the 40 right now.
35 is a respectable bag. 35 is very respectable for this field, especially getting on your first toss. Is now going to pressure the athletes behind you. Because, again, if an athlete, as Zach has explained thoroughly and amazing, I'm going to do it again. If a different athlete hits, let's say, the 25-pound bag and then hits the 35-pound bag, Emma will have the lead on her. It's all about the first bag you get over is the tiebreaker on this one. So because she got a 35-pound bag on and over first, every athlete has to either beat that 35 or start with that 35 to beat her.
And get an additional bag because it can. And again, that's where the minutia is a little tricky to understand and convey verbally. But essentially, big bag go over, big points come to you. Very simple. Throw heavy weights.
And you want to start with big bag if it's close to what it is.
Judge ready?
Big bag good.
Big bag good is what we're calling this event from now on. All right, 35. Lauren Ryder taking that pressure, starting with a 35-pound bag. Big, real deep pull on that one.
That was a really good throw. She took her time. She kept the tension in the handle. That's one of the things that athletes miss sometimes. They try to snap back through the hips too aggressively. Watch how casually she swings back and then, ooh.
Yeah.
Got clipped by that a little bit.
Yeah, but she was like, the trajectory just was a little bit off. That's all it was. The height, the power was amazing. This bag can go over. If she can get that, that might have taken a little bit out of her, though.
Yeah, no, she had the power. I think she has the power to clear this bag. She has 75 seconds. If I were in her ear, I would say take another 10 seconds and just clear your head.
That one, I think she dipped too low on her downswing. It wasn't tight to her hips to get the extra power. We saw the slack come out of it. There's the subtle things that matter so much on a bag toss on that one, and she has all the power on that. It's interesting to see with everything we have going on here that these are, again, they're going in reverse order from last event. So these are the athletes that did the worst on the deadlift, which you would think would affect the bag toss. But the bag toss is so different, so many other mixtures of power that just it doesn't matter about your top end deadlift, it's about how forceful you can drive on that one.
13 feet in the air.
So that
Yeah.
Up next, Barbara Metcalf.
So yeah, that was an awesome effort from Lauren Ryder. You know, an interesting little thing about her, she comes from a lacrosse and volleyball and track background. So I wonder if she has any other throwing. I've noticed athletes that come from track and field do really well in throwing events. Have you seen any kind of like trend like that in your own observations?
Definitely anybody that's in track and field has a good throw. What I've seen so far, I've had a bunch of athletes I've been around and worked through on that one, and they just can chuck some things on that one. It also usually helps that a thrower has either got a solid base foundation, so they have a lot of leg power and leg drive, hip power on that one, or they're really tall to get that extension through, which are both things great for sandbag tossing or any kind of throwing in general on this one. So that's one of the big. So I think it's always beneficial. Usually, you do the sport you're good at when you're a youth and you're working through and all that one. So that's typically what we see. And she's definitely a powerful, like hip-driven athlete. From what we saw on that one, I think she's a little bit that one toss where she sent it and the chain shot it back down. That's the only thing that took the power out of her to go be consistent on. It also is tough to come back from a miss, like mentally. Now you're overthinking. Where that first one was super clean, maybe she had her trajectory and then she's got in her own head. Either way, it was a great run there by Lauren on there. So there's reordering right now, double checking they have the right athletes coming up for the next event on this one.
All right, Barbara Matos.
Barbara's up now. Again, one of our taller athletes. She is starting off with the 40-pound bag. Starting off 40-pound bag. This will be the lead if she gets it on the first. If she gets it in general. If she just gets it over. Beautiful toss there. Just a little bit off. Release point seemed late on that one. Like she held it a little bit too long. All right, she's setting up. Again, the big hip drive. Oh, just slightly too. A little bit more force on that one. So she needs to get this 40-pound bag over. Height was there. Trajectory off. She needs to take a breath. She's just throwing right now. Oh, she got it on that one. Maybe she didn't need to take a breath. She just needed to turn her brain off for a second. 40 pounds on that one.
Holy cow. No, that was very impressive. So with that, she takes the lead on this event currently. And she decided to go up for 45. You know, I would take a breath. The 45 looks a little out of scope. I would go down and throw one more just in case someone else clears one and forgets that there is a tiebreaker criteria.
Yeah, I don't think she's just kind of thinking through here. She's just like she's leaning into what worked in my opinion, because the one that went over for the 40 was the least setup she did. She has grip and ripped on that one, which sometimes it can just work. And so kind of what we saw on that one, because again, all the methodical ones weren't doing the thing. I think her frustration got that one over, including the great technique she has as naturally that she just needed to turn her brain off for a second.
Yeah, a little interesting thing about Barbara is she's actually in her last semester for a journalism degree. You know that? Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. That's awesome.
So.
I'm not a great reader, so I'm not really helpful in that one. But
what is reading? I like the picture books.
Yeah. But she's a good yeeters, too, though. We just saw that.
Yeah, excellent eater, apparently. So we got 35.
Third off, starting with Chelsea Webb on this one. Chelsea Webb starting with a 35-pound bag. Again,
And it's good.
yeah, this is an athlete with a height detriment by comparison, but again, you can just be strong enough and just with the right technique, and it'll get you by.
Yeah, she seems like a powerhouse, though. You know, she seems strong, like explosive, and a good athlete in general. Like, she seems very athletic, like very kinesthetically aware.
One thing I'm seeing with the way she's doing is she kind of throws a bag like I do, because let's call it spade a spade. You and I are vertically challenged.
Oh yeah.
On this one, I treat it almost like a power clean in the way I throw my bags. That's where I get the most drive from, and the way I see her elbows move, it seems like that's the way she's throwing it on this one. And sometimes you don't have the height, you got to use what you have powerful. And again, and you're seeing they see how their elbows drive up more than other athletes, and that's kind of what I found works for me when it comes to bag toss in this one. I don't know how you feel on this one, on your tosses, but that's something I'm seeing her do, which, again, for someone that doesn't have that extra couple inches of height that's closer to the bar, I think that helps me. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think there's 2 or 3 styles of throwing that work well, and one of them is that more the big swing back and then pulling up and kind of through the face. Like pulling up past your face. That's one of the very successful techniques. Maxime Boudreau is one of the athletes that is an incredible thrower. If you've ever seen him single-handed throw, he's probably the best single-hand thrower on the male heavyweight circuit that we have ever seen, aside from maybe Hapthor. But that's how he throws it. He doesn't keep his arms straight and keep a long arc. As soon as he gets the opportunity, he pulls it right back up past his face. So there's a couple ways to do this, a couple ways to skin a cat on this one. Wow, 2 for 2 on these bags.
Yeah, Lydia Wallace up now. So she has now hit the 40-pound bag on that one, but it was on her second throw. So that is a slight tiebreaker differential that we have here. So she's
So we have one athlete that cleared the 40 on her first, right?
correct.
So she's sitting in second right now. She needs to clear this.
And she wants the crowd backing her up on this one for this toss. She wants the power. She wants to drive it. Oh, it just let's not look like it's there. But she's happy with that one. I know I was watching her warm-ups, and she looked like she was not confident during her warm-ups. She missed a couple tosses during warm-ups as well. So I think that's why she started with the 35 versus the 40 to get that guarantee, like, okay, I'm tying with these girls at least. Because then she's a previous podium finisher. So she's not new to this game. So she's got what she needed there. She got some good points there, and she's trying to separate herself because she knows she's got 3 powerhouses coming behind her. Because she's currently tied in 3rd place overall with Angeline.
They're staying back there to stay out of the sun as much as possible. It's a bold strategy. Not a bold strategy, a great strategy.
So it looks like we have Erin Murray coming up next. Erin Murray, currently in 2nd place. She is 3 points behind Chelsea in the overall scoring and only 2 points ahead of Lydia and Angeline right now. And Angeline's right behind her on this one. So trying to figure out which bag to go with on this.
Get yours at freedomstrength.com.
And I know you know Erin pretty well. How is her bag toss?
She's a strong thrower, yeah, and I'm excited to watch her hit this. It's interesting to see what she's going to strategize with. So it looks like she took the 45.
Starting out, full confidence. So let's see how good the bag toss is. Oh, just clipped it.
Yeah, she'll get that. You saw the little frustration right there, and that gives us a little information on these chains, right? You know, it came down, and it came down on the chain, and she got a little unlucky on the way that bag decided to roll off the chain. Twice. Now she's getting a little. This is where it gets tough because this is a little tired. She is very fluid on this one. Yeah, I would ask one of the timers if there's a timer out there. I would ask them. Oh, that was clutch. She had to do that. If I were in her position, I would go down to 40 or 35 and just hit it real quick. Even just a 20, just something. Hit something else, because there will be some athlete that comes through, clears the 45, and then tries to go up to 50 and doesn't get it.
Yeah, I'm sure she knows her competition. She had 2 women after on this one. So I think, again, so 2 women to go. That was a great toss. She is currently sitting in 1st place, getting the only woman so far to get the 45-pound bag.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, that was impressive. Gave a little bow and is like, okay, I'm going to go drink some water and chill out in the shade, get out of the sun.
But I'm sure she has an eye on the competition right now, because right up next is Angeline. We're doing amazing so far, sitting in third place after that beautiful deadlift performance on this one. She's a very methodical athlete, as we saw on the deadlift. Is she going to take that same response here? Again, height matters on this event, and she's one of our taller athletes.
Safety first. We don't want anybody slipping on the sand.
Looks like we're going to sweep up some sand really quick on this one. So,
real close to the back, Greg put his hand up there to protect her. When you throw, sometimes your hands go whoa like that.
so one of the biggest things right now is, what do you go for if you're Angeline? Do you go for the 45 to start off with one? Do you look at the 50 and say maybe? What would you do if you were her?
You ready? Judge ready? Start.
Well, it depends on your ability, right? I would have thought a big deadlifter, a very powerful back. Clearly, I think she's gonna just smoke this bag with her current skill set.
She used the whip turn advantage on it. She's also very just like explosive out of that. So she got a lot of spin on that back. She's the first athlete to get spin on the back from what I saw.
Yeah, no, that was, and it was very hip heavy. She's not reaching back very far. Her shoulders aren't coming down to hip level. She's staying a little bit vertical as she dips, and it's very squatty. Not quite a lot of hinge in that.
Yeah, one thing I saw there, she almost did like a push jerk foot technique. I think she needs to bring her feet together to get more height. Use her height to her advantage. She made herself shorter on that toss. Powerful, but shorter on that one. One thing I do like that she is wearing her Notorious lifters out there. I love tossing my Notorious lifters. They're powerful enough to make sure I have the foot placement I want. But you see what I mean? She's widening her base out when she goes to the toss. I think if she brought her feet in, she would actually get more height. What do you think of that?
Yeah, no, I think that's accurate. I think the biggest thing I'm really seeing is that she's not hinging very deep. She's not able to wind up. She's not able to keep a lot of pressure on the bag or keep a lot of tension in the handle and gain velocity through the swing, because the swing is very shortened because she's not swinging the bag back very far. She's keeping her torso pretty vertical, and she's trying to take a weight and accelerate it really quickly in a short range. You can get more speed on the bag if you have a longer wind up and a longer throw. And that's how you get a lot of speed on a bag, in my opinion. I think she is capable of a 45, currently, and it'll be interesting to see how Chelsea Held responds to this. So she goes for the 45 right here. Oh wow, yep. So now
45. So she is tied for first place right now. So now she just needs to hit a bigger bag to win this event. I mean,
correct.
Which would be her third event win. She's currently tied for the event win right now.
Correct. And I did reread the rules, and I hate to go back and correct myself, but I really must, because accountability is number one. It only matters what order you cleared it. If the order is the same, it does not go down. It is all about the order. If the order is the same, it is accounted as a tie. So right now, the only option to not tie between Erin and Chelsea for first place is to clear this 50 right now.
She looked like she tweaked a little something on there. You see that tape on that knee, and it takes a lot of force and power to drive through the legs there. So it looks like a little bit of a tweak there. Hopefully she's okay. I think she's walking off fine. She's going to check in with them. A little bit of water to power through. So I hope it doesn't affect any more events now. But she is having a commanding lead right now.
That wraps up event 3.
Event number 3 is done. With three of 5 events already done. I mean, we had a little bit of a late start, but we're about an hour and a half in, and we got 3 events done. That's a quick turnaround for these ladies. So I personally love the way Pro Strongman League handles their shows. I like quick turnarounds. I like quick events. I like staying warm the whole time. So it's one of the biggest things. We're going to get the points officially updated here shortly, and we'll be back in a second to talk about what happened on that sandbag bag throw for max weight. And welcome back. CJ Crash here. I'm going to give you a scoring update after event number 3 here at Pro Strongman League Women's World Championship under 82 kilograms on this one. The co-winners of this event, number 3, the bag tosser max weight with 45-pound bag over 13-foot bar, was Chelsea Held, Erin Murray tied for first place in that. Lydia Wallace getting third place with a 40-pound bag on there. Angeline getting fourth on that one. Fifth place will be Chelsea Webb. Fifth place is Chelsea Webb and Barbara on there. And then Lauren Ryder, Emma Grunell, and Desi. Overall scoring on this one is going to be Chelsea Held 26.5 points, Erin Murray 23.5 points, Lydia Wallace 20 points, Angeline 18.5 points, Chelsea Webb 13.5 points, Barbara 13 points, Lauren Ryder 9 points, Emma Grunell 8 points, and Desi with 2 points. So it seems like we have a slight scoring error here, Pro Strongman League, always about accountability. So they're double-checking some of the scores from the previous event. It's going to be slightly different than what I just announced. I'll give you a full rundown here shortly once that gets fixed.
Yeah, but right now we have these athletes kind of getting ready for the fat back farmers with weight added. So this is going to be event number 4. Essentially what you're going to see is one set of farmers, but 2 separate weights. So they're going to start with 210 per hand, and they're going to carry those farmers about 20 feet. They're then going to stop at the line in the middle of the field, which is in the middle of the screen right now. They will deadlift the weight with up and down commands 3 times, and then after that 3rd repetition, weight will be added to 230 each hand, and then they will pick it up and go past the very last line. As soon as the tip of both farmers cross that last line on the far right side of your screen, or left side, depending on if they're going back and forth, then they will be credited with a time. So it is a race. A couple things to watch out for here. It is, you have up and down commands with those farmers. If athletes are a little too impatient and they jump the gun on those commands, they will not be credited with the lift. So they will have to chill out a little bit and make sure they are listening to their judge as they're performing this event. Another thing to note on this is that the deadlifts are going to get really fatiguing, and that last 20 feet is going to be a much different experience than that first 20 feet. So it'll be fun to see who actually trained this event and who just said, my grip's good enough. Yeah, and that's about all I have on this one. It's a very fun variation. From personal experience, I find that this is one that really smokes your legs if you have a very efficient, upright, leg-heavy pick, and it can really destabilize the movement. CJ, do you have any opinions on the fat back farmers, the way that this is set up? What's your experience with them? Is it a fun event? Is it a tough event?
I personally love a fatback farmers on this one. That's not to be surprising to most people because I love deadlifting. Grip is also what I think I'm better at than deadlift. So you put those two things together in one event, and you let me run. I am in heaven on this one. So I love the fatback style. I think it adds another element to rhythm, to pacing, to being able to listen to your judge and be on quick with how you respond with everything. There's so many more variables than just a standard farmer's carry. It's really going to have a good separation, in my opinion, which I think a lot of times with farmer's carries, yoke, any kind of quick moving events, it's too tight, or it's not heavy enough a lot of time. This, no matter what, because the repetitions are in there, we shouldn't have too close of times where it can be like, this little thing, did they hear the commands? It should make or break a little bit of it. But at this point in the day, going on event number 4, every event had some kind of little grip things inside of it. We had the axle and the kettlebell on event number 1. We had a deadlift, of course. But even if you're wearing straps, your grip's still taxed a little bit when you do that. You have a bag toss, which is a sneaky grip to grab that thing every single time and put force inside of it. And now another grip event. So that's one thing. The hands are being tested a lot during this show as we come through. Speaking of the bag toss, I'm going to circle back to what they got updated. We had a scoring shift. Again, this was scores getting confusing, this one. Because Lydia Wallace hit the 40-pound bag on her second bag throw completed, she actually finished behind 2 athletes who started with that 40-pound bag. So that shuffled up points a little bit. So the overall point score, so write this down at home, 26.5 is Chelsea held. Erin Murray at 23.5. Angeline 19.5. Lydia Wallace 18. Barbara 14. Chelsea 13.5. Lauren 9. Emma 8. Desi 2. So I'm glad we were able to catch that and get that going the right way. That's what happened with this one. But how would your grip feel at this point in the show, you think, with these fatback farmers coming up next?
Yeah, I would actually feel pretty good. I too have a very good grip. My hands would feel fine. The thing that I would be, I think, struggling with a little bit at this point is the heat. The heat would actually probably be getting to me a little bit. It's
sweater isn't helping the heat.
Yes, exactly. I'd have to shave down, take a Nair bath. Like it's. It's lightly breezy here, but these athletes are also standing on a large black stall mat surface, which is really acting like a heat sink. So, it's going to be a bit taxing for some of these athletes. It is a very grip intensive event, and I do wonder if this is going to impact the rest of the show for a couple athletes, because I could see this kind of blowing some people's grip out. Like, some athletes will be taxed to the limit with this. We may be seeing some athletes not finishing this event. So it will be interesting to see who can finish swiftly, and also who can listen to the judges' commands, because, it will be very easy for someone to miss a command on the deadlift and have to do it again. And that's going to tax you not just mentally, but physically, because you're going to have to pick it up more times than the other athletes. So...
And nobody wants to do more than they have to. Let's be honest. No matter what, this weight's heavy for all these athletes. No matter how strong you are, whether you're Chelsea held out there blistering through those deadlifts, they're still heavy for her, I promise, on that one. But, it's going to be a fun event. I think the moving will test the athletes. You would think, usually a lot of the time, that the athletes that are the best deadlifters will do well on this event. But sometimes, because this is strongman, straps help a lot of these athletes with their grip issues on that one. So that's a big shift on this one. Like, I've seen, I'm fortunate that I'm a great deadlifter and have great grip. I know a few athletes that are great deadlifters, but their grip is a hindrance on that one. My wife is one of them on that. But that's one of the biggest things in the sport, that every piece matters on there. And sometimes you never know who's going to shake things up right now. Also, like, what times with this event, this is a differential. Let's say an athlete came from powerlifting and their deadlifts are very good. And we keep referencing back to this one. It looks like sometimes they're running through mud when they have to get in a different plane of motion. And they are strong through these weights, but those steps change so much of this as we come through. And we have a couple athletes with that kind of background that we saw were great deadlifters. But I think this is going to be a good different equalizer for the sport on this. That's why I love the fatback setup on this one. I think we're about 2 minutes out or less on this. Anything you're excited to watch with everything going on? Like I said, we have a pretty tight heat for that top 4. Chelsea's got a good lead right now, but with 7 events left, anything can happen.
Yeah, there's it is a bit of a it is, I will say, competitive for those positions, but it is hard to ignore that Chelsea Held, has won 3 of the 3 events so far. Like, she's taken first, one of them being a tie, but first place in the press medley, first place in the deadlift ladder, first place in the sandbag throw, tied with Erin Murray on that one. She's sitting in a really good position, and if she can squeak out a top 2 position in these next 2 events, she'll still be sitting in first no matter where anyone else finishes.
Yeah, we saw her limp off a little bit on the last event, unfortunately. So she looks like she's out there moving well. I think it's using this time wisely to recover, get warm, like have everything moving right on this one. Because ideally, this is a quick event for the athletes. Ideally, we say that, and we're definitely going to have athletes. We've all done grindy moving events that take up the whole minute, unfortunately. But hopefully she can get through this, and she's feeling fine. She's walking around fine from what I see. I just know we had a little bit of that scare before the previous events.
Up next.
All right.
Event 4.
Event number 4 is coming out right now. Fatback Farmers starting with Desi. And do you have any information on Desi? I know she's been kind of up first, and we haven't been talk about her too much, but I want to see if I have any athlete information on her. No? Okay. So, on that one. So, is there an athlete you want to highlight right now, Zach, that we're going to this event?
I got the opportunity to get basically set up a questionnaire for a lot of the athletes, and I've read through all of the questionnaires that were filled out, and one of the athletes that kind of stands out right now and is in the top 3, Angeline Berve. I want to mention a couple of things because I just think it's very interesting. She mentions on here that in the community in France, one of her overhead techniques has been dubbed the Berve jerk. I don't know exactly what one it is, but I'm really interested to see what technique that is. And then also that she's a vegan and a vegan world champion, actually. So it's I know she's one of 2 vegans in the competition, and not to throw shade or make too much fun, but I'm gonna anyway. You know how you tell a vegan, right? You don't have to tell; they tell you. So, but it's true. It is fun.
She did tell us.
I don't think I could do that, honestly. It takes a tremendous amount of fortitude, a tremendous amount of discipline, and I have all the respect in the world for people that want to do that and have the drive to do that. It's very impressive. But with that being said, we have Desi up right now, and she's hitting these deadlifts. She did not miss a single command. She's moving on through. Was there a weight adjustment there? There's no weight adjustment.
No weight adjustment on this one.
Oh, okay.
It's literally three deadlifts and the last pickup again.
Okay, my sheet is a little dated, so we do not have a weight adjustment. We just got the deadlifts.
They want to take a variable out of this one because with the amount of weight set up with these fatback farmers, unclipping it, reclipping it, putting weights on top, there's a lot of variables that can come out. So they picked a weight in the middle, and they're going for it right now on this one. So instead of the weight adjustment, it's just one challenging weight for these ladies. One thing I love that Desi did that we couldn't really see too well, but I saw she used her hips to drive through each of those picks as it comes through to create more of just that lockout position, those fast glutes on this one. That's what we say a lot of times with that one. So it's what we want to see. And again, this is an athlete that only got 1 rep, and I say only, it's still heavy on the deadlift ladder, but she blistered through that event there by using her hip drive. So it seems like lockout's not her issue on deadlift, because that's what this basically is on that power we go through. All right, so Emma Gurnall's up next. Focusing in on this one. Locking in.
Athlete ready.
And here we go. Oh, challenging pick. A little bit of tilt back on this one as come in. Drop it down. Good. Good. Use it for back. Use the fast hips. And here she goes to that pickup. Now she's moving. She's got to finish strong. There we go. What a good run. I think she was a little slow out the gate, but the second she found her rhythm, she was just dialed in.
Absolutely, yeah. That was intense. How you feeling? Yeah, it was really fast. I was impressed with the swiftness of the down calls, honestly, and this is one of the finer note things as well. All these athletes are being judged by the same judge, so it is the same individual making the judgment on all of the criteria. Personally, I would make athletes hold it maybe a quarter second longer, but I haven't been there before. I haven't done this, and we have a very experienced judge on the floor right now in Nancy Johnson, an incredibly accomplished athlete in her own right and an excellent judge. So I have every everything positive to say about her and her ability there.
Little adjustment on the hands there, the angle, right? Here we go.
And she's probably talked with the athletes and just said, if you hit lockout, I'm going to give you a down. It doesn't have to display control, just hit the lockout.
We were just talking that whole run, and Lauren just finished right there. You barely even got any chance to talk about Lauren Ryder's blistering run right there. That's the thing. That's how quick she was doing it on that one. She had her hands held pretty far forward on there with that. So the back barely broke the ground on there, but it did break the ground. That's what matters on that one. Personally, I'm not usually the biggest fan of the forward handle grip because I don't like the weight behind me on there, but it didn't slow her down whatsoever. That's one of the situations where, again, different techniques work for different athletes on there, and that worked amazing for her. What a run. Wow. I'm just in shock on that one. Yeah. We're getting the official times rolling in on this one. Looks like she did not edge out Emma as well on that one, though. Again, these are unofficial times so far that we're getting sent in. We had Desi finish in 19.16 seconds. We had Emma, so we had Lauren in 16.22 and Emma in 16.12. So Chelsea Webb is up next. Again, these are unofficial times until we get our official scores later. Powerful drive.
Those are very good lockouts. Right
Yes,
there.
very
beautiful lockouts. She's waiting for the down call. It's very, very good.
Beautiful time on that. One thing I think she used to her advantage was some of the momentum off the ground on that one. Again, if they ain't calling it, I'm doing it on that one. Using that floor, that little bounce it had to almost catch it. So I got a little uncontrollable right before the last pick. But, I mean, it seems like they're allowing that little bit there. I mean, it's stopping, but she's definitely able to get that recoil to help make it seem not as heavy on that one. So I'm not mad at it. It's a touch and go technique is what they call it, I believe.
Yeah, so you mentioned it before with I believe it was Lauren's run. You know, moving the hands forward or backward on the handles. Is there a particular grip you like to take with the heavier farmers, or?
For fat back, I'm always middle. That's different. For like standard farmers, I'm farther back. I want the weight to shift me forward. But fat back's typically shorter distance, as we're seeing right now with Lauren. Lydia Wallace on this one.
Very good. Yeah, forward. Very good.
Yep, forward driven on this one. Again, it's whatever works on that one. Yeah.
So this turned into just like a drag race. All these athletes are smoking this competition. So it's going to be who can shave off half seconds here and there, who can respond really quickly to these commands, who can, really get off the line quickly and efficiently on the very start of the go.
She had the strength to do that. Sometimes you could fall over. A lot of athletes might have to stand up.
We're going to get a unofficial time here in a moment.
Yeah, these times are really close so far. We've had 3 athletes finish so far in about 16 seconds within the same second on this one. So it is becoming that sort of drag race style, which typically the fatbacks take that away. But these women are just so dang strong that these are it's a mild inconvenience to repick them back up. Not a challenge for these women. On this. Keep going.
Judges ready? Start. Here we go.
All right.
Yep. Hold on to it, Barbara.
All right, so Barbara Matos is going to be up now. Working through on this one.
Give her some love.
She's having some struggling on these pickups on this one. Coming from Brazil, powering through. She's fighting for these last couple steps, and she got it. And she had her chalk on her. Her grip, so grip might not be her favorite thing when I see on that. Oh, they're saying right now she hates this event.
Yeah, and another interesting thing about Barbara is she doesn't have all of the equipment to actually train on. You know, she's out of Brazil, and I did get a chance to, ask her quite a few questions. And one of the things that she mentioned is, let me pull up what I have here. She said that she doesn't have all the equipment to train on, but she still wants to show that she can be competitive at an elite level, and that is not, it's not meant to be a sad story, but it is meant to say that just because a condition is difficult does not mean you can't overcome it. So a very tough athlete in Barbara. So exciting to watch her succeed, exciting to watch her finish that run, and a huge shout out. Right now we have Angeline Bev.
Very nice. Angeline crushed the deadlift.
Nice and quick start.
She got 8 reps on the deadlift. Easy.
And quick through those deadlifts. I like that she carried it all the way through the line because time stops when you cross the line, not when you drop them.
Yeah, the biggest thing is a little bit of false grip on that one. So her grip underneath, there's one down. That's how you know that she is a good deadlifter because her hands just held it up on that. And again, we saw with her, again, I talk about this with good deadlifters, her hands were in the middle. Every rip was up and down and fluid on that one. And so grip was not an issue for her on that one. That was a blistering fast run. So far, the current leader before this one was Lydia Wallace with 13.46 seconds on that one. We'll see how tight this one is when we get that unofficial time. Next up, we have Erin Murray, currently in second place overall, fighting for this one, trying to get as many points as possible to make up that gap. She is 3 points behind the leader going into this event. She's moving fast. Good middle grip, good strong hands on that one. And she's coming up, good fluid as she comes through. That's going to be tight with Lydia on that one. I think Lydia was a little bit more explosive and pop out the moving on this one, but her deadlifts a little bit faster than Lydia's.
Yeah, and it is interesting to see where athletes excel. You know, Angeline in the run prior, I think her deadlifts are probably the fastest of the entire field, but she did lose a little bit of time in the actual moving component of this event. So it's interesting to see where athletes are excelling, where they could improve, where they're struggling. I think overall Erin had a really good run there. I think it is probably competitive for a top 4 in this field. We still have one more athlete to come up. We got Chelsea Held. She's currently sitting in first place with 3 first places in these events. Going into event 4, let's see if she can get a 4th first place. A solid start. A little catch on the nose of the Farmers right there. And a little hiccup through the first pick. A tiny little hiccup.
Yeah, the slight thing I see on that one is she likes to hold her Farmers very similar to the way I hold my Farmers. But that's where the fat back makes the difference of where I hold my Farmers on that one. Because you saw the little clip in the nose, that little dip. The front and back don't move together on the re-deadlift on that one. So it's one of those situations. So what I do typically with Farmers carry, and this is something that you guys can try to implement at home, when I'm warming up, I get a ton of chalk, like a big chalk piece. I check where I want my thumbs, and I put a big line in super chalk. So especially for anytime there's multiple Farmers or it's a fat back style where my hands can shift, I know where I need my thumb on that one. And I obnoxious amount of like chalk dot on there. And it's like, what's that dot there for? I'm like, that's exactly what I know where to put, so I don't need to think. I know where to grab and things like that. And I saw 2 different spots I like it for. And then I think Chelsea got caught doing it as if it was a speed event of a moving. Because that dip she had in the front was going to carry her. And that's I like those for long distance Farmers. Like we're talking like 100 feet, things like that. That's just going to keep you going because it's going to flatline you. But for short distance like this, I'm a middle guy on that. So I think it's a slight miscalculation leaning into her strengths that she could have pulled back on that a little bit. That would have saved her a little bit of time, in my opinion.
I agree with that evaluation. I think that she was set up for speed right there, but speed for a longer distance. This is only a 20-foot carry, and so it is more important to just get off the line and get moving a little more swiftly and get to that line, get your deadlifts, and then get started again. The way you start fast is not how you get to top speed necessarily. Starting fast and getting to top speed fast are 2 different things. So we have times coming through right now. We're going to hand it off to CJ. He's going to get you the placements. It'll be, and I'm taking a little sneak peek. It's about what I thought. So
it's about what we thought based on our perspective over here, but it is quite a shakeup to this leaderboard. And again, that's what happens when you got 10 events, and we're only 4 events in. We got 1 more event today, but the finish of that event, the winner of event number 4, Fatback Farmers Carry, was Angeline Berva with a blistering time of 12.84 seconds official in this one. Very quick. The only sub-13 athlete. Just behind her, 13.38 seconds, Erin Murray, 8/100ths of a second faster than Lydia Wallace, 13.46 on that one. Chelsea Held, 14.03 was after that. Going into Emma Grunnell was 16.12. 16.22 was Lauren Ryder on there. 16.53. So a lot of tight 16s there for that middle of the pack. for Chelsea Webb. Desi got in 19.16, and Barbara survived it at 23.35 there. So, big shakeup to the scoreboard here as we're coming in here. There's a 1-point difference now between Chelsea Held and Aaron Murray. Chelsea still has the lead with 32.5 points. Aaron Murray, 31.5 points. Angeline with a good third place right now, 28.5 points. Lydia Wallace, 25 points, 16.5 for Chelsea Webb. Barbara Matos with 15 points. Lauren Ryder, 13 points. Emma Grinnell, 13 points as well. And Desi Gillespie at 4 points there. So, again, quite the shakeup when we got them running and moving on that one. We have one event left. We'll talk about that here in 1 minute. We're going to take a quick breather. Thanks for tuning in. Pro Strongman League U82 Women's World Championships. And welcome back, everybody, to Pro Strongman League U82kg Women's World Championships. CJ Kraus here. Again, I went over this recently, but I'm going to go over it again in case we got some new listeners in. The current total score. We are going into event number 5. That is the final event for today. We have 10 total events for these women, so we're about to hit the halfway mark for these women's competition. They will finish up tomorrow, but they have one more event. After 4 events, your current leader is Chelsea Hell with 32.5 points. Erin Murray just behind her at 31.5 points. Angeline Berva is at 28.5 points. Lydia Wallace with 25 points. Chelsea Webb with 16.5 points. Barbara Matos at 15 points, Lauren Ryder at 13 points, Emma Grunell at 13 points, and Desi Gillespie at 4 points on this one. So these women have had 4 blistering events. We had the Axel, Kettlebell, and Keg Press Medley, the escalating deadlift, the bag throw for max weight, fat back farmers, and the last event, I'm going to pass up to Zach to talk about the sandbag tomfoolery, what I'll call it, but there's a better name for it.
Absolutely, yeah. CJ recapped the first 4 events of day 1 for these ladies. Event number 5 is going to be the sandbag press shoulder load. So I should technically call it the sandbag press load shoulder because that's the order we're going to be seeing it in. These athletes have 60 seconds to clean and press a sandbag, then load a sandbag, and then shoulder a sandbag. So what we're going to see is the athletes standing on the left of the white line on your screen, and they're going to get a go. They run up to that first bag, which is a 175-pound sandbag. They're going to clean and press it overhead. They get a down call, and then they're going to go to the center of the screen with the yoke right there. They're going to pick up a 250-pound sand ball and load it over the yoke, and then they're going to run around or under to that third implement that you see on the right of the screen, which is a sand ball. They're going to take that sand ball from the ground, put it on their shoulder. That's a 225-pound sand ball. As soon as they get the down, that is when time stops. So it will be clean and press, load, shoulder. As soon as they get the down, that is their time. They have 60 seconds to complete this medley, and it will be fun to watch. It's going to be a really good one. We have a lot of strong athletes. This is event 5 of 5 today, so these athletes are going to be storming through this. And if CJ, if you were in their shoes and you wrap this event up, what's going through your head? What is your priorities? Are you going to be sitting drinking margaritas on the beach waiting for day 2? Or what are you going to do? How are you going to recover?
Oh, my recovery is going to be taking a nap is step 1 on that one. Try to get inflammation down once I get through this. It's been a brutal day, and there's 5 more events tomorrow. Trying to find what relaxes me on that one, and that's different for every person. Some people like ice baths, some people like heat. I'm just trying to find the thing that calms my brain and body down on this one. I'll probably play video games, honestly, just something to kind of relax everything on that one, to not think about anything that's strongman related for a while or competition related, because that's just extra energy I'm exerting. And then I would just try to again get good food in me, lots of carbs, a good amount of protein to recover from today and get ready for the next day. What an interesting event, though, that we have coming up. I like calling this one the sandbag tomfoolery. That just seems like a fun way to kind of interpret all the interesting things we have. Sandbag pressing, another rare press that we see here, another awkward press that we see here. I have actually never pressed a sandbag in competition. I get to do it for the first time at Pro Strongman League U90s coming up in August 15th for that one. So the U90, I get to be on the other side of the camera hopefully this year and be able to press a sandbag. But what do you have any tips or tricks I can steal right now on pressing sandbags?
Absolutely, yeah. There's a little bit of tomfoolery you can engage in sandbag clean and press. You can play with a little bit of the seams and kind of get your hand under the seam and stabilize with the thumb and yada, yada, yada. You just have to have control and display control and clearance between the sandbag and your head. So proportions are going to come into play a little bit with different techniques. But I do have to mention one of the things that I think that is a little bit devious about this event is that the first part of it is the sandbag clean and press. So it's really going to punish people that cannot perform this because it is like a minimum work requirement. A 175-pound sandbag clean and press, that is not light. That is not light by any means. So I would not be surprised if we see a couple athletes really, really struggling to get points on the board for this one, because I don't think a 250 sandbag load or sandball load, and I don't think a 225 sandbag to shoulder is unreasonable by any means. And I don't think the 175 is unreasonable for a clean and press. But of the three, I think that is the most challenging thing on this field, and it is the first thing they have to do. Do you have an opinion on that, CJ?
I mean, I completely agree. I completely agree with everything you just said there. The biggest thing is getting this bag to overhead. It's such a different use of the sandbag that we don't get to see too often. Like, unless this is in a competition, we don't actually press bags to over our head. It is so awkward. It's so, again, there's tomfoolery. There's a little bit of tips and tricks we can do here. But I think once we get through, then the sand ball is new too. That's something that's been added in recently to kind of not replace the stone, but definitely be more easy to work around with less tacky, less equipment, things like that. But up first, it looks like we have Barbara Matos. Again, first in, gonna be the first out for the day on this one, but she wants to finish with a strong one. Beautiful clean on that one, like barely an inconvenience. Oh, no rep, didn't control it. That's where it's actually perfectly. What she needed to do on that one was push her head through to get it over her head.
She's got so much power. That's frightening. Like that, she threw that thing up so aggressively. She's got to display control. She's got to balance it. She's got to take a breath right now. Get yourself right. You know, and this is a tough one. I will say those bags can get very tilty because you have the center of mass far above where your contact point is. So it is not just a strength component and a skill component, but it is a balance component to this kind of movement.
You can't see it though. She's literally balancing it on her face before she presses it on that one. So it's one of those situations that's like she's locking out slightly ahead of her, like forward. She needs to get it a little bit almost behind her, I would say, the way the bag's shifting in the sand, because she's not perfectly centered, so it's not staying perfectly centered. It was not a strength issue, it was a trajectory issue. Honestly, I think it could have been, I hate to bring it up again, the heels rising up as she does a lot of her movements, leaning her whole weight forward on that one. And when it gets near that challenging weight, it kind of tilts you.
Yeah, I mean, it's, as you mentioned, it was not a power issue at all. The way that she threw that up over her head, the first one, I literally thought it was going to come out of her hands because she threw it up so fast. I've not seen a woman press a sandbag like that in my life. I do think for her, it was a little bit more of I don't think she has the equipment available to her very frequently. And it was just a familiarity with the equipment for Barbara. Right now, do we have Desi up right now?
Desi's up.
All right, excellent. So Desi Gillespie.
That's another variable. When that bag's here, you can't breathe, right? The longer you're holding it, you might
She was able to get it up into the rack position. It looked like from there it was pretty tough though.
You're seeing Desi hold it lower than what we saw with Barbara on that one. And again, trying to figure it out, and she was having trouble with this one. It's a tough implement right there, because again, we saw where Barbara literally had it on her face. She could not see a thing. I think that might be the technique on that, just because that's how much more centered can you get with a shifting object on that one. Because like a lot of times, even if like we do keg press and things like that, it's more momentum based. We don't really stop on our chest too often, or if you do, it's kind of tough and it takes you somewhere. Which I think maybe if it's how much more centered than it replacing where your head is could it be on that one. So maybe that's something I'm gonna jot down for when I get to start training at this event in a few weeks. So
Judge ready? Start.
so far, no athlete's gonna be able to press this sandbag with a down command.
Correct. Yeah, Barbara pressed it 2 or 3 times. I mean, damn. But right now, Chelsea Webb is looking really strong. She just popped that straight up into the rack position. She looks comfortable. Oh,
that hand slip. She was,
Hands maybe were a little bit on the side, you know.
and again, it's hot out here. The hands are sweating. She's got a lot of good chalk on there. It looks like she went with, like, personally, I'm not a huge fan of liquid chalk. I like the classic style on this one. I feel like some of it gets slimy depending on the day. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but saying it looks like she had a good first rep. It just slipped out of her hand slightly on that one. That's going to be affecting her. And a lot of times, that's near your top end. That little slight miss is all it takes, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we did not see another rep again. This bag we talked about before, that's the difference maker. That's the X factor. That's the big challenge on this one.
We'll talk about the variables in the back next.
Yeah, and of these three movements, I do think this is the most challenging. And it's deceptive because it is not just the 175. We saw every athlete clear the 210 axle, which is a difficult implement. But this is 175 of unstable, unruly sand inside a bag that likes to shift. It's pretty narrow, and you have to balance the whole thing after you press it over the head. This is one of the most challenging movements. Honestly, I would say this is more challenging than a block press. So in my opinion,
No, it definitely looks this way on this one, and she's losing it left, right, up, down. The sandal shift, the sandal move, that's the biggest challenge on this one is that it likes to move.
Start.
All right, looks like Emma's right now. She is going to be bowing to the bag and taking the leave on this one. I mean, at this point, with the way the performance here, it's just a tough. I think it's not the heaviest one of the day, but I think it's the hardest one by far.
I agree. I absolutely agree with that statement.
And it's just a tough thing. And again, Emma just walked out, bowed to the bag, and moving on. She's got 5 events to go for tomorrow, and sometimes that's the best play. You know, there's no reason to burn Angela like she did earlier on that one.
And it looks like we're into our last 4 athletes of the field right here. We got Chelsea Held right here. I think she's gonna smoke this thing. She's wildly.
Well, she wants something to prove at this point. She's like ready for this, and she's clean as can be on now. And our first athlete to press that sandbag is up. Yeah. And now she's going for the load. She kind of, again, big load of hips. Up and over that one. Now we get the sand ball to shoulder.
And this one's 200.
225 out sand ball to shoulder.
Show control. Like that.
And that is time on that one. First athlete to do the first press. First athlete to finish. Personally, I love the sand ball to shoulder. I think it is the smoothest way to do it. It's different. The biggest risk, I think, is you can get caught underneath it and you can have more tension on your biceps, just the way it rolls. But the way it slides, it's just like you can get it to like that upper chest and just like nudge it in position. I think it flows so much better than a regular sandbag, personally. But it's definitely, if you're a sandball in competition, you've never done one, make sure to get one. The Freedom Strength ones are amazing, so make sure you order your Freedom Strength sandball. It's super helpful on that one. All right, Lydia Wallace just saw the bar get set. Now she's got to get up there. She's got her hands in different spots on that one. And strict presses that one.
Whoa.
But she had the clamps. She dug her hands in there and clamped it in there.
Oh, yeah.
That was very impressive, honestly. And yes, that is another valid technique. You know, you can grab the sides or kind of position your sides so the center of mass is lower. It creates less of a balancing component, and it really stabilizes the sandbag press.
What a lovely run on that one. Just smooth, clean on that one. But like I said, she had different hand placements and just treated it like a keg on that one. And I guess if you don't have that, maybe you train the keg or you train the sandbag as if it's the keg, they both kind of overlap, especially both in this kind of show. That was just a, useful different ideas that go there. I'm jotting these notes down for myself. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to try each of those whenever I get back in the gym and get able to train again. So it'll be nice to have that going for us. But
absolutely. I think if an athlete has a really strong grip and there's a little bit of slack in the bag, the thing that I would do is probably tilt it over, grab close to the bottom of the bag, and really like grab it and shake it a little bit so you create some slack in your hands, like in the canvas by your hands, and squeeze it really nice and tight, and that will create enough of a handle that you can actually just clean and press it that way.
I see it.
But we have Aaron up right now. That's Aaron Murray.
Oh, nice.
Very nice fight right there. You see that she took a little moment.
Come on, Aaron. Oh, yeah.
Very nice load. Wow. It just looked like she was taking a moment to reposition in the lap. I thought there might have been a little issue there, but no, it's no issue. So she's got to pop this up quick if she wants to try to beat Chelsea in the time. She's got to stabilize. Very nice. That's going to be a close one. From what I saw, I do think Chelsea probably edged her out a little bit right there. It looked like Chelsea was a little faster. You know, those two only have a point between them right now, so it's still a very tight race.
One thing I love the way Erin competes, she never looks nervous. She never looks like she's in a rush on that one. When she does that, everything's methodical on that. But it's one of those, like, fast is smooth. Smooth is fast. Right? That's all I'm seeing with Erin Murray on this one. I mean, with me, would I want to see a little more sense of urgency sometimes, potentially, on that could have saved a couple seconds. But if she knows herself, which I'm sure with this high-caliber athlete, maybe that would throw her off. But it's also, again, she knows what 10 events are, and she knows she got 5 more events. If she has to push that gas pedal, she's saving that gas. Where we saw someone like Chelsea hit that gas hard early on, and she's riding that high. Again, hopefully she can keep holding on to it, but we'll see how this goes, because sometimes you fly too close to the sun. All right, Angeline is up now. Again, big, powerful drive through the hips. Good lap position. High press. Nice. I like her setup on this one. She's almost in like a split stance.
This looks like that's that bear jerk. She's starting in a split position. Do you see that?
Yeah, definitely. It's an interesting little stance she had there. I'm not. I would never attempt that, but again,
it is interesting, but it's one way to approach it, I suppose. She definitely has her left foot further forward than her right.
Finish it.
oh, she got the down with that one. Nice lockout there, tight little finish. It was a little bit of a grinding finish on that one, but it was under control for enough time to get the down command.
I mean, honestly and truthfully, that's going to allow her to stay with that top pack of ladies, because this event is creating 2 groups of athletes. It's athletes that got points and athletes that zeroed. And there's going to be close to a 10-point gap because about half the field zeroed on this event. That's something that is really difficult to come back from. It's almost impossible to come back from in a field like this in 5 events. In 10 events, it is much more surmountable, but it is a huge handicap to the athletes that took the zero on this.
I mean, it's not impossible. We saw Brandon Burley last year in the 105s finish 2nd overall after finishing with the 0 on this. We've seen it happen. It is rare, but these athletes are rare. These athletes are impeccable, but it's going to take a great run after the fact and a great start of the show. But it looks like all the top athletes have finished the event on that one. So we'll see the final scores here in a second. We'll be back here at the Pro Strongman League Women's U82kg World Championships with the scoring from the previous event and the overall scores from day number 1.
U105kg Championships.
And welcome everybody to the Pro Strongman League U105 kilos World Championship. My name is CJ Kraus. Here today, for now, I'm rocking solo on the live stream because my co-host from the first show, this is the second show of the day. If you missed that one, watch it back for the U82kg women. Exciting stuff there. Zach McCarley doing an exhibition lift on this first event. First of 10 event. We have 22 of the best athletes from around the world here competing today for the U105 Pro Strongman League World Championship. This is day 1 of 2, event number 1. You have caught the right time here today. 300-pound axle, 150-pound kettlebell, 250-pound keg up there. Athletes must go through it twice over here.
That's the energy we want. Let's get excited. Let's get fired up and have a good time.
All right, we have Jack Hari and Shane Darrow over there starting us off.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Start.
And here we go on this one.
I'm excited to do it.
Full clean and press up there. Shane up there's got the clean and press. Jake up there getting that extension there. Jake with the kettlebell up. Shane with the press up and overhead. Beautiful job in control with that one there, Jake. Keg is up next, going through. Full extension. Shane missing that lockout just barely on that one. Not getting the down command from Big Bobby Thompson. Chad Coy is our other judge over here. All right, Jake Hari with the nice extension. Get up to the chest to get that head through. Just missing out on that keg.
We got time. Get this rep. This rep's important.
And there we go. Shane getting that rep on that keg. Such an interesting implement on that one. Good one motion to come through. Shane going for a second run through on this with that axle clean and press. 300-pound axle, fixed axle, makes it challenging to do here. It looks like you got the down command.
Darren, did he get it?
Getting the down command in time on that one. What an exciting stuff on this one here today, starting us off.
All right, very exciting heat right there. Again, the weights are 300-pound axle, 150-pound kettlebell, and 254-pound keg. I can tell you these things are difficult to move. That axle's fixed with bolts through it, so it doesn't rotate at all. You got to get a little bit of extra clearance when you bump it up your chest, and it's going to be fun to watch these guys go. It looks like we have Alex Sukup in lane 2, and in lane 1, do we have an athlete list? Is that Dixon?
Judges ready. Start. Let's go.
All right, here we go. And they're off. Alex Sukup in lane 2, the returning champ. Good for the both athletes. Good for the axle clean and press.
PR territory for John. Good lift on the dumbbell or kettlebell.
Very nice. Out of Alec with the kettlebell.
Nice keg press for Alex.
Ooh, Alex flying through this. It looks like he came ready. It looks like he's about all healed up from those issues he was having this last year. Very nice fight right there. Very nice fight.
Looking really good here. 20 seconds left.
20 seconds left in this 60-second event. Looks like Alex is going to finish it. You just got to dial it in right here. John Doyle in lane 1, still working on that kettlebell.
He's fine in the middle, but he's literally blocking a whole way.
Ooh. Alex Sukup very close to finishing the entire run in lane 2.
Is anyone drinking this? I'm going to put this on the side of the camera where it's not in the way so
They're
you can
conferring with the judges. Alec, welcome back. Alex Sukup is officially back on the stage. It's a great thing to see.
And John Doyle credited with one lift on that 300-pound axle. That kettlebell is just a little bit too tough for him. It is a weird implement to lift in the sport of strongman. It's, we're used to a lot of dumbbells, a lot of axles, logs, even kegs we see a fair amount, but those kettlebells are very rare. Kettlebells are a very interesting and difficult thing to press because they push you out of your normal groove of being strong. Your arm is significantly further forward than you're used to having it, so you have to get a little bit of experience with it.
What a heat we have coming up next, though, right now. We have Tyler Pruitt. I believe we have Brandon Burley on the other side of this one. This is going to be a run for the ages, I see here. I don't believe any single athlete has completed the full medley so far, so it's amazing, exciting on this one.
Alex Sukup got really close with 5 out of 6 repetitions. Yeah, but Brandon Burley in lane 1 and Tyler Pruitt in lane 2, I think these guys could finish.
Brandon almost one motion in that one. A little delay with that one. He is used to that fixed axle. Both in unison pressing the kettlebells here to the keg. Big, powerful drive. These guys are neck and neck right now. They're doing it together as they drive through. Powering up to the top. Big hip drive. Looks like Brandon's starting to pull away. Tyler's feeling a little bit there, but good, powerful clean there. He's got to get that press up, and he's got it. Brandon Burley onto the last implement, though. Oh, he's got it up. He's got to control it to get a little pop off the chest. Opening that door. And it looks like that's a completed run for Brandon Burley on that one. Tyler, you got to get this one. He's got to get his head on there. He's got to run. Cheering on your fellow competitor, Brandon Burley. What a great run. Wow. Lived up to expectations on that one. Any takeaways from that? I know I was screaming the whole time.
No, it was an exciting heat right there. Yeah, Brandon Burley pulling out into the lead with this event currently, and it looks like we have a 2-way tie for second with Alex Sukup and Tyler Pruitt getting through 5 of 6 implements, and we're going to see how the rest of the field handles this, but I honestly think those are 3 of the really, really strong athletes in this field for this event. I mean, the returning champ and some very good athletes. Right now we have Kevin Candido in lane 1, and in lane 2, looks like we have Mike Schimmel.
Not where it needs to be. Nancy Johnson on top of it. We got Kevin Candido and Mike Schimmel from Canada, our first international.
All right, Canadian Mike Schimmel is up right now. Kevin Candido from America on that one.
Judges ready.
And here we go. First one to the axle on this one. I know Kevin is recovering from a tricep tear, so he is just powering through this one. It's his first show back since that injury, so it doesn't seem like he's holding him back at all. What a nice clean and press we have on that one.
Strict press, I missed that.
Driving through with this one to the kettlebell. He's using his left arm, both these athletes. That's an interesting take on that. Mike strict pressing this one again. Kevin getting the press. Both onto the keg themselves. Mike with the slowest snaky viper I've ever seen in my life, but it got there. That's all that matters. Oh, one thing I'm seeing on Mike, he is double overhanding that fixed axle to the belt and then powering it up there, just getting that groove. Oh, Candido starts to pull away on that one. Mike's getting that lock. He gets shoulders through. Mike finishes that one on to the kettlebell. Both athletes get to the kettlebell. This is where the fatigue starts setting in this deep into the event.
All right. Kevin, we good?
It looks like
Great job, guys.
I'm not sure if Mike got that rep in time on that one.
Kevin's returning from a tricep injury.
I don't think he got that rep in time. I think he got 4 reps on that one.
Getting this one out of the way. You're going to see special stuff with Kevin on the deadlift and the farmers. He's a really good grip guy. That's me. You have to be very well.
Well, this is already living up to expectations. That's all I can say so far. These athletes are fast. They're furious. They're flying through this one, and none of these weights are light. These athletes weighed under 231 pounds yesterday, 105 kilos. They are pressing a 300-pound axle, fixed axle. We saw that tripped up the women a little bit earlier on that one. But again, a lot of these athletes are repeat athletes. I've seen that axle a few times. Mike was the one that hasn't seen that before. So on this one.
Brady Crandall, Ben Watson from England.
All right, Ben Watson versus Brady Crandall here.
Let's see what he's got. All right, judges ready. Where are my scorekeepers?
All right.
Athletes ready.
2
Judges ready.
rookies to the show, I believe. So we'll see how they handle this axle. Double overhand to the belt. Big fast clean on that one. Quick clean. Snappy. Wow, what an athlete on that one. Fluid is going to be what we saw strict pressing on the other side.
Ben with a good left.
Big, powerful hip drive on that kettlebell. Getting on the shoulder. There we go.
to be able to do 3 different things, right? It's not just about your pressing power. It's about technique.
To the keg.
Both of them were through the dumbbell.
Moving it up.
All right,
On the
Brady,
side of the
you got
face
that.
there. Ooh, almost losing it behind him.
Careful, Brady. Sadly, you got time.
That's where the keg is going to be a little unruly on that one. I don't think he's used to pressing a keg. That's the biggest thing on that one. I treat it more like a Viper press. Don't know what a Viper is. It's a one motion where you guide it up the body on that one. He is trying to almost get it into a circus dumbbell-esque press, or the way the kettlebell is on this one. And that rotation. And he gets the lift off that one.
What a fight.
He worked hard for that one.
Great fight, Brady. Vegan power in the house.
All right.
Dr. Brady Crandall.
Doctor
Dr.
Brady Crandall. Doctor.
No.
Ready. Start.
All right, here we go.
See what they got.
All right, Stephen Bradley up here in lane number 2. Powerful clean to the top.
Connor
Get an
with
elbow
that
overhead.
first.
We have Connor over here in lane number 1.
Steven got his. Excellent.
Connor's got a little bit of a lead. Steven did get that press.
All right.
Both athletes have passed the kettlebell on this one. I think Steven did an amazing job with that kettlebell. Where that press was, it was in a perfect position.
Going for the Viper, Connor is.
Connor just missed grooving that a little bit.
Settle in. Get those legs, Steven. Oh, yeah.
And there we go. I think it's so hard once it gets stuck on the chest to get it off the chest when it is that keg itself. I'm all leg power on the keg. I just whip it up and try to catch it. That's my entire goal on that one. But again, it's easy to stay on this side than be to do it out there, you know.
Seconds, you gotta go, Steven. Let's go, Steven.
All right, Steven is passing it. He's on to that kettlebell. He did an amazing job last time. This is a big rep. This is an important rep for him. And he's able to get it right in the nick of time on this one. Wow.
Hey, Steven, how you feel about that one? Good? Good. You don't want to talk. That's all right. I was going to chase him, but we'll talk after the deadlift.
Wow, what?
I'm going to put on a show for you guys.
Who was the name we had right before? No, before it was Randall. That's Randall.
The hardest working guys out here. He's been
All right, thank you guys for the questions on the YouTube itself on this one.
It's gonna look really cool. You're gonna have 2 loaded.
From what our knowledge is, we do not believe there's split times per implement.
These guys be throwing
That is, again, unconfirmed until we know for the official scores. But as far as now, we're matching more of the
Nastinko.
time on events completed. We finish all 6. If not, you get a score for your implements completed. So if 2 athletes do 5 implements, they tie on that one. To my knowledge so far, we'll get that fully confirmed when we have the official scores later on.
Start.
All right, Jeff Laney in event number 1 over here, working through some big, powerful drives. Again, this is one of the strongest pressing athletes, as we just saw on that one. That thing flew off the chest. They get barely an inconvenience on this one.
Yeah, and in lane 2, we have Yevgeny Nastinko, I think. Nastinko.
It's like Viper there.
I need to see his name.
It's been tough. It's good.
Yevgeny Nastinko. We do our best. But he's on to his second round. So is Jeff. Both these guys are actually neck and neck at the moment. Yevgeny in lane 2. Simultaneous down calls right there.
Jenny was really behind, but he made up for it on the keg itself as well. That's the weird implement that can throw things off.
This is what we want to see.
Here it comes. It comes down to the keg here.
10 seconds.
Who's going to get it in one powerful drive? And Jeff Laney edges that one out. Oh, my God. That's a big win. But both athletes are able to complete it on that one.
Huge shakeup.
All right. Yeah, Jenny is the real deal from Ukraine. We weren't sure. He doesn't post a lot on social media. We
Oh,
weren't sure
man.
what
Both
he
these
was
athletes
doing
are.
so far. I'm like,
This is event 1, people. I'm getting out of breath calling this one. This is event number 1.
Coming up next, DJ Doggett and Casey Regan, another couple of the top 10 OSG finalists, first-time PSL athletes. It's their first time on the beach doing 2 events, 10 days. You guys at home ready to see it? You in for
All right, DJ Doggett is up next. He's been quite the,
DJ.
just a great showing on Instagram. We've seen his posts. We've seen his fun stuff. He's been sneak attacking all his presses lately. But I think the bar's ready for him. I'm not sure you can sneak attack this guy today.
That bar is waiting to be hoisted, for sure.
Over like 2 feet.
Yeah, lane 2, we have Casey Regan.
A little more, boys, a little more. Yeah.
We're just waiting for the loaders to get things just right for the athletes, so it's all
Good. All right. Sorry, athlete.
fair and square.
Right.
But yeah, this 105 class is stacked.
Athletes ready? Judges ready?
Just absolutely stacked. It'll be interesting to see this one. I know DJ is quite strong, but if he had a weakness, it would be pressing. He struggles with some of the pressing. And just as I say that, he nails that 300-pound axle, and Casey almost got it. He had it all the way to lockout, could not stabilize, could not get eyes on his head judge, Chad Coy.
Plenty of time. You got 40 seconds.
Yeah, I think DJ is just so technically sound in most of his lifts that his strength hasn't caught up with him yet, which is a scary thing. Because when all you have to do is get stronger, that just takes time and effort on that one. All right. I think Casey had a good chance in that first one. He just didn't get his head through at the finish there. Like, Keg is throwing DJ for a loop right now, though. And this is where the height of the athlete is not super helpful.
Committed.
He did commit to that.
Split jerk. Next try, Casey. All right, DJ.
All right, neither athlete were able to complete a round on this one, but they still get credited. Casey, unfortunately, does zero that first event, but we have seen that not be a death sentence here at Pro Strongman League. Brandon Burley last year zeroed the squat and ended up getting second place, so it's still playing. Even DJ at a OSG zeroed the log and came in second place. So it's, again, with this many athletes and this many events, anything can happen.
You want some athletes to smoke the event, and you want some athletes to maybe not finish and some to struggle to show the differentiation.
All right, Sky Olson, one of the notorious lifters we have over here, one of our great sponsors.
Sky Olson in lane 2, and then we have Jordan Waishulis in lane 1. A lot of people wonder how to pronounce his name. It is a Waishulis.
Judges ready? Start.
All right, they're both on the axle, nice and smooth.
Easy press for
Quick.
Sky, once again, forgetting about his legs on this one, but he has so much upper body power that he works through.
Jordan's gonna go right through this thing. Come on, Sky.
Sky also is one of our sponsors for this show, Restorative Research, on this one. So an athlete and a sponsor for the show as we come through. But in that fixed axle, it makes things rough on this one. He's got time. He's got to focus on this one. Again, these double overhand grips are just wild to me. That's so much grip power that we have with 300 pounds on this axle.
He's making good time.
It looks like the sun got to him a little bit on that one. All right.
Heavy axle. 10 seconds for Jordan here. Come on, Jordan.
Jordan's trying to get the second round on this kettlebell.
Oh, so close.
He's got to just hold it, essentially. Just loses it slightly.
Yeah, so that the issue that I saw there was the kettlebell is a different movement than the dumbbell. And he was holding it in an excellent position for a dumbbell, but it is way too far back for a kettlebell. And so as a result, it pulled his arm way too far back, and he could not stabilize, couldn't hold it for the time necessary to display control and get a down call. So, and that was my issue in that opinion, or that's my opinion in that case, but it's a tough one. We don't see that kettlebell very often. I also think it's a little bit of a fluke that he made that mistake, because I saw him in warm-ups. He was smoking that 150 in warm-ups. Like, it looked very easy for him.
It's hard when you're out there, though, when the pressure's actually on and things like that, every little variable, and especially with that much weight. This is not, it's 150 pounds, people. That is a human being that is compressed into a tiny little ball they have to press above their head on that one.
Start.
All right, and here we go. John Parker over here, another legless athlete. We talk about. Let's see if he can use that little bit of leg power. One of the best deadlifters in the competition. Can he use that power to? Oh, just little dippy, little dippy dip he did there on that one. I'm proud of him. So. All right, good positioning on that. I liked his positioning on that bell. That's only that John did great on that one. All right, John moving on to the keg itself. Oh, man, that's a tough one. As we see, that sun is beating down on them right now. That sun is as high as it can be. If you missed the show earlier, we talked about this a little bit with the women's athletes. It was a nice time of day. Right now, it is 3:03 p.m., and that sun is right above their heads, beating down, making this event harder than it is.
Absolutely, yeah. Can confirm it is very roasty toasty out here. That last heat was Josh England in lane 1 and John Parker in lane 2.
Josh King, former world record deadlifter.
Currently coming out, we got Josh King in lane 1, and I believe it's Dixon Bross in lane 2.
Dixon got second to Josh in the Baltimore qualifier in January, so maybe he's looking for a little revenge.
So this is a rematch of the Baltimore qualifier, actually, that we had for both these guys to qualify for the World Finals here on this one. We have Josh King, Dixon Bross, head-to-head here on the press medley. 300 pounds to the chest. Josh King, no more for his deadlifts than anything else that we have here. But he'll strict press that axle. Moving it on to the kettlebell itself on this one. Great positioning for Josh. Dixon's doing a classic style on that. See, I like the way Dixon did that one from a classic standpoint of getting the front rack position, using that drive, and swinging around the body on that. Josh King with a beautiful keg there. Dixon messing up a little bit there, but he's got to shake it off, and he's going to move on this one. Josh coming in here. All pink everything for Josh King right now.
Josh King making easy work in the axle.
Josh King, fluid, consistent.
Josh, I didn't know you had it like that, brother. 10 seconds.
Dixon still having trouble with that keg. Moving on to last one.
He grabs it now. Oh, come on.
Josh is calling it there. 5 points, still a great job there. So great points on this one with 9 events to go on this today. 4 more events today, 5 more tomorrow. Got plenty of time to get points.
Let's go.
Absolutely. That's very impressive work out of our 105 kilo men in this pressing medley. We do not have a score sheet available to us, unfortunately, but some major standouts were Alex Sukup, Brandon Burley, Tyler Pruitt. I believe, did Candido did pretty good. And he's recovering from a tricep tear.
The hard part is all these athletes are doing so well in this one. It's hard to remember with 22 athletes in the field.
Jeff,
on here.
you have any?
Yeah, there's so many great athletes going through this one, and it was like a whirlwind. It happened so fast on that one that it was just insanely crazy. It looks like we're going to be setting up soon for the deadlift, the escalator deadlift this one. Over 700 pounds for reps on this one coming up here shortly on this. But any takeaways from that first event?
Yeah, no, some of the athletes came out really, really hot, and it was, it's interesting. There's usually like 3 groups of guys in any given contest. There's a group of guys that's out there just trying to get some of it done. There's a group of guys, that's one group. There's another group that is just trying to get the whole thing done. And then there's usually a small group of guys at the top that is genuinely racing to get it done. And we got to see Brandon Burley and Tyler Pruitt being in that third group, genuinely trying to push as fast as they possibly could to finish that. And I mean, like, that was the standout for me. That heat was the standout for me. It was neck and neck until Tyler had a little bit of a hiccup on his second axle clean, and it kind of zonked his run a little bit, unfortunately. But I know he is, he has a strong wrestling background, and one of the things with wrestlers is they are tough. They're very, very mentally and physically tough. I don't think that will slow him down at all. I think he'll take that in stride and he'll say, okay, just watch what I do with this deadlift.
And the score sheet will be on the screen.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. That takeaway is that run. I'd still like run through my head. It was so they were so fluid. They were in unison for half of it. It was just what strongman is, and it's like that little hiccup, that little slip is the only main difference in that one. But we're gonna take a quick short break here. They're gonna set up for the escalation deadlift. We'll go over that here shortly here at Pro Strongman League U105 Men's World Championships. And welcome back, everybody. Pro Strongman League U105 Men's World Championship. My name is CJ Kraus. I'm going to be going over what happened with event number 1. We got the scores live and official for this one. So in first place, as we thought so, it was Brandon Burley with 6 reps completed on that one. Second place was Jeff Laney, finishing with 55.07 seconds. Third place was Evgeny? Yevgeny, thank you, Zach, on that one with 6 implements pressed and 58.13 seconds. Brady Crandall, 6 implements done in about 59.5 seconds. Then we have Alec Suckup with 5 implements, tied with Tyler Pruitt, tied with Stephen Bradley, tied with Joshua King. So they did not get split times per implement, just that they completed it on that one. So that is a big shakeup of points there, shifting down on that one. Then we have Shane Darrow, Kevin Candido, Mike Schimmel, Connor Pennington, Jake Hari. Sorry, I skipped a couple there. Let me go over that one more time. How I did. Shane Darrow, Kevin Candido, Mike Schimmel, Connor Pennington, Jordan. Why Shoeless, thank you once again on that one. All tying for that one. Next tier of athletes was Jake Hari, Ben Watson, DJ Doggett, John Parker, Dixon Bross tying there, and then John Doyle getting the 1 rep on that one. So we saw the majority of the athletes to go over everything on this one. It looks like we had a total of 4 athletes complete the event. We had 4 athletes hit 5 of the 6 implements. We had 5 athletes finish 4 of the implements, and then we had 5 athletes finish 2, and 1 athlete hit 1, and a few, unfortunately, were not able to get a rep on that one. That was a mouthful. I'm tired, but I'm not as tired as athletes are going to event number 2, which are escalating deadlift. I'm going to pass off to Zach to talk about this deadlift event coming up head-to-head.
All right. So next up, as you already know, we have the escalating deadlift. This is event 2 of 5 for today for these athletes. Now, what you're going to see is a side-by-side deadlift. So we have 2 athletes out there doing a deadlift, and the bar is set to a standard height, but it is on an apparatus where after each successful lift, there will be a little bit of weight added. And the weights that we're going to see are going to be 600, 620, 650, 670, 700, and 720. Once they get to 720, it is just 4 reps. So it is very similar to this morning's women's event. We're still seeing 20 to 30 pound jumps every time they touch the weight. And I think we're going to see a couple athletes hitting several repetitions here. We have a couple monster deadlifters, but as we mentioned this morning, this is not just a can you pick up heavy weight once or twice. This is a can you pick up heavy weight 6 times and then do repetitions.
We saw with the women today that 9 reps won the event. Do you think we're going to see some of these athletes hit double digits on this event here, Zach?
Double digits is a big ask, right? I mean, that would mean that they are hitting, what would that be, 5 repetitions with 720 after hitting a rep with 600, 620, 650, 670, 700. So, we're looking at 6 repetitions with 700 or more, and then 4 repetitions with, between 600 and 700. So I think it's possible. I think it's going to depend. That's the best that I can give you. I think it's going to depend on the athletes that come out and in what order they come out. I'd have to take a look at that, but it is possible in my opinion.
It's a very diplomatic answer. The coaching you
Okay.
is it depends.
Give me that.
This
Give me that, Mike. We will not see 10. We'll see 11. No. No, okay. Let me turn the tables on you. What is the winning number?
The winning number on this event is going to be 13.
Really?
I think someone's going to just get that rhythm to get it.
Are we doing Prices Right rules, or are we doing?
I'm going down.
You're going down. Okay.
I believe in these
Are we-
athletes. Is the thing. I think someone can hit it in this group, and I'm seeing a couple guys in this one. But like, they might not need the 13 is the thing. Is that why I'm like, I think we see up to double digits. Though. I think it's gonna be a battle for the double digits. The thing that I'm looking at is the fact that like Brandon Burley finishing off at the end, and Brandon like will know his number, right? He's the guy I'm looking at that can like really shake things up. But there's also Josh King in there, who's going in the middle of this heat, who's going to like really push it. I think he's the guy that's going to be looking at the double digits. Is Josh King is one of them, and there's a few out here as well. But like he's the guy I'm like, man, he's right in the dead heat of all like the heavy hitters that we saw from event 1, and there's killers before him too. But I think Josh is going to be that bar that we see that it decides what Jeff and Brandon want to do for this one.
I agree for the most part. I will say I think the first really big deadlifter that I am aware of coming out is going to be John Parker.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a monstrous deadlifter, and he could hit this for many, many repetitions. But we do have Josh King, as you mentioned, and then another thing is we have Stephen Bradley right after Josh King. So he's gonna, yeah, possibly head to head, but there. Oh, it will be okay. Well, those two are gonna push each other really hard because Stephen Bradley is a wildly strong deadlifter, wildly strong. I mean, I know for a fact that he in the next year and a half is going to be. He's going to be starting to make a push to be the first 105 to hit 1,000 on the deadlift, and I think he has a chance.
Well, that's what I was talking with Brandon Burley yesterday. He's eyeballing the deadlift world record in his sights. That's when I talked to him about this one. He's like, I think it's in my range. I just haven't maxed in so long because he just doesn't do that in the gym on this one. So the fact that he's considering it's on his mind, and that's the big piece of the puzzle is even like consider like that number's in my realm on that one. So we have athletes like that, and that's why I'm like, let's hear from you, chat. I see someone taking a guess right now to say 12 is gonna be the winning number, is what the chat's saying so far. But if you guys have any guesses in there, post them down there. So far, like I believe in these athletes a little bit here, so I'm gonna say 13 just because if they need it. But you're saying 12 on here. You're saying not even 10 on this one.
Let me see it. Let me see that. Let me see that mic. Yeah, let me see the mic. Okay, so I do think we're gonna see. If that's, I want to know if we're doing Price is Right rules. Is all I gotta say. But I think the winning number, if we're trying to either bullseye it or not, I think 11. 11 is my guess. That's where I'm going to stick with that one. I do think it's completely possible that we see more than 11 though. So any which way. So we see the athletes warming up. DJ Doggett on the left of the screen.
Judges and loaders.
All right.
Over here, judges, guys, step away from the camera. You're blocking the camera, Jeff. Ladies, everybody listen to me like this camera.
So our MC today, Mr. Dane, is telling everybody they gotta move. They're blocking the camera. Their backs are too wide. Got a bunch of beefy mofos out here. Got the beefy boys. All right, Josh King looking really strong.
For all your info.
Somebody else said
All right. We're starting to get some questions on what weights will be lifted, the masses hoisted. So these athletes are going to be starting with 600 pounds.
is attentive and watches the
And as soon as they hit a repetition, they get the down call. We're going to go up 20 pounds to 620. After they hit that, they're going to 650, and then 670, and then 700, and then 720. And then once we get to 720, they're going to be repping this out. So it's going to be for reps. The conversation that CJ and I were having was, how many repetitions are we going to see? And CJ still won't answer me. He's being a bit of a coward at the moment. He doesn't want to do Price's Right rules. Doesn't want to bet. But if anybody in the chat guesses on the dot, you come down to Virginia Beach, I will give you one crisp high five. One crisp high five.
I can say I've only heard how crisp these high fives can be. I've not really experienced it yet, but that is quite a gift you can get from a multiple-time world champion. But remember, warm up before this high five from Zach.
That's true. I try to keep the market supply low so the demand is high. It's basic economics, really. Strongman high five economics. Graduate level coursework. Simple, very simple. We got the loaders and judges out here getting these kegs all strapped up. Huge shout out to all the helpers and the volunteers and the staff here. Everybody is killing it. I haven't heard a single complaint from anybody. And everybody's just jumping up saying, what can I do? What's next? How do I help? I mean, everybody here is killing it at PSL, so very impressive.
Once we get into other events that are timed like farmers, right? Let's just say farmers. It's a timed event. You have 60 seconds to get here.
Yeah, I really want to get a shout out to all of our sponsors today as well. So one of the biggest things about this is we can't do this without them. We can't lift our silly little objects from the ground, move them over there without our sponsors. Some of the biggest sponsors we have is Zone Smelling Salts, the wake me up of all wake me ups. If you ever need to get a big lift or just get on a long drive, make sure you don't fall asleep, get those Zone Smelling Salts coming in. Maybe we do a live sound ASMR of Zone Smelling Salts. Right? Let me finish talking about other sponsors real quick on this one.
No, you have to do it. You have to do it between sponsors.
Between sponsors.
Every sponsor.
This one. Okay. So Zone Smelling Salts number 1 on this one. Here we go. And then
Here we go. Oh, man. Oh, no, it burns.
okay. Number 2 on this one. I'm awake. I'm good. Serious Steel Fitness on this one. Some of the best bands work that we have in the market here. We have Strong IV helping out the athletes, make sure they can rehydrate after their big cuts. Hosswear, of course, supplying the shirts on this one. Notorious Lift for all their shoes and accessories with their just so many. Restorative Research, Sky Olson, shout out to him on this one, being the athlete on top of everything. We have Iron Ape as well, and so many great things we have. And of course, Freedom Strength, one of the major sponsors for all the bags that we have. My nose is tingling. That's all I can be. Thank you so much, Zone Smelling Salts, for the pick me up I needed just now. Thank you, Zach, for supplying the zone to my nostril.
That's what we do here. I'm the supportive one, and you do all the work. You do all the heavy lifting, and I don't look pretty, but
I do heavy lifting.
okay, so
we got another guest in the chat. We got 9 as the winner, tying the women's number, saying 9's gonna be. I think 9's a very respectable number across the board. I just think there's enough push in this one that like almost any show. Okay, what do we got?
Okay. So I'm gonna take a crack at what I think is gonna happen with the main lift, like with the really heavy deadlifters, and then we'll have you take a crack at it. How's that sound?
All right, let's go. Let's do it.
Okay, so I think John Parker is gonna get 6, 7, 8. I think he's gonna hit 8 or 9, and then I think DJ Doggett is gonna hit somewhere between 8 and 10, and I think as a result, it's gonna push Josh King and Steve Bradley to hit 10 to 11, maybe 12, and then we're going to be, we are going to see 13. I think we're going to see 13. Yeah, I think we're going to see 13 late, like 12 to 13.
I'm glad you went through the process much slower than I did because I did it in my head. You had to bring it out loud on this. That's kind of the exact routine I think we're going to see on us on that one. Like I said, John Parker, who I see, is in that like 8 to 10 range. So we're in that perfect sweet spot. Their DJ can also be pushing that one. It looks like they might be either head-to-head or right near each other as well. And that is going to push them to do more on that one. And then we have the Josh King jump inside of there. And the athletes in the middle might be getting that 7s range as well, trying to fight for those points as they come through. Stephen Bradley, right there, they're gonna be gunning right there, and to end with the Brandon Burley, Jeff Laney, and I think they'll both pass out on the platform before they take a L on this event. In my opinion, that's why I think that 13 is like totally achievable, totally doable number.
I think this event is just going to be an absolute bloodbath. I think it's going to be like, I mean, these guys are going to go so hard on this event. And I wonder if anybody's going to be just totally shot after this event, because they still have some very challenging events today. But tomorrow they have a squat for reps that I think we're going to see upwards of 15 repetitions from some of these guys, which is just absolutely gruesome. Like this is going to be a very brutal contest to get through.
We'll know who did their conditioning in the show. That's the biggest thing. We'll know that for a fact, like who did the things, the small stuff, the bike sprints, the reps on the multiple implements. One of the biggest things for this show specifically that I like to do near the end of prep is I limit my rest times to shorter in between, because I know it's going to be quick. I mean, we've been talking for a minute, but realistically, if this was like any other show besides Pro Strongman League, we probably have an hour between events. These athletes are lucky right now that they're trying to finagle and make sure, as safety protocols need to come into play here, that everything's set up perfectly for the athletes. That's taking slightly longer than normal. Usually it's a 15-minute turnaround, and boom, you got to go at Pro Strongman League. Especially with 22 athletes, we want to be good, make sure it's efficiently ran show, but also it's all about the speed of the show. One of the things this year with Pro Strongman League, in my opinion, they stepped the weights up on everything, on every show this year. Like, this is the heaviest year of Pro Strongman League across the board from what I've been seeing. And that's me looking at this show and looking at the shows coming up, with the U90 show coming up in August as well. And the announcements of the other shows coming up with the 80s and the 64s and things like that coming. It's going to be, in the 73s, it's going to be a crazy year of just like, Pro Strongman League was always about pushing the envelope in terms of speed, in terms of agility, in terms of, now they're starting to become, wow, this is one of the heavier shows too. So that's going to play a huge factor in how athletes prepare for this one. What do you think of all that?
Yeah, I completely agree. These contests are getting heavier. The limited rest time is an extreme factor that is going to hinder some of the performances of these athletes. It is a manageable, we'll say variable, that can be trained for and can be managed, but if you overlook it, it will punish you. Just like the weather, just like we were talking about earlier today. If you are not used to this kind of weather, if you haven't not accounted for lifting outside, you're used to looking at a ceiling for, we'll say like a log clean and press, or like say the keg, you can get very disoriented looking straight up into the sky. That's very controllable. You just have to account for that in the training. Yeah, and all, you know, all these things are things a high-level athlete should be asking and should be preparing for when they are getting ready for a show of this caliber. You have to try to control every variable, or at least account for every variable. Okay, so we have one of the loaders testing out the deadlift, making sure everything is nice and weighted evenly. Even-ish. This is strongman. Everything is ish. 600-ish. 620-ish. 650-ish. 670-ish. 700-ish. 720-ish.
Yeah, especially with these like implements that we have going on. The kegs haven't weighed down to the half pound. Everything's pretty much as close as it can be on this one, but it's just making sure that it's as fair as possible. But again, it's strongman. Every athlete has the same implements. Every athlete has the same problems. Like sometimes a sandbag is listed as 300, it's 295 or it's 302. Like, it's going to be the way it is. That's the beauty of the sport. But as long as everyone gets the same circumstances, that's what matters about here. One of the biggest things. Yeah, thank you guys in the chat there, giving our judges a huge shout out for their deadlift protocols we have. We are very proud to have some of the best judges out here, giving the proper down commands, making sure everyone's earning their reps. Our goal is never take away a rep from an athlete, to make sure they earn it and make sure it's all safe across the board on that. And that's one of the best perks of it. If you're in lane 1, you're getting Bobby Thompson. You've heard of Bobby Thompson before, right? He's done a thing or two in the sport.
Who's Bobby Thompson? Why don't you tell me about who Bobby Thompson is?
Bobby Thompson, he's done, World's Strongest Man. He's done the Arnold. He's one of the best pressers and deadlifters in the world. On this one's really good judge. He's got lovely dogs. That's actually what I know most about him. He's got a cute little puppy here today. Chad Corey, a legend himself in the sport, over 25 years in the sport, maybe close to 30 at this point.
Over 20.
Yeah, over 20 in there. So one of the biggest things there. So 2 excellent judges down there giving the down commands. Again, I've had both these judges judge me on that, and like I said, they are fair, they are firm, and you earn every single one of those down commands that you get.
Firm but fair. That's what we're after here. Yeah, no, Bobby Thompson is monstrously strong. Recently retired and really focused on just health and making sure that he is able to enjoy life and live life. And I think it speaks a lot to his character that he comes here. He decides to come here and help with this competition. I think that speaks a lot to me.
Yeah, I mean, everyone out here is volunteering their time for the most part. Everyone here is doing a lot of work in the blistering sun to make sure that all these athletes, all 22 of the ones able to compete today, I will say, I just want to give a shout out to Josh Harrelson. Unfortunate, we were supposed to have 23 athletes. I know I've had a few questions about this privately on this, but I want to kind of, he unfortunately suffered an injury. He is okay. He's sitting on the sidelines, nothing major, but he's unable to compete today. I just want to keep anybody looking out for that one. Send Josh, a heart in the chat or something just to show your support for him. He wanted to be out there. He hurt himself during warm-ups, so it's one of the biggest things. Unfortunately, every time we go compete, every time we train, every time we lift, the weights are still challenging. Even a routine day can turn into an injury sometimes on that one. So that's the biggest thing about this. He'll be back. He's one of the best, bounce back athletes we'll see. It's just another bump in the road for this man. But we have 22 of the best in the world here competing today. What more can you ask for on this one? Excellent commentary from Zach over here. Doing my best to keep up with him. All right, looks like we're just about to begin. The first 2 athletes are coming up right now. We have Sky Olson and Josh England coming up right now for this event. I believe it starts off 650 pounds, is that correct?
600.
600 pounds, sorry, 600 pounds.
Then 20 and 30 alternating jumps.
All right, these athletes will be going head-to-head on this one. So trying to get as many reps as possible. Each rep building up to a 725-pound final that they get to rep out. Increasing weights each and every time they get a rep. As you can see, there's a deadlift bar connected to this apparatus that makes it nice and whippy, nice and challenging on this one. We saw Angeline earlier really work this implement well by taking rests in between. I wanted to see any other athletes use that to their advantage on this one. Sky Olson with a very fast rep on this one. Josh not too far behind him, waiting for that weight to be added. Sky's nice there. Almost stiff-legged deadlifting this one to get that powerful drive up. We're seeing Josh use that hitching technique we talked about earlier on that one. If you missed all that chat, we'll chat more soon, but there's a lot of action on here going forward. Sky's having some trouble with this third rep here. It's getting a high point. Josh is in a little bit of rough time as well. Again, these weights are not light.
Plenty of time to strap back in. And
All right, Sky taking the second here, getting himself all set up.
Casey's going to call it there. I think Sky's calling it there. Good job, boys. Next we get this.
All right, calling it there. Great start to the event zone. No zeros across the board. Both athletes are on the board for the day. Sometimes that's all you need is get on the board starting off. Because, again, this is event number 2 of 10 total. We have 5 events today. But don't forget to join us back tomorrow for 5 more events for this one. Up next, we are going to have Casey Regan and John Doyle on this one.
Up next, John Doyle,
Yep.
Josh England. Yep, right there, John.
I'll take.
Be centered.
A little hiccup.
Absolutely should be centered first. My timer's ready. Judges. Athletes ready. Judges ready. Start.
John Doyle is more of a marathon man than he is an athlete. This man competes more than anybody I ever see in my life on here. And then
See the pants they're wearing?
he just loves competition. Masters athlete as well. So definitely one of the ones to look out for.
What a monster.
Powerful deadlift in this one.
Once again, John Doyle, one of our Masters athletes today, 40 years old.
Yep. He has the Spud briefs on, helping with those hip drive. Again, setting up here, resetting each time. He's asking to move the platform that he has to make sure it's in the right spot for him. Because, again, as you put this down, you need to put it down in control because it does move as well. And then it bounces, it shifts. It's not like a bar you can move your feet around. That you're kind of figuring out where you need to be, so you're able to move as it comes through. So using the classic straps, the figure 9s, I think they call them sometimes on that, but where it's the regular figure 8. So it took a little longer to strap back in on that one. It's funny, I have actually never used a regular strap.
What?
I've only used figure 8s. I went from using no straps for the first 6 years of doing strongman right into figure 8s. I never learned that middle gap on that one. So I was doing a lot of my first it was about 4 years actually, where I was an amateur. I was even doing amateur shows and made it to nationals where I just didn't know what straps were. And on axle deadlifts, things like that, I was doing reverse grip until someone pulled me aside hey, kid, you need to learn this. And someone handed me a first set of figure 8s and I never looked back.
I will say it's a bit of it dates myself a little bit, but there was a time where straps were not allowed on axle deadlifts no matter what. The point was to make it challenging. It is also a grip event. And so, straps being allowed in deadlifting is actually a pretty new standard, we'll say. It used to be very 50-50.
I got Ben Watson and Jake Hari is up now. Jake's got his first rep in. Ben's working it through as well. Ben's got to get his head up a little bit quicker on that one. His head's sitting a little bit too low. It's a tendency I honestly do have as well. My wife yells at me all the time when I'm in the middle of my deadlift. I look down. If you get your head up and through, it helps get your hips up and through as well. All right, a couple reps in here. And looks like both athletes are calling out. Looks like Jake is going for another rep here. All right, they're calling it there. What a great run there, guys. This is not light. This is not easy. The bar's not what it normally is. Even a weight like this seems heavier than it normally would be in the gym. Because, again, that extra flex, the extra weight shifted on that one. It's a different lift. Out the time here. Oh, what a heat we got going on here. John Parker, DJ Doggett.
This will be our most exciting heat yet.
Oh, yeah, for
Flat
sure.
out.
For sure. This is where it might see those reps. This is going to show what if we were close to guessing right, because these guys are some of the best deadlifters in the class. Some of the best deadlifters in the world, even on that.
I'm calling for 8. 8.
8 from both?
Oh. I think so. Yeah.
Dual 8s are going on here. I'm going to give John a 9 because I want to see it happen, and I believe in him. But I wouldn't be surprised if DJ edges it too. So it's one of those things.
I almost said 7 and 8 or 8 and 9, and no particular order.
No order on this one. But they are showing it out right now. DJ Doggett slightly ahead on this one.
It's a rep fest.
They're working. They're making the loaders work on this one. John's got a little bit of a shake in his legs, though. It looks like his warm-ups might not be there. And this is what we're seeing with that bar. The bar's spinning in their hands as they're pulling it up. They're not pulling in the fluid motion where it needs to be. That's where if you start rotating those wrists slightly, which you wouldn't notice on a regular bar, but with this apparatus, it starts to spin and turn. That's what makes it so different on this one. Oh, wow. And again.
So, yeah, I was very wrong. That's, this might be more challenging than previously believed. It is, it's possible that it is slightly heavier than listed. But I don't know. Both of those guys are monstrous deadlifters. And the fact that both of them kind of got stumped right there has me a bit, skeptical.
Yeah, I think our numbers are going to be off. I think what this shows me is how amazing were the women earlier. That's what it shows me. And, the women set the bar, and they set it high on this one with what they did. So this is, again, I unfortunately was injured last year at Pro Strongman League U90s, and I was not able to do this apparatus. So I cannot tell you how much easier or harder it is than a regular bar on this one. I would assume it's not too far off, but I seem to be stumped and wrong. It plummeted to these gentlemen's maxes on this one. Shane Darrow making that first weight look easy, though. And looks like we have Dixon on the other side. Dixon Bross. I think Shane just needs to be fluid and consistent on this one. He's a good deadlifter. I don't think he is a great deadlifter in this field. Again, in this field is what I'm saying it as.
No, I would agree with you. However, he's swiftly approaching first place right now.
I think the way he's approaching it is smart. That's the biggest thing. It's like a little bit of hip shift, but a very good lift there. Oh, we're starting to see that spin happen again.
I think that ties first place. And I also think that we're going to see an interesting issue happening here where we're getting a little bit of spin in the apparatus. So we'll see how this goes.
A spin is the biggest thing here, but we're seeing both apparatus spin. So again, we saw it on DJ's and we saw it on Shane's, right? What do you think is causing that spin? I have my theories of where they're trying to lock out, they're kind of pulling their wrists in. It's causing the big apparatus to spin because that bar will spin because it is a deadlift bar. It's not a stiff axle bar or a fixed bar on that one.
Unfortunately, I am almost certain in my conclusion on this one. It is because the weight is too high above the rotational center and there's not enough weight to counter. So as the weight that's getting loaded on the pins above the barbell is getting heavier and heavier, it falls off to one side of the rotational center, and then it's a positive feedback loop for its rotation. So if we get up to the heavy, we're gonna see some guys really struggling with that actually, and it'll be interesting to see how we handle that because I've actually seen this happen in a competition before, so it happens occasionally, but it's a rare incident.
Science and stuff.
Science, baby.
And we're seeing that spin happen once again to Kevin Candido.
We're ready for 670. 30 seconds left, roughly. Nice hitch there by Mike.
Yeah, this is definitely different than what we expected. But again,
Kevin with 670. He's fighting it. Look at him. They are spinning. Oh my goodness.
he's like, I'm done anyways.
670 there for Kevin. Yeah, Kevin, you were going.
Yeah, so this will be a tough one. This will be a tough one to see how they handle it.
Yeah, I'll get Zach back on here shortly to explain it. He is actually out there trying to help out a little bit to alleviate the issue for this one. That we had to kind of explain to Tyler how we can alleviate this one.
Not his first shot.
All right, Why Shoeless is coming up next.
All right, so we had a couple questions on breaking down what I was mentioning. When you have a weight further away from a rotational center, it creates a moment arm, and right now the weight there's a lot of weight directly above the barbell or directly above the rotational center. As it starts to get away from the center, it creates a larger moment arm, which creates more rotational force, and it's a runaway effect, really. So the more weight is loaded on top and the more off center it becomes, the more it will start to spin and spin quickly. And so I've seen this happen with one other competition before. It's really tricky, and sometimes it comes down to not testing. But the frustrating thing is, I did talk to Tyler, and this event has been tested, and it's actually been ran before at PSL with zero issue. So it is a little confusing as to why this is happening, but nonetheless, it is happening. But this is where we're at. So in order to keep it fair for the athletes, I believe the ruling on the field is going to be, we got to just run it. Which, it is 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. It is, and it's also a Sophie's choice where both choices are bad. Like running it is a difficult call, but then also changing it is a difficult call because it brings into question the fairness of the event for the other athletes that have already gone.
Go down to one lane. All right, looks like we're going down to one lane on this one, mostly because the far side had that one rotational flip. I think it's becoming more of an issue because I think when it hit the ground, it might have bent something. They want to be certain that every athlete gets the same principles, so we're going down to one lane on this one. It's only been happening post the flip that happened on Kevin Candido's run there. So Tyler Pruitt is up now. The hard part now is you're not head-to-head. It's now you're solo-dolo.
Absolutely, yeah. And you know what? I just think Kevin Candido got too much deadlift power. and the attachment was like, I'm out, peace. I'm done. I'm gonna go enjoy the beach. I'm done for the weekend. I've had it with this.
Well, that apparatus made it through all the women, all the. it's done a lot of work on this one. This one's holding up a little right here, but it's hard. These are heavy weights between the women repping it out. And what this is showing me is how strong those women were. I don't want to hype it up too much, but man, because these are some of the strongest men on the planet. And again, the weights are different, of course, but we haven't seen an athlete make it to the top weight yet here for this one, which shows how tough this weight is.
Up next,
Alex, soak up the sun.
Alex, be right behind this line, right? If you want to adjust the box camera right there.
All right, locked in on this one. Probably a little bit upset with his first event. I think he expected to get all 6 implements, so he's got to come out. He's got killers behind him, waiting for him, wanting his spot atop of the table.
Absolutely, and he is the returning champion here at PSL in the 105 division. But this last year has been a little rough. He had a pec tear in the time since and has recovered. But it can be tough getting back to training after that kind of injury. Those injuries, tears are interesting because sometimes they can be very manageable, and then other times they can really derail a lot in your training and in your performance.
Yeah, I was talking with Alec a little bit before. He actually had surgery on it. It took 6 months of recovery on this one, he was telling me. And the scar is pretty brutal on that one. A little bit larger than I normally see from a pec tear from what I've seen previously on this one. But the fact that he's back competing, it's great to see on this one. I like to call whoever's the previous winner the silhouette, because if you look at the shirts, that's Alec on everyone's shirts. That's the thing about Pro Strongman. You win the show, you come back and compete the next year, you're the logo that next year on that one. So the silhouette, the logo, that's what I love about Pro Strongman League, is that cool little spice.
That is super cool. I was unaware of that, actually. That is so cool. I think that is appropriate as well. It's very, very appropriate.
Yeah, so you're the person on the shirt in the front right there. So we see Stephen Bradley coming up. Again, Stephen Bradley, one of the best deadlifters in the world here. This is going to be a show on here. On the shirt is Alec from last year in the show doing the press medley. So I think it's a cool little thing right there.
I think that's awesome. Yeah, speaking to Stephen Bradley's deadlifting prowess, I have seen him pull 900 pounds. Like, I've seen it. I've seen it.
With his own eyes.
With my own eyes. So 650 going up right now. Yeah, so we're getting a little spin off the side of that. You know what? I think you might have a little something with the bowing and bending right there, because he deadlifts. He's a very RDL kind of deadlifter.
700 pounds.
Okay.
20 seconds left.
It is very interesting. It stays level until they finish past the knees, and then there's a spin. Yeah. No, that is very interesting. It's almost like the bar is. The bearings are not working on the bar properly, like it's locked in too tight.
Yeah, it's reacting so much to the way the athletes are pulling, almost. That's one thing. That's the only thing I was noticing. Is we're seeing it more with the athletes that have a profound hip shift when they lock out. And less so, he's very smooth and clean. Again, he's a little bit RDL-y. He's built really long arms, which helps him out a lot on that one. So it's one of the biggest things there. It's like, and he barely had any shift until like just before the lockout in the weight shift on that one. So that's one of the things we're seeing with Steven, especially on that one. So again, piece of the puzzle on there.
Weight of his world record at the time, but I believe it was around 920, 930.
And then following that one up, we have Josh King on this one. So far, no athletes finished 725 though.
That is crazy.
Shocking.
That is crazy to me.
Oh, he did it for one.
Josh wants these points. Let's see.
He got for one. Sorry, I apologize about that.
Oh, Stephen Bradley.
Yes,
there at
sorry.
the end.
Yes.
We're a bit fixated on the spinning of that bar.
Yeah, we were expecting.
Wow.
And if you pull fast enough, it might not spin.
Holy cow.
Speed rep with the 620. Speed rep with the 650. 670. Wow.
I'm in awe right now.
What do you think? This is
Same.
incredible. 700 pounds.
I mean, I set the bar for this man.
Almost. 720. Will he be the first man to get 720?
Oh, nice, I did.
Yes, he is. Is he going to be next?
720 on there.
A couple athletes left. We know Burley's a good deadlifter. He needs these points. So he wants this rep. He doesn't want to leave it to chance. He does not want to leave it to chance and let anybody tie him.
Looks like he got top rep of 720 on that one. Again, everything we're saying is unofficial scoring until it's officially up there. Because from what I saw, I did not think Stephen Bradley got the top weight. Chad is saying he did. I could have missed it on that one. But we know, I heard and I know that Josh King just hit 720. We'll get the official scores when they come out to us. But that was, man. But again, we saw him more vertical with his pull on that one. No shift.
Absolutely, yeah. And I didn't think Steven got the down call on that, but I am very open to being incorrect. And for anybody who is who's watching, if you feel like doing a little bit of research, just wind back the video a little bit and give us a confirmation, if you wouldn't mind. That would be nice because we are observing the comments as we commentate. Right now we have a Mr. We got Dr. Brady Crandall, one of the vegan athletes here. Handle is Vegan Hercules on Instagram. Interesting fella as well. A little bit about him. I'll pull that up here in a minute. What are you seeing out of this deadlift, CJ?
I mean, I'm seeing smooth lifts right now, and he's readjusting with each and every single lift. We're seeing a lot of that like technique, and again, the fellow vegan, Angeline, was able to readjust on every single lift.
Should be great points. 20 seconds. Crowd's waiting in suspense like they're at a chess match right now. Just waiting for you to
Yeah.
stop.
So when I got a chance to learn a little bit more about Dr. Brady Crandall, he mentioned that he is the strongman captain for the Vegan Strong Plant Built Team, a collective of elite plant-based strength athletes. They have some bodybuilders, some strongmen, some powerlifters, crossfitters, Olympic lifters, and kettlebell sport. But he and Angeline Berva are on that same plant-built team. So pretty cool that those two are in different divisions, but also on the same team in that way.
Different countries too.
Different countries, yeah. No, that's a really good point. Yeah, because Angeline is from France, and yeah, Dr. Crandall is from the old USA.
All right, I'm gonna let you pronounce this gentleman's name again because you do it so well.
I need to see it spelled real quick.
Let's see what he's got.
Yevgeny Nastenko. Yevgeny Nastenko.
You put the twang on it almost. They have the nice little European little zest on that thing.
Like I said,
Again, methodical in this one. I think that's the route all the last athletes should take is methodical because they're not. This is not a rep fest like we thought it was going to be. We were all wrong. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to accept that you can be wrong sometimes.
I can't do it.
I believe in these athletes, and again, the implements matter. This is not a bar in your gym on this one. I guarantee you when you see someone like the level of Stephen Bradley and Josh King struggle at 700 pounds, these gentlemen have done well over 900 pounds each on this.
Not even 3 weeks ago, Stephen Bradley, because we train at the same gym, Stephen Bradley asked me to give him down calls on his deadlift medley, and he worked up from 600 to 740 and shut it down. And he hit every rep, and I was really mean about the down calls. So I'm really surprised to see that. There's something interesting going on, but that's okay. That's okay, because here's the big thing: all the athletes have to do the same lift. The weights are all the same for all of these athletes, which is perfectly fine. I like to tell the athletes that I'm working with that all of the competition weights are 600-ish. Maybe it started at 650. I don't know. I don't really care. I'm gonna lift it anyway, and you are too. Here we go with Jeff Laney. Big old deadlifter. Exciting to see this.
The fridge. Jeff Laney wearing his notorious deadlift shoes up there. I talked about those earlier. So he's got the clean white ones, which is the same ones I use. So I think he's copying me on this one. But his lats are just so strong. Oh my God! You can't see from the front, but man,
That is one clean fridge.
nice and locked in there.
Gotta be huge in maintaining his position here.
He's calling it there. He is playing the game, people. Jeff is playing the game.
Not a bad decision.
He's a very cerebral athlete. Coming from powerlifting background, he knows the games well, and he knows his 10 events. And he knows he's in second place right now. He knows what his athletes did. I guarantee every piece of the puzzle was calculated there. He's like, I do not need to break my back with so many great events to come up right here. Here you go. Your turn. So now, Brandon Burley, first place. It's only going to take 2 reps of the top weight to take the win on this one.
Athlete ready.
Do you think he goes for the win, or do you think he hits that one and calls it at second place?
He's got 670 in him.
I know Brandon's going to go for the win. Brandon's that guy.
Guys there.
If he's got it in the tank, he's going to fight for it. He is just a fiery athlete, and you'll see that. And he'd be more mad at himself for not doing it if he has it in the tank. I think it comes down to how the rep before it feels and how the rep before it looks. Because if you ever chance to talk to Brandon Burley, he is cerebral with all of this. He's the Professor X of strongman right now. As we saw right there, that was the perfect call. That was his cerebral. If he has it, he would have went for it, and he knew he didn't have it on that one. No wasted energy.
Yeah, very, very good decision right there, because that was a labored pull, and he could probably feel it spinning a little bit, and he said, "You know what? Like, I'm not gonna mess with this. 700 is good for me. I'm gonna bow out."
Especially when athletes didn't get to that level. Especially, what are you sharing like this one? You already have the lead. This is the game we play, people. This is what strongman is. Doesn't matter how much you win by you. It's all about the next points, especially with 10 events. Again, Brandon Burley last year, zeroed an event and had to fight from the bottom, took second place. This man is now playing the game for points right now. He's gunning for that title. And we'll be back shortly to go over the scores from that last event here at Pro Strongman League U105 World Championships. All right, everybody, welcome back. This is CJ Kraus here at Pro Strongman League U105 Men's World Championship. And what a previous event. I do want to address something. Tyler has addressed the athletes, gone over it. The last event was heavier than expected, which shows probably why some of the reps are changing. It was loaded 60 to 100 pounds heavier than what we're saying. We're leaning more towards 100 pounds. Both apparatus were misloaded the same weight on this one. So these athletes are much stronger than they thought they were on this one. So instead of starting off at 600 pounds, they started off at 700 pounds, with the last one ending around 825 for the last lift. And the athlete that was able to get that 825 was Joshua King, winning that event. Brandon Burley and Stephen Bradley got 5 reps total each. Kevin Candido, Shane Darrow hitting 4 reps on the deadlift. We have John Parker, Jeff Laney, DJ Doggett, and Mike Schimmel hitting 3 reps across that one. Again, this started off at 700 pounds, which was near the end of their weight they were supposed to hit what they planned on. So these athletes are insane across the board. Brady Crandall, Dr. Brady Crandall, Connor Pennington, Sky Olson, Alex Suckup, Evgeny Nastenko, Casey Reagan, Jordan, John Doyle, all hitting 2 reps. Dixon Mason, Josh England, Tyler Pruitt, Ben Watson, and Jake Hari all hitting that 700-pound starter out the gate there. So now going over the overall scores has been shaken up quite a bit. We have Brandon Burley sitting with a comfortable 42.5 points. Josh King hitting 38.5 points. Stephen Bradley sitting with 37 points. Jeff Laney shifts a little bit, 36.5 points. Kevin Candido jumping into 5th place on this one, 30.5 points. Tied with Shane Darrow with 30.5 points. Evgeny Nashenko, 29.5 points. Brady Crandall, 28.5. Mike Schimmel, 27.5. Alec with 26. John Parker, 22.5, tied with DJ Doggett at 22.5. Connor Pennington at 21.5. Jordan White Shoeless, 21.5 over here with Connor Pennington tied on there. Tyler Pruitt, 19.5. John Doyle, 13.5. Dixon Mason, Ben Watson, and Jake Hari all with 10 points. Sky Olson just behind him with 5 points, tied with Casey Reagan and Josh England with 3 points. I hope you caught all of that going forward. But the main thing to take away right now is we're about to start Event 3 here shortly. We'll go over that here shortly at Pro Strongman League U105 Men's World Championships. We'll be back soon.
All right. Looks like we are getting ready for this next event. Some athletes getting some warm-ups in here on this sunny day in Virginia Beach.
Can I get the judges and loaders to the platform? Working far too hard.
Okay, event 3 coming up next. The bag throw for max weight. So what we have right here are sandbags of 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, and 70 pounds. The goal here is to throw over the heaviest weight possible. It is not a series like a normal, most people that watch sandbag throwing, it's usually a series, or it is done in rounds for a max. This is, you have 75 seconds to throw over the heaviest bag possible, and whoever clears the heaviest bag wins the event. Just as simple as that. With one caveat: if there is a tie at the heaviest weight, the person who threw the bag over first in their order wins the event. So that is to say, if two athletes clear a 70, but one of them cleared a 65 first and the other did not, the one that only cleared the 70 wins. Just that simple. So we got spotters and loaders getting things ready, judges conversing a little bit, making sure there's no sand on the field.
Stage, please. We got to load one of the bags. We had a torn bag. We got to load 15 pounds of sand. We need the volunteers. We need the shovel if it's over there. Oh, I got the shovel.
So there'll be a little slowdown because we got a bag split on here.
The scale needs to go on the plate. Jared, can you grab a 45-pound plate? Thank you, Darren. Spencer, here's the shovel. Don't hit the wires.
All right. If we got any good strongman historians or people that are very aware of the current records, if somebody could look up the record for the heaviest sandbag thrown over a 15-foot bar for the under 105 athletes, I think it should be around 65 or 70. And I think it was done at the 2025 America's Strongest Man in Las Vegas. I think DJ Doggett and what's his name? It's killing me. I can't remember it. But DJ Doggett and one other athlete cleared it. Cleared a 67 maybe. I think they cleared a 67. Might have been a 70. Any which way. I'll be keeping my eye on the comments for that. So it looks like we're just filling a little bit of time. If anybody has any questions for me or about the sport of strongman in general, leave them in the comments and I will address them. Right now is your opportunity to talk to someone who's been in the sport for 20 years. And really ask me a curveball. Make it interesting. All right, we're going to address those questions here in a minute. It kind of snuck up on us. We had to have a little offline conversation.
Thank you, guys. We got it right. Sorry, Josh.
I was told that CJ informed the audience of what happened with the weights in the last event.
Here we go.
And the promoter Tyler Purdue wants to make it very clear that that is on him. Very
Nice throw, Josh.
very high integrity move in my opinion, and that is standard Tyler behavior.
Yeah, we can leave it at that as well. If you don't know what happened, there's just a little bit of weight issue, but every athlete was told after the fact together, and every athlete is cool. I think it was all the same for everybody, and all we need to do is figure out the multiplier for our events, like how many reps we guessed based on the weight it was.
Somebody do the math. I need a spreadsheet wizard.
Yeah, how do we get the math if we were right or not? What if 13 would have happened if the weights were not 100 pounds over what we expected? But now we have the sandbag toss.
But we did get to see the absolute limit of 105 performance because that was absurd. Potentially we saw a 750 deadlift or like a 7.
No, we saw multiple over 800.
It's a multiple over 8.
Multiple over 800 in reps. No, we saw
Oh man.
multiple. Like Josh King was 825 for reps
Damn.
on that one.
Damn, that's crazy. He's strong.
He's a
Right now we're watching Josh England on this throw.
You see the differentiation, right? Josh went first because he finished last on the deadlift, right?
And I believe he cleared
2 bags.
cleared 2. So it looks like 45 and 50 perhaps? Or it might have been 50 and 55. I'm going to need to look at the bags. We got 70, 65, 60. And he was throwing that third one. He was trying for 60.
Yes, so he got 55.
Okay. Yeah.
When to let go of the bag, I mean, there's a lot to it. It's a really fun.
These bags be heavy. But again, let's talk about this setup. My God, is it lovely to see these lifters with the heavy machinery creating this tosser here. Jake Hari is up next on this one.
Jake's a good throw. He's going
Going,
60 pounds.
okay, going straight for 60. Wow.
I've heard a lot of athletes talk about 60s where they want to start, which is crazy to me on that one.
He just threw that like 16 feet in the air.
He almost went over the bar, the big bar up there. He just got his trajectory. He just got his trajectory.
He has plenty of height on these guys.
I think if he would have got the trajectory, he could have 65 easy.
Yeah, I honestly think he could clear a 65 if he could get his timing. Like, if he could get his trajectory, really. I mean,
That was lovely. That 60 just was beautiful. It was as clean as every single rep. And he's got 75 seconds. He got a minute 15. He knows the plenty of time.
honestly, 60, 65, those are pretty big numbers. I think we could. I am very confident we're going to see a 70. I'm kind of surprised. I don't know that we have a contingency for somebody that clears the 70 easily. And I do think DJ Doggett could do that. I think he could clear the 70 like 5 times if he wanted.
I mean, that would be a record today on that one. I believe the record's 67.5.
I think he could do it. I think he could clear the 70.
I mean, he'll be up today. Can't wait to see that one. He is a maniac of a tosser on that one.
So he got 60, which is a great bag, but that's 3 attempts. So if another athlete comes and gets it in 1 try or 2, they'll break the tie with Jake.
So is it in number of attempts or number?
I will say this is a great event for the athletes to have after those 2 first events, where it's challenging the skill more than the strength. Because if you had another rep fest right now, this is like, I wouldn't call it a break event, but it's the closest thing you're going to get here at Pro Strongman League.
Last night, he persevered, made weight, and he's ready to give us a show, aren't you, Ben? Athlete ready, judge ready, start.
Ben Watson's up next.
There we go.
He's got the 50-pound bag, it looks like.
Going for the 50-pound bag.
Correct.
Nice. He said
Oh, super clean.
That might have been more of a warm-up throw for him. Just
Oh,
get a
okay.
little loose, 'cause he's
50
got
to 60, it's a big jump.
15 minutes
Yeah.
between their last warm-ups. You get cold.
It's interesting to go for like the 60 or after the 50, how clean that was. Because now he's going to get points behind
That bag
Jake.
is still carrying upwards when it hit the chain.
Yeah, I definitely think that you gotta take a swing, 1 or 2 at what you think you're capable of in this kind of event.
Let's get this going.
Because if you clear a different bag first and then you clear the next bag,
Roger them. We got 10
it
seconds, so plenty of time.
reduces your placement on the instance of a tie. And we saw that with the women this morning. That actually happened to a couple people.
Yeah, we saw Lydia Wallace able to hit the 40-pound bag, was after she hit a 35. So on her second bag over, so 2 athletes jumped her in points
Oh, nice.
on there,
Oh, great job.
which overall cost her 1.5 points on her total score. And currently, I believe she's sitting in
You get 10 seconds.
4th place,
Have a go.
and she's
Have a
half a
go.
point outside of 3rd. So that 1 point makes a huge difference.
Let's go.
Yeah, so
Stay with that
strategically,
one.
that's
All
a
right,
toughie because, Ben Watson did in fact clear 60, which is a great number, but he is currently sitting in second because it was the second bag that he cleared.
Correct, yeah. So it's bittersweet, right? It's a catch-22 here because we're used to going unison and getting better as we toss the bags. This is like one of those like Babe Ruth call your shots. You got to make your pick. You got to push it. You got to go for what you want to go for.
with some extra food.
And it looks like we have Dixon, I believe, is up now. Yep, Dixon Bross.
Our podium from the qualifier. Athlete ready? Judges ready. Start.
All right, showing up second place in the Maryland qualifier.
Going for the 40-pound bag.
Start off with the 40-pound bag.
I think he's got this. Maybe a warm-up. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Plenty.
He looks not confident.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm not sure some of the athletes are completely aware of how the tiebreaker criteria is being applied here. We've seen 2 athletes in a row clear their first bag easily and then go up and clear another bag. So that is strategically potentially very detrimental.
And it's really on them. I know these athletes have had their rules for months on this one, but again, a lot of these athletes are rookies here at Pro Strongman League. Maybe not in the sport, but definitely Pro Strongman is always a little bit different. You used to, in most shows, you have to go through every bag to get to the next bag. So this is a big difference that we have here.
It's a big strategy. It's a great call, Nancy.
Yeah, and I definitely think that this is a very rare kind of event that we see, and so it is very important to, if you go to a competition, you read through those rules really carefully and you make sure that you understand all of the nuances, because there are people even at this level that are going to be, which is very high level, that are going to be leaving points on the table. I mean, that's just what it is. There's no other way to put it or sugarcoat it. That being said, they're still getting a great performance and putting up impressive numbers, but it is you got to be aware of the rules and how they're being applied.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's you got to be the analytical athlete too. You can't just be the ape out there, just like lift weight, do weight. We made that joke earlier about big weight wins, but in this one, with the athletes are so close and tight, again, it did matter for Lydia earlier on that one. Cost her 1.5 points, and right now it's costing her a podium spot. It looks like, but she got 5 more events tomorrow, so I think she'll be okay. And we have Tyler Pruitt starting off with the 65-pound bag. Very confident man, calling his shot, wanting the lead on it. Height was there, trajectory was off.
Plenty of time, Tyler. I believe this will put him in sole possession first.
I think this is a very appropriate call. I mean, what he is doing is literally perfect. He came out, chose a challenging weight, and now he's taken 10, 15 seconds to regroup and get himself right. He took 2 tries, and he's going down. That is masterful. That is, if I were on a on a headset in his ear, that is exactly what I would have told him to do.
And you got a clean 60.
You got 20 seconds. You can't go down, Tyler, so it's 70 or 65. You got 1 heave left in you, time-wise. He's going to go for that 70. Maybe he loosened up with those couple throws. This is huge. Got to get it out of your hands. Oh, wow. That was close, man. Valiant effort. If he had a different trajectory, it might have rolled over the chain.
Yeah. Well, again, great start right there. So he's definitely tied for first now, with hitting on his first cleared bag. And that's the key factor. It's first cleared bag, not how many tosses it took. The first cleared bag is what counts.
Correct.
We also, and Dane is doing a great job bringing this up, these athletes just deadlifted.
A ton. Just so heavy.
Yeah. Anywhere from at least, no athlete zeroed. No athlete zeroed the deadlift.
Everyone hit about 7.
Minimum 700 pounds, that is expected to be their second to last heaviest lift on this one. So, again, they are all deadlifters they believe in themselves to be on that one. And
Casey's over a heavy bag here, 60 pounds. Okay.
All right, Casey Reagan's up next.
Casey took 7th at the official Strongman Games. We're going to make a statement here at PSL. Wow, that's a nice throw, Casey.
Big toss on that one for 60.
Beautiful throw, and he did it fast.
He still got over a minute left of that 60, so he's got time for that 65. Which, again, at this point in the game, I don't mind going for the 60 early because you've seen athletes hit it, so you're matching them guaranteed. And doing it in one toss is great because now he's got time to set up the 65. Again, as you get to go up, the strategy might change, and he got the 65. That's huge there. Again, now he's putting the pressure on the athletes to do the 65, to use some energy.
That was so this morning we were hypothesizing, can you roll over the chain? Does it kick you off? Blah blah blah. Does it just move? That was the most perfect throw over the chain we've seen all day. It literally came up and contacted the front and just it just rolled right over, like it was literally perfect.
Clean toss. The right toss, right time.
Yep.
This is the best time to have it on that one.
It was gorgeous.
That's everything you want on it. He needs the points too.
Yeah.
I know he's not happy with the beginning, but that's gonna be huge there. You get a 22 pointer on the board. That can climb you back up real quick.
Coming up next, owner of Restorative Research, peptide company, among other things, sponsoring the show. You'll see it scroll across his wall, most likely.
All right, Sky Olson, again, putting his money where his mouth is, sponsoring Pro Strongman League.
Discount code, $150 gift card. Shout out to Sky. Let's see what he's got in these bags. Athlete ready? Judge ready? Start! Let's go, Sky. A lot of athletes here, $150 each. That's big. He's a great sponsor.
Oh, why is he tossing that bag, Sky? You need to believe in yourself more, buddy. Hitting that warm up with 50 pounds on that one going through. Can he make that 60? Look, he's a little bit off center with his bag hold right now. Got the height, not the trajectory, but I think that off centering didn't help him there.
I'm wondering how far away the chain is from the edge of the mat because
yeah,
it seems like we have a lot of athletes missing out front.
Take what's available.
Like much more than I would have expected.
I will say from what it looks like when I was watching athletes like Angeline throw earlier, she was on the edge back there to get her tosses over. So I think you need to be closer than you think you are. But it's hard to tell with that thin chain. Usually it's like a bar or a pole you throw over. It's hard to like understand where it's going on that one.
Yeah, I do like that Sky is very aware of where he should be throwing from. He's standing at the very lowest part of the chain, but I do think he needs to take a breather, take a rest. Okay, he's calling it right there. Yeah, if you miss a rep, take a minute. This is not a timed event. This is not a timed event at all.
You have 75 seconds. Doesn't matter how fast you get it. You want to use your time wisely. I would just honestly how I would do this event. I have this event coming up actually, so I need to be talking to myself like, how should I do this event? I want to give myself a toss limit. You know, for what I want to do. I want to get it done. I have 5 tosses in my tank because the second my toss dips, I'm done. Like it's not going anymore. So I want to make 5 good tosses and like give myself 15-20 seconds between each of them is how I approach it. It's easier said than done when you can time yourself than when you're standing out there all eyes on you. So, all right, John Doyle grabbing right to the 65. Again, that pressure's been put on him because if he hits this before he hits anything else, he is in first place, and that was oh my God!
First, he slips into first with that.
Slips in the first and hitting that one. That was to the moon.
Yeah, no, that was gorgeous, and he's taking his time. Very, very well done with this. I do, we need somebody to check on this for us, but I do think that's a win.
I do think that's a record.
I think that's a world record.
I believe that the 67.5 was the previous world record. Please fact check this one. So I believe that is a 70-pound record.
Oh, that was gorgeous.
It was clean. I think he had 70, 72 maybe. Maybe had 75.
I honestly think he might be able to clear 75. And the only reason I say that is because the 65 and the 70 went to the exact same spot. Like he didn't lose, what it was is he didn't lose any velocity. He didn't lose any speed. I think 75 is possible for him. Like that was very impressive.
We're arguing semantics though at this point. It's 5 pounds to change everything on a toss.
It can. It absolutely can. And now that he's laid down that 70-pound gauntlet, we are probably going to see a couple people come out and take some swings at that 70.
I mean, realistically, I think that 75 might be there because he probably won't do a heavy deadlift right before he does it next time too.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I completely agree.
Yeah, so now we're just talking so much about John's main toss. We're missing Connor right now. Not to take anything away from him on this one. I'm glad I'm not following that toss on that one. And he's happy with his 55. He is, and as he should be. That is still a heavy bag.
Very solid.
Yeah, very clean bag on that one.
And they're genuine, and it's awesome. We have a ton of interviews with these athletes on the YouTube. Check out Pro Strongman League's Instagram or my Instagram. There's a link. Every one of these athletes got an interview on my YouTube. Come on, Connor. You got that height. All the athletes had their time to shine. Some interviews were 40 minutes. Some were an hour and 45 minutes. If you want to get to know the athletes, check out those interviews. Come on, Connor. Well, 10 seconds left, Connor. One big heave.
All right, Connor going for the last toss and just not there today. It's okay. He got on the board. That's important on this one.
Up next, Jordan White-Schulis.
Jordan White-Schulis is up next. What he told me after the last event, because of the weight differential, that was a PR for him.
That's so awesome.
So he's ecstatic about the weight differential. So maybe when he gets back to his home gym and he can get really set up, he should go for a deadlift peak, see what it's really at. Starting off here, he is at the 55-pound bag, going off with that one. Height to the moon, not the right angle on that one.
Yeah.
that trajectory, that arch.
And again, I think it's just too far away. And that was super clean. That's all it is. It just you one toss, the 55's over. Going for the 60 next.
If you're rolling over the chain, you could be about a foot shorter with that and still have a successful throw.
All right, so it looks like we're taking about a 5-minute break between athletes right here. We still have more sandbag toss, so don't you worry. But we're gonna address some of these questions that people left us. Can you highlight some of those questions for us?
Wait a second, sorry.
We're getting to them.
My computer does not want to highlight well.
We're gonna address them in order. So, how do I press a keg? I have one in my second competition ever. Really need tips. That's a toughie, right? I would watch back a ton of this video right here, and if you, oh shoot, I don't know, I might post a video and make it public on that one. I have a couple different ways I like to clean and press kegs, but realistically, you know, the most I will say ubiquitously effective technique is the Viper technique that CJ was actually talking about a little bit earlier. CJ, do you feel like you want to talk people through a little bit of that Viper technique?
Yeah, I can definitely talk about this one. I will say the typical coach's answer, it depends on the athlete. The best way for you might be not the best way. I am actually, keg pressing is one of my favorite presses. Overall, the day they ever do a max keg press,
It's over.
I think I get close to 300. Honestly, I've hit 280 in a one motion keg press on that one. I treat it all of hip drive, so I think of it more like a power clean than anything else. So when you get it to the lap, there's a few different techniques you can do from, and I like treating it with one hand high, one hand low. For me, I wish I could show this video wise on this one.
Is it close hand, forehand?
I'm not. I'm flat-sided on that one. So there's the technique you're talking about. So I keep the keg flat, and I roll it like a log up my chest, and I just send the momentum on that.
Okay.
I triple extend, treat it like a log, staggered grip,
Okay.
treat it like a log, extend momentum, and catch it.
Okay.
I think of it more as a catch than it is a press to me. Now, what you were just describing is another technique that works great. I call that shooting it to the moon, where you have it one side of the keg on your hip, one hand in front, and you throw the hip, and it leaves your body, and you catch it above your head. That I've seen work well for athletes, so it does not work great for me. I treat the roll the best, where it's always in contact with myself on that one. And like I said, I've gotten that one up to about 280 was the best I had with that one, and that's without having to push and dip. There's also, you can use that technique if you get tired as well too, where you stop at your chest, dip and drive. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I know athletes have done that well with that. If you're not, so it really depends. If you're an explosive athlete like myself, a lot of hip drive, it's very beneficial for that one. If you're more of that athlete that can have that hand guide and push underneath the arm, I like the dip in the hip, one hand in front on that one. Or if you need to roll and press. One thing I will say, I never seen someone do well with a not staggered grip on that. So, you ever seen that double-sided one that I don't think works well?
Yeah, we actually I helped put on a competition, the Rainier Classic, and I want to say it was 2023 or 2022. We did what we call the Chaos Keg Press, which is a same side keg press. It was very mean. It was a very, very mean. It hurt a lot of people's feelings.
It hurts my feelings thinking about. And I love keg press, but I don't love it that way.
It was very brutal.
Yeah, so I think this is one thing a video would be great to be able to make on that one. The couple different technique ways.
Yeah, regardless, you really want to go back and watch the video that these athletes did, like when these athletes are doing the keg pressing, and kind of watch the variations that they're performing. The biggest common thing that you're going to notice is they're grabbing the keg in a staggered grip. So they're not grabbing it on the same side, they're grabbing it on opposing corners. That is allowed, and it is absolutely necessary if you plan to press a very heavy keg.
I will say, if you're going to watch a run, Jeff Laney's second keg press was exactly the perfect Viper, in my opinion. So that's the one I would say if you're going to try to copy Jeff Laney's second Viper of the keg. So that's the one to look back on. All right, Alex Suckup is up now. Starting off with a 60-pound bag on this one. So he's got the clearance. Trajectory needs to be a little fixed on this one. You'll hear that a lot, I think, from this situation.
Yeah, so we have Alex Sukup with 60.
Oh, he got the roll! He got the roll.
You don't have to put it back out, Kevin.
Alec puts it back for him, too.
All right, that's awesome. This guy's
Bobby Thompson cleared, like, no, that was a good roll. Because it rolled exactly. Again.
So a very tough, this is a tough event for Alec. He himself has mentioned that he is not a fan of throwing, and he came to this PSL to defend his title. There are 2 of these events that are throwing events, so it'll be interesting to see how he handles these, how he places with these, and he walks away with a big old smile and a 60-pound clearance.
I mean, 60 pounds, no joke, though. Like, we're like, a lot of athletes are hitting it. It shows how great these athletes are. Like, think about that. Like, I've never hit a 60-pound bag over 15 feet. I can tell you that right now. I mean, I'm a weight class below 2, but still, I'm a pretty decent tosser. And that's a bag that's outside my range right now, in my opinion, on that one. So, I mean, I got a few months to work on it because I need to probably hit that. I've seen some of the tossers in the 90s, but that just shows, like, the best comparison there.
Absolutely. So who do we got up now?
taking the 55.
Dr. Brady Crandall.
Brady
right
Crandall's
now.
up now, yep. The doctor's in the house. The doctor's clearing 55 pounds. Okay, we're seeing this doctor.
You've heard of Dr. Doolittle, but have you heard of Dr. Throw Big? This is a boy.
This is Dr. Throw Big.
Dr. Vegan Throw Big. Dr. Vegan McThrow Big.
Just a little short with the 60.
So he cleared 55. He's on to 60, and this right here, super veteran move, very wise. He's positioned the sandbag, and he stood up and he just took a breath and cleared his head and got everything right. You know, you really that is very overrated, or sorry, it's very underrated. The power of just kind of resetting mentally.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the things you need to always do, especially with the bag toss. I think just taking that breath, like, I'm almost like ritualistic with my bags. I'm like, I do this like arm shake every single time before I throw, and it's just like the way I need to go through everything. So it's like, it's literally like I have to go through this rhythm. That's why I like when it's an event like this, where it's like, and then I do my little move, and then it's like go for my toss.
I was gonna make a joke about I pinch my left arm just directly below the elbow, and then I blink my left eye twice, and I scrub I squeeze my right cheek with my molars, and then I'm ready to go.
Oh, you too?
Yeah. I was gonna say a pinch of the tism, but I got a whole cup. No, it is one of those events that is so important that you are able to work with the weight and understanding that. And I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of track and field athletes have kind of a natural advantage with this, and they tend to take to this very well. You have to move with the weight, and it's a very flowy movement. One of, I would say, top 2 flowy movements. Right now we have, I need to see his name one more time, Yevgeny Nastenko.
Decent height there. Good height.
Starting off with the 60-pound bag here. Bobby's trying to get him to move a little bit over. He's a little bit close to the line. Oh, and he gets the happy roll. He gets the happy roll on that one.
We've got a couple of athletes that got that favorable role, and in the men at least. And the interesting thing about that is, in the women, I feel like we got the vast majority of rolls were very not in their favor.
Yeah, the women did hit that where it hit it come back down at them. I wonder if there's like a weight differential here. That could be that. These are the heavier bags down there.
I don't know. That's weird.
Time to bring it back. Plenty of time. No need to rush.
One thing about when you have Bobby Thompson calling out your tosses, he is so direct when you miss that it's almost like a disapproving dad. No good on that one.
You're no.
Oh, it's
A
okay.
little slip right there. He hops right back up.
We have all done that. If you've bag tossed ever,
Yep.
we have all done that. Where the release is just so early
Yep.
and it's so much weight and power. It's you just hope there's not a camera when it happens, but today there was for him. But he did get 60 pounds over that bar.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that shows his actual technical proficiency, because one of the finer notes about a bag throw, if you plan to throw a sandbag very heavy, you need to swing back nice and deep, wait for the timing, keep the tension in the handle the whole time as you're swinging, and then at extension, you have to lean back and counterbalance that weight. So if the bag comes out of your hand early and you don't fall backwards on your butt, you probably don't throw very efficiently. I'm really surprised DJ's going for 60 here. He could go straight to 70 and win the event.
Yeah, this is the miscalculation in my opinion. I'm sure he has a strategy involved, but I'm shocked he didn't get that 65.
You might want to let that chain settle.
If
Jay. It's
I
there you go. You just don't want it to mess you up. There you go. Wouldn't hate to see you have it mess
you know, maybe he knows something we don't. Maybe he just got done deadlifting 800 pounds. I don't know. One or the other.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit shocking on this one. He's one of the best tossers in the class.
I genuinely think he's the best 105 sandbag thrower on the planet, and he had the previous world record along with Gabe Deal. That was set at the 2025 America's Strongest Man. He and Gabe Deal tied for that world record that I think was at 67. But since then, I've seen DJ clear a 75 in training. And so this is a surprising result, honestly, for him to clear a 60.
I mean, maybe the deadlift took that much out of him.
I'm a little speechless. For as much as I'm talking, I'm speechless.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing talking bad about DJ.
Yeah, no. 60 is an impressive number, flat out, period, end of story.
This whole time.
But just with what I have seen from him and the difference 5 pounds makes on a sandbag, like if you can clear a 75, typically that means you can clear a 70 any day of the week.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The 5 pounds makes huge. Once you get to the next level, you're basically geared up. But I mean, he did deadlift like nearly 750 pounds with about an hour ago, maybe.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of posterior chain power that we have there.
Athlete ready?
John Parker, long arm anomaly on this one.
You know, not to beat that dead horse too much, but it could be an environmental factor, because I've never seen him. Well, no, he trains outside. I know he trains outside. Anyway, moving on from TJ. Sorry.
All right.
John Parker's up now. He's grabbing this the 55 bag. He's good for 55.
That was tight though. That was a tight line. That 60. This with the 5 pounds is gonna be a big difference.
60-pound bag here.
He's losing a little bit of tension out of that bag at the top. That's the biggest thing I see with that one. If he's able to keep that tension, I think he could get the 60. But it's like right when it comes out under his hips, it's like getting a little bit of whip, a little bit of flippy flip on that one. We don't want to have that. Yeah, we don't want flippy or whippy in our bags. If you're ever tracking at home, like how to bag toss better, no flippies and no whippies is the notes you take away from this event.
I think we're getting sun poisoning over here. Good stuff. John Parker still working on this 60 and just could not get that one. I think he's Oh, and what a great die.
John brings back 2 bags.
He's commentary commenting on John bringing back the 2 bags. That's pretty good. Pretty funny.
Start.
You want me?
All right, up next we got Mike Schimmel from Canada over here. Starting off with the 40-pound bag, looks like. It looks like tossing might not be his favorite thing on this one.
I think that's 45.
45-pound bag, thank you.
Yeah, so throwing is such a tricky thing sometimes. It's really important you're able to keep tension in the handle from the weight to the handle and apply force. What I'm seeing right now is that it doesn't look like we're seeing him able to really move the bag behind him and wind up, and he's more squatting than hinging. And in my experience, and I've cleared a 65. That's my best personally. I need a lot of both squat and hinge. If you're too squatty with not enough hinge, you shorten the range of motion. If you're too hingy and not enough squat, you actually also shorten the range of motion, but you get the weight out in front of you too early and you can't apply as much force. So very tricky. Next up, we're going to have Jeff Laney, a pretty darn good thrower. So pretty darn good, well-rounded. Like, have you seen Jeff throwing much on Instagram lately, or where he's at with this?
Well, he's a pretty darn good strongman, what I've learned so far.
He's pretty darn good.
He do the good on this one. Jeff, I think throwing might be one of his weaker points in the sport, but then saying someone's weaker doesn't mean it's bad on this one. Have you ever seen a fridge throw something? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. And then kind of speaks to which bag he grabbed first on this one.
I wonder if he is just going to smoke this one, though. Oh, yeah. So he cleared that pretty easily, although I do think his throwing, my personal opinion is his throwing technique is a bit unique and a little jerky.
Yeah, definitely almost like in between a kettlebell swing and like a jump squat is what it looks like, which is not typically two techniques that work together on this event.
Correct, but he's right there with the 55, that is not lightweight. 55 is where it starts to get very serious, in my opinion, across the board.
Yeah, that's where it kind of gets a little dicey across the board on that one, especially in that weight. Like I said, that's where like I kind of like tip off on the 55 mark on this one. All right, decent shot there. It is going to make him fall on the leaderboard a little bit, but I know he is waiting for the squat tomorrow. That's a man that wants to squat.
Oh man, that is an event that he is just going to punish people on. He is. I do think he's the front runner for the squat. Although I will say this, this shakes up the points considerably because Jeff Laney came out and he's dominant in several of these movements, and then we see his throw and it's not where the rest of his events are, we'll say.
Yeah, and that's what I was alluding to earlier on that one. He was currently sitting in fourth place going into this event. I think he's going to lose a couple spots on this one. Again, there's 22 athletes. You don't really want to finish past middle of the pack on any one event because that's a lot of points you're leaving on the table. All right, Shane Darrow's up next right now. He's going to have the 55-pound bag start off, which is kind of that line, that good line you want to be able to hit across all of this.
They need to be ready to perform tomorrow because this is just day one.
A very smooth clearance on that 55. I do think he has a good shot at the 60 if he composes himself, takes his time. if he can maintain position and that bag speed.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is like composure, right? That's the biggest thing about a bag toss.
Yep. Oh, no. He had the height, he had the position. It just was a little bit, he got the unfavorable roll. One of the only unfavorable rolls, I would say, of the men's class on these throws.
Recover from those and be fresh for day 2.
Yeah, that chain is now a moving across the board on this one, so that's one of the biggest things. Oh, fortuitous rolls. That's the whole the fortuitous rolls.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught it, but the first time he attempted that bag, he actually got it on top of the chain and it rolled the wrong way. So it's only fair that he gets it up there twice and it rolls over at least once.
He was due. He was due.
It was due. It was due. It was earned. Okay.
He earned the fortuitous roll.
Strongman, they're like hockey players, warriors, right? Little injuries, you pile up, right? A few years ago, Vince Wilkinson hit his chin on the frame, got some stitches, came back the next day, finished the show.
All right, Kevin Candido is up next. I was talking with Brandon Burley, who's actually his coach. So Brandon Burley has, I believe, 3 or 4 athletes out here that he coaches that he's competing against today on this one. And he said Candido is a dark horse for the podium. And that's his coach saying that.
Candido always seems to be some kind of dark horse. I don't know. Like he is dangerous no matter where he shows up. I think the thing that's most interesting is that he's coming off of a tricep tear not even a year ago, and he's still doing great. Like he's still strong. He just hit that 55 like nothing. So very smooth. I think it's very possible that he hits this 60, but he's going to have to really bring it.
He's got to commit. That's the biggest thing. And he's got to time it just right. And that was just a little bit. I'm not sure if it was a lack of commitment. It did shift a little bit. It moved a little bit to the right as he tossed. It wasn't a perfect vertical toss.
Sand off the bag. Plenty of time. Like I said, a seasoned vet. He's always got a great game plan. He's here to part of Team Burley. Brandon Burley competing. Watching him right now. Has 4 athletes in this show. Team Burley. Brandon's competing today. Has 4 athletes in the show. Nick Hine is in attendance. The only 2-division PSL champion. Has 3 athletes in the show. They're all doing very well. Great coaches.
Yeah, as we're saying right now, there's Brandon Burley has 4 athletes that he's competing in. So Team Burley is on 5 of them. Burley's in first place on this one. So what better person to learn from than the person you're chasing?
That is very true.
I say the nicest class of men in all strongman, maybe.
All right, looks like Stephen Bradley's coming up next. I was talking with him after the last event about the weight change that happened on there. He's like, well, this sets me up really well to pull 1,000 pounds.
That's what he said?
Verbatim.
I knew he would. He's not the kind of guy to waste his time on being angry about something like that. He is absolutely. I'm gonna find the positive in it, and I've seen him grow over the last year, and it's been an absolute pleasure to just see him in the gym and watch how he's blossomed as an athlete and as a person. So, want to see him throw big bags. Throw the big bags. That's a 60, nice and smooth. I definitely think he's 65 is doable for him, but he's got to nail this.
Yeah, these are important bags, and these are important points right now. So, like, especially Steven was doing amazing. He's sitting in 3rd place right now overall. So he really wants these points. These points matter a lot. Because he's only about 5.5 points down of first, but he's only 1.5 points down of second on this one. And I don't know how good of a thrower Josh is on this one. I don't think it's one of his better events.
I honestly do not know, but I have noticed that athletes that are built for deadlifts are usually built well for throwing as well. It doesn't always mean that a good deadlifter is a good thrower or that a good thrower is a good deadlifter. It just seems that if you're really good at one of those, you are usually good at the other, and you're usually having a rough time with pressing.
That's what we'll see here shortly on that one. Again, hitting that 60-pounder is huge. Hitting on the first toss is huge. Again, it's gonna shake up a lot of points here. I think we are just like jaded a little bit by seeing a world record get hit today. The 70-pound bag going over. As much as we were saying that, DJ Doggett, or there seemed to be some
Up next,
uproar in the comments about another athlete being a better thrower.
Who's the thrower?
Tom Owens is offended.
Okay. Oh, somebody did look it up. Thank you, Matthew. So Matthew McQuiston and Gabe Deal hold the 105 sandbag record at 67.5.
Previously held.
Yeah. So I want video of weighing the bag. I think that's important.
We should definitely get that after.
Yeah, we need to get video weighing that bag. Because fair is fair, man. You gotta do that.
100%. Brandon Burley. Oh, I know Burley's not the best thrower on this one. His goal is, when he told me before, I believe his goal is to hit the 60 and call it, from what I was told. Because he's in the driver's seat right now.
There's 60.
There's 60. Looks like he's gonna,
65 is looking tasty, though.
yeah. Again, he is sitting with about a 4.5-point lead on Josh King, and he is a tie with Stephen Bradley for the 60-pound bag. So he's not going to lose ground to them, but Josh is after him on this one. That's the biggest thing. But bringing up the previous that we were talking about, it looks like John Doyle might be the best tosser in the 105s because we just saw it happen. We might all just be wrong.
Yeah, no, I agree. Unless the comments have something else to say or someone else to reference, but he showed up and proved it here. I think the heaviest bag I've ever seen cleared was by DJ, but it's one thing to clear it at your home gym on the equipment that you're used to, in the conditions that you're used to, maybe over body weight, all those kind of things. I know DJ walks around pretty close to competition weight, but you got to do it on the day of. That's just how it is. You got to do it on the day of.
So right now, the current king of the bag toss is Josh Doyle, but Josh King is coming up right now. So we'll see if he can dethrone anybody or just get some points back for this event.
Yeah, no, this will be very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, he won the Maryland qualifier I was at, I commentated for. Or attempted to, if you remember watching that one back on there. We had a music error that turned our sound off for the day because of copyright. I know.
Head to head adds an awesome element of speed and gamesmanship. They're looking at each other. We'll talk about it a little bit. Josh King, you ready?
All right, Josh King is going to play the game. He knows what needs to happen. And going with the 55 start off with. So he's just going for his points.
I think he's gonna. Man, that might be a mistake. Yeah, that's a mistake. That's a mistake.
That's a mistake.
That's a mistake.
That's a mistake.
He needed to go with 60.
He needed to go to 60 or 65 even.
Yeah. No, you gotta.
He left points on the table.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
Yeah, he would have had that on the first toss. He just lost himself at least 1 to 2 points there, and he doesn't have points to lose right now if he wants to be the winner.
Yeah, that's a rough one. You got to be aware of the rules, and it's easy for us to say that.
Yep.
It
is.
Really being, but we want to make that really clear for the viewership that is interested in the gamesmanship of the sport. I mean, he has so he almost cleared that 65 on his third throw. He's thrown 4 times now. I do think on his first throw, if he would have squared up and got ready, he would have cleared the 65. Because usually after 1 or 2 throws, you just start throwing a little lower.
We're seeing that get a little lower, and I think that first toss, I think he could have got 65 there. I mean, if he hits 65, everything we say is a moot point because he jumps the people he needs to jump. But at this point, it's it's a great run.
Yeah,
we're being critical, but it's a great run. But he did leave points on the table when he's fighting for a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I think the reason that we are critical is because he can perform so well, and he made it very clear with that performance that he is capable of extremely elite performance in that movement. And unfortunately, his points won't necessarily display that because he cleared the 55 and then the 60. And then because of his clearance of those two, he may have missed out on clearing the 65 if he just focuses his efforts there. So that being said, that does wrap up our sandbag toss max.
And we'll be setting up here soon, shortly on this one for the next event. We'll be back soon. CJ Krause, Zach McCarley at Pro Strongman League U105 World Championships. We'll be chatting soon. And welcome back, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Pro Strongman League U105 World Championship. My name is CJ Krause. I will be updating you on what happened on the previous event. You saw a world record toss. John Doyle officially weighed the bag 70.2 pounds, tossed over a 15-foot bar on that one. So we saw that today. Obviously, that's an event win on that one, number one on that one. And then we had Casey Reagan coming in second place, hitting a 65-pound bag over on his first attempt. And then it's a plethora of ties for from there on there. I believe it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-way tie for third place on that one. And then we see a big jump even that because they did it in the 60-pound bag in one toss. The athletes that did the 60-pound bag in two tosses were 1, 2, 3 athletes that did it in two tosses. As we talked about, Josh King on that cost himself points by not hitting on his first toss. It's a lot of scoring. We're going to go over the overalls. In first place, we have Brandon Burley on this one, 59.5 points. Stephen Bradley jumping up to second place, 54 points. So a 5.5-point gap between first and second right now. Third place, we have Josh King with 50.5 points. Fourth place, I'm going to leave it up to Zach to pronounce it once again.
Yevgeny Nastenko.
Evgeny is sitting with 46 points. Alex Suckup is next. We're actually about to start our heat. I'll go over everything else going here shortly on this one. We did not get to notify on this beginning. We're going head-to-head, 310 pounds for our fatback farmers on this. We're going to go over the event in about 10 seconds once you see these athletes. They have to deadlift it 3 times at the halfway mark and then finish through the line on this one. Zach, what did we just watch?
So we watch these athletes start outside the implements, and on go, they are allowed to hop in, pick up the implements, walk about 20 feet. They have to drop the implement down, wait for an up or a lift call, and then wait for a down call at the top for 3 deadlift repetition cycles, at which point they can touch the ground and continue on with another 20-foot farmer's walk. So essentially 20-foot farmer's walk, 3 deadlifts, 20-foot farmer's walk for time. That's what we're looking at. A couple of the small key notes. The athletes, again, will be starting not touching the farmers, so it is testing your skill of getting into the farmers, set up, quickly moving. Additionally, the athletes are getting a down and an up call on every one of these deadlifts. So you have to make sure you are listening to your judges. If you do egregiously violate one of their calls or don't wait for a call, you will be told no repetition. You got to do it again. So that's going to be really costly. In the women's group this morning, we saw some absolute drag races, and we saw as quick as 12 seconds.
Yep, 12.9 seconds was the fastest time this morning. So we're seeing a great jump here. Jeff Laney, Sky Olsen's up here. Jeff Laney fell down a decent amount. So he was in third place, fell to 7th place with his bag toss. So he's got some points to make up there. All right, Sky Olsen, Jeff Laney starting outside. Now, with the jump, are you a fan of the starting outside, or do you like starting inside?
I personally like starting outside. I think it tests the skill of setting up and approaching an implement and then getting the work done. I can see the point in starting with your hands on the implement, but I definitely think in an event like this, where it is very much like a drag race and a lot of these athletes will be finishing this really, really quick, I think we should start people outside of the implement. Because it adds another component that will differentiate who is, in fact, more skillful and better at the execution of this movement.
And then we saw some great execution there with Sky Olsen blistering that run on this one. An athlete who did not do better than Jeff Laney on the deadlift. But this is where I talk about the power lifters and they get to moving. It's different plane of motion. Again, Jeff, not taking it away from him as an athlete, it's something that it's showing his little chinks in the armor, his weak points right now. I know he's got some huge high points. I just think he probably needs to work on that. And I don't think it's a grip issue. I think it's just that being able to move with weight is such a skill to have, and something you don't get in powerlifting, which again has its own skills, of course. And we'll see a lot of those skills tomorrow with the squat. But so it's gonna come back around here shortly.
You know, something people that haven't been around the sport very long may not know is it is far better to be pretty good at all of the movements and say take, top 10% of the field, top 15 or even 20% of the field than to take the bottom 10% of the field and even one event. That the points that you lose in that circumstance are very detrimental.
Timers, you ready to go?
And to recover from that, you have to have an extraordinary other set of events. Now here we go. Closest to the screen we have, closest to the screen on the left we have, I don't have his name. Is that Connor?
Connor's moving. Connor's moving and grooving.
Yeah, Connor finished up nice and quick. And then we have Josh England still working on those deadlifts and finishing up the run. Well done. Nice and steady work. Great run from Connor. He looked real fired up after he finished that.
Yeah, beautiful run. It's super fast on this one. Unfortunately, we're missing a little bit of that front start that we don't see the athletes jumping into the farmers on this one. But we get that fixed here shortly. But we're seeing a great finish, the great middle point, which is that fat back middle point that we have.
I keep mixing those two up. They have kind of the same hair.
Yeah.
Brady.
The doctor is in. That's what it looks like over here.
Doctor's in the house.
Nancy's good.
Mr. Brady. Dr. Brady and. You do this one. I'll do the
Dr. Brady Crandall's up right now. There. Dr. Throwgood is in the building right now. Moving here. They're moving. Now he's Dr. Run Good right now. He's flying on this farmers. And he edges out that victory, runs through the line on that one.
Looks like
Ooh.
Jordan Washulis is a little.
Washulis looked a little bit behind on that one, but
The way he's walking kind of looks like he's kind of nursing his left shoulder.
Yeah, he might just be tired too on this one. Yeah.
He's walking though.
Oh, at least I might have pulled a little bit there
Yeah,
on the
looks
fat
like
backs. Yeah, I see it.
Something on his left side, like could be a lat or something.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's all right, but he looked, as soon as he finished, he did not look happy, and it didn't look like the kind of unhappy that was like, I could have done better. It looked like the kind of unhappy, like, oh shoot,
Something might be a little bit up
yeah,
on this one, but he had finished. He was the fastest in that lane so far. I heard Nancy tell him, so he had a great run there. So hopefully he's just okay, and it's just one of those like, okay, we'll shake it off. It's a long day. Get some water. Get some hydration. Especially if it's a tough. We're 4 events into 5 today, and they got 5 more tomorrow.
no, absolutely.
Kevin, the number to beat is 1397.
So
1397 is the number to beat so far.
that's pretty quick. Let's see if the guys can catch up to the ladies, huh?
Well, Kevin Candido is a really good farmer's carry. He's one of the best out there. And John Parker is a great deadlifter. I'm not sure how good of a mover he is, but not a great. I mean, we know the pickups aren't going to be a problem on this one.
Yeah, so I definitely think this will be a fun heat to watch. Both of these guys have been around the sport quite a while. John from a powerlifting background. Kevin had a little stumble, but
I don't expect that. He
did
didn't lose
it
grip.
anyway. That's 310 pounds per hand.
Per hand.
And he stumbled, and then he said, you know what? I could just keep going. It's fine.
He's drifting a little bit, but man, that stumble did not slow him down.
That's crazy.
Yeah. He's not happy with it. He probably could have saved some time.
Yeah.
Extra effort he needed, but like again, I wonder if that's the side where his tricep got injured. Things like that.
Maybe. I mean, I'm hearing that he hit about 16 seconds on that. So not the lead time, but he he had a very noticeable stumble, like it's the kind of stumble where people would just fall flat on their face,
I mostly asked that because as someone that had a tricep tear last year, I did it on a farmer's carry. Like coincidentally enough, I think he's fine. I don't think he's hurt, but it's like I still favor that pickup sometimes, and that could be something he's not used to having. And something you don't think about with a farmer's carry. And again, most people wouldn't have that happen to him, but as that happened to me, I'm like, that's something I have to remind myself now.
Yeah, no, that's actually something that I was unaware of. I always love learning new things like that. I've been around the sport for 21 years, and it's like you can keep learning.
I'm the first person to tear their tricep on a farmer's carry. Is that what you're telling me?
No. That it would bother you. That it would continue to bother you. I would think that it wouldn't really bother you too much, but I'm guessing that you tore the long head of the tricep that attaches to the scapula, and when you brace and lock your lats down, you're contracting your long head of the tricep off of the scapula, and it's creating a lot of discomfort. But that being said, we have Shane Darrow closest to the screen, and sorry, who is that in the far lane? Shane Darrow put up a great time right there.
Shane Darrow was an amazing time on that one.
He said no. Small hand, Shane. So the small hands. Opportunity. We talked about that in the
that was Watson. That was Mr. Watson inside of this
Ben
one.
Watson?
Ben Watson.
I wanted to say it was Ben. I just didn't want to guess the same. I didn't want to say the wrong name. Apologies, Ben.
Big Ben Watson up there with a good run up there.
I think that's extra. Wait. I think he's from England.
Oh, is he?
That would be a fantastic name, Big Ben Watson.
Big Ben Watson. That is.
We got to check. We got to double check.
Confirm, Ben, if you're from England on this one. We need to know this because you need to be Big Ben Watson because that is the nickname of nicknames. Alex, soak up the sun. Big Ben Watson.
I'm fact checking.
Fact checking this one.
There we go.
Squat for reps. Ladies are going to squat 415 pounds. 415 pounds on their back, down and up. Some of these ladies are saying they're going to get 15 reps. Insane. A duck walk, which is an implement that you carry like this into a sandbag in the shoulder. It's a crazy event.
All right, Jake Hari is up next on this one. And then Joshua King, I believe, is over there. There's a Nancy Johnson in the way of my sight, but it looks like Joshua King.
What else we got tomorrow?
It does.
Yep, that's I see the pink, Josh King. Again, Josh is probably kicking himself a little bit by leaving 5 points on the table. If he would have tossed the 60-pound bag first instead of second, he would be in second place right now. Literally in second place.
Jake Hardy off to the races. He's moving pretty good here.
Oh, Hari's moving great. King doesn't even have his mouth guard fully in. He just chewing off to the side. I'm not sure if he forgot to put it in or not.
He is such a strong deadlifter.
Yeah. His moving is not quick, but it is steady.
What's Jake's time there? That looked good to me. 14-16.
Georgine with the Jake with a 14-second run. I said Georgine for a second there.
Tyler Pruitt and Alex Soka coming up next. These 2025, if I'm not mistaken. It's a big show held by Brian Shaw.
We've got the battle of the Shaw Classic champions up right now. The last 2 years, Alex Soka.
Alex won just about everything there is to win, including this show last year.
And we have Tyler Pruitt up now.
Showdown right here. You ready for it, Tyler?
Alec currently sitting in 5th place right now, trying to defend his title from last year.
Get locked in the zone, right?
Tyler is in 10th place right now, respectfully, on this.
A lot of room to cover still, though. A lot
A
of
lot.
contests to have.
I-
We're only 3 events in.
Yep. This is event number 4 we're working on right now. 22 points up for grabs for a win. We saw some big shakeups so far. We saw some drops. We've had one athlete be super consistent. Well, 2 athletes. I'll give Stephen Bradley his flowers. He's been very consistent. He just didn't win the first event. That's pretty much the only difference we have between him and Brandon Burr. That's literally the only difference between those 2 athletes.
Nancy's fixing Tyler's for him. Some athletes want it nice and tight. Some want it a little wider apart. Give you a little room on those deadlifts.
All right. Alec, Tyler,
Ready? Judges ready?
battle of the champions. Here we go. Good pick. Alec off the gate very quick on this one. Big pick. Big pick 2. Big pick 3, and he's off for the finish here.
All right, come on, Tyler.
Very fast run.
Alec is a great farmer's run on this one.
Time.
The year Alec won the Shaw Classic, I was there competing as 105. I was very small. I was not a full 105. But he was one of 2 athletes to beat me on the farmer's carry. So, again, I pride myself in how well I run farmers, and he beat me pretty handedly, not going to lie on that one. So I'll give him his flowers here. And so I was not surprised by that run, but it was a very good run.
Very impressive run by Alec for sure. And that's not to take anything away from Tyler Pruitt in lane 2.
No, he had a great run as well.
He had a fantastic run as well. It was just not quite as quick as Alec. I did do a little bit of Instagram stalking, and Ben Watson is from England, so I think it has to be Big Ben
We
Watson.
need to have Big Ben Watson. That needs to be a thing. So put some Big Bens in the chat on this one. DJ Doggett, the grip king, maybe?
The grip monster. Actually, I think I'm gonna get this right. If I am correct, DJ, myself, and Kevin Candido all share the world record for the Farmer's Walk currently.
Is there a world record for the Farmer's Walk? I didn't even know there was. I would love to know what that is for the 90s.
Yeah, the trick is getting it in competition, and I think for a max, that's the tough part, right? I think we have a 410 or something like that for 30 feet.
Okay.
Something like that. I'm not exactly sure. I know we all tried 440 or 430, and we all got somewhere in between like 10 and like 18 feet.
The amount of athletes I've done over 400 pounds is so small, even in especially in competition, even smaller, right?
Yeah.
All right.
But that is to say that the grip will not be an issue for DJ, right?
No, and DJ gets his patented sneak attack right now. He gets to step in from the outside.
He does.
So this is an advantage to DJ of anybody.
Huge advantage to DJ.
I think he should start facing away from the farmers even more to sneak attack even better because the farmers doesn't seem ready for him.
Absolutely.
Stumbled upon the show just walking
Yeah, and
across
it looks
the beach
like
here.
the judges are kind of conferring on
What do you
something
think?
with
First time you've ever
Tyler
watched
Pruitt.
Strongman? Pretty cool.
We're not
right?
exactly sure what's going on, but that's all right.
Yeah, there's
Athletes. Yeah, we got athletes on the field
If you have
lined up.
Strongman, I
yeah, it's always good to advocate for what it is. More clarity. That's the biggest thing I think he's trying to get for something.
weight levels for
Yeah.
everybody. Yeah, these guys are carrying 310 pounds, but if you do your first ever competition, it'll be novice, right? You might only have to carry 100, 120 pounds, maybe 100.
Yeah, so it looks like DJ Doggett and Yevgeny. I gotta see his name again.
Evgeny.
Judges ready?
Yevgeny Nastenko.
Judges ready.
All right.
Start.
This will be a run here, boys.
Wow.
Oh, he clips a little bit in the beginning, but it didn't matter on this one. Here's the grip. He's got that dog in him. He's going through.
That Doggett.
That dog hit him. There it is. That's what I've been waiting for all competition. I needed that hype from him.
For sure. And Yevgeny did excellent as well, but DJ is fast. It was fast.
This was the run I expected from him. 11.6 with a clip of the ground.
Nickname like Speedy or something, or
Jeez.
Flash.
And
Flash Doggett.
another thing that I feel like has to be mentioned
Flash, ladies and
with
gentlemen.
DJ's run in particular, he locked out very solid. He wasn't kind of shaving it. He locked out very solid and then got it down and came down.
Stephen Bradley,
I don't know.
Stephen Burley.
Sometimes it's easy to shave a couple corners and kind of rely on the judge not calling you on it. But those were very legit picks. Very, very legit.
Oh, everything about that run was legit. It's not taking anything away of Evgeny. That was a great run next to him, like very close in time.
Yeah, not to take away from anyone, but I think that was such a crisp run. You know the difference when you see it. When you see an athlete that's kind of barely hitting the lockout and they're like, really trying to shave every bit, and he was hitting that lockout hard. Capital H, hard.
Yeah, I think the only mistake you have, and if we're going to nitpick, is what we do. He clipped the ground on his first pick, but didn't slow him down. He's that quick. He probably could have gotten about a 10-second run.
Potentially. I mean, he is so fast. Honestly, we need to see like a drag race of like 80 or 100 feet to see how quick some of these guys are. Because in a 20-foot stretch like this, 2 20-foot runs, you don't really get the opportunity to build the speed that is possible for some of these athletes.
All right, Brandon Burley, Stephen Bradley,
Yep.
top 2 dogs right now, top 2 in the heat on this one. They've tied on the last 2 events. There shouldn't be a tie on this one.
Neck and neck.
Oh, Brandon with the fast picks here.
Brandon wants to do good on this one.
It's so close right now. Brandon's a little bit off the ground first.
Yep.
Who crossed the line? That's.
I think Brandon got him.
I think it looks slightly to Brandon, but that was a photo. And we're at a weird angle though.
We are at a weird angle, admittedly, but I think Brandon
13-6-ish.
might have barely got him. There should be a
13-6 to 13-9 is what we see around this one.
line. Yeah.
We've got 4 or 5 athletes right now.
Wow, it looks. I think Brandon edged that one a little bit, but wow.
Yeah, no, that was very, very close.
We'll get official times here shortly, but that will do it for a Fast and Furious Fatback Farmers. Say that 5 times fast.
Fast and Furious, Fatback Farmers. Fast and Furious, Fatback Farmers. I'm only doing 2.
You only got 2. That's 2.
Surprised I got 2.
That's 2 Fast, 2 Furious for you guys counting out there. All right, everyone, we'll be back shortly at the U105 Pro Strongman World Championships. So we got so excited on the 2 top dogs of the whole competition running against each other. I forgot about the world record holder making a run. That's on me.
Yeah, the first and second place from the last event.
Yes, we overly excited on that one, watching that one. It's the first, second place in the last event. We got John Doyle over here and Casey Regan.
Really good mover on these.
Regan, sorry.
Casey Regan off to a quick start.
Casey. Come on, Casey.
Fast, fast, fast. He's a fast boy.
What a great finish on that one. He ended up in the commentary booth.
Don't hurt me. We said we corrected it's Regan.
Second place.
We said nice things about you, Casey.
Don't hurt us.
There
Very
we
nice.
go.
Very nice
DJ,
from
you
both
did
these
it.
athletes.
We got a silly. I think we got
Oh,
first and second
man.
place right here.
Casey might have taken second place overall with that one. I think it was a 12-second run, it looked like.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Not of that event, not overall the whole show.
Guys, wanted to see how they go against
Well,
DJ.
DJ
Now, it looks like
won the event handily.
Yeah.
Casey, it looks like he took second place in that event. It's going to shake some things up.
we got a lot of, like,
This is nice and quick. I mean, some really, really fast runs in there. Very impressive. We're gonna get some scores in, and then we'll be able to update you a little bit. But I think right now would also be a good time for us to take some of those questions from the chat. So we're just gonna look those up real quick.
All right, that concludes the farmers event. Up next, like I said, sandbag press, sandbag load over bar, sandbag shoulder.
All right. Can you tilt your screen a little bit? I'm getting a lot of glare. Okay. Question from Colton Rhodes. If I cut from open to 105, will I get Alex jawline? Oh, that's trick. But there is one, maybe you will. It depends on how much you're cutting. But I'll tell you one thing. If you want a really crisp jawline, there's one thing you can do that I'm aware of. What you're going to need to do is you're going to need to go back in time. You're going to need to pick a different mother. You're going to need to pick a different father. And then you have a great jawline, right? It's the same thing with height too, It's like jawline and height. You just can't, you can't. I mean, maybe you can do the bone restructuring with bumping the jawline. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I don't know. What's the next question? Also, sorry. What events did you get better at now than that you're basically retired? So for those that are curious, I am officially retired. I retired last fall after my 5th ASM win for the under 105s. And one of the reasons that I did that, and I think it's important to talk about this, is I was just no longer enjoying the prep. I still enjoy competition, but the prep was too mentally strenuous, and it was very unenjoyable. I had a prep where I just did not enjoy a single training session. Every day lamented having to go to the gym and train, and I know how to do it. I know what to do. I know what to do and when. And but at this point in my life, it is much more fulfilling to me and enjoyable to me to help others fulfill those goals and meet those aspirations. So I really focus all of my efforts into my profession, which is a full-time coach for strength athletes. So that's where I pour all of my effort and all my love for that. And I still like to lift and get better. And as for what events I've gotten better at, I've gotten better kind of across the board. But I have put on a little bit of weight. I'm closer to about 250. So 250. And yeah, I mean, my grip is better. My overhead pressing is better. My loading is better. My carries are a little worse. It's a capacity thing. I just need to practice them. But I would say deadlift is, if I were to pick one that got better, distinctly, deadlift. It just feels a lot more natural to me. But I put a lot of effort into that last 2 years. So, all right, next up. What animal would do the best in strongman if it could actually know what to do in the events? Probably a gorilla, right? What do you think?
I mean, gorilla's up there.
They're just so strong. They're so strong. So here, I'm gonna do a really dense breakdown right after you get your answer.
Yeah, I mean, gorilla's up there, but I think also like if they could ignore their bloodthirst on this one, a polar bear, I think is also up there as an option. If they could ignore the crowd and the bloodthirst for that one, that would be one that I think could rival a gorilla in a lot of the aspects of it. A lot of speed is the biggest thing with that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think I would go with gorilla, and one of the reasons for that is the way I think about strongman. I typically break strongman down into 7 categories of movement, 4 of which are disciplines, 3 of which are skills. And the 4 disciplines are pressing, which is typically overhead, moving events, which is typically like carries, front carries, yokes, farmers, blah, blah, blah. We also have static events like deadlifts and squats, and then we have loading events like stone to shoulder, like sandbag loading, sandbag to shoulder, things of that nature. Those are the 4 disciplines. There's also 3 skills. One of the skills is medleys, so being able to transfer through the disciplines and through the skills, transition between events and pick things up like that. You can also think of that as conditioning. The medley component is also conditioning. Another one is going to be grip. So you have to have a good grip, but it is really kind of like a skill, because you don't always get rewarded for these skills, the medleys and the grip. You don't get rewarded for that every competition. You're not going to see it at every competition, but when it comes around and you don't have it, it will mess you up. It will take you from a podium finisher to a last 2 or 3 guys on the list kind of placing. And then the very last skill I would say is miscellaneous. So that would be things like truck pull, tire flip, which isn't very common anymore because people think you tear your biceps on it, but you really don't. You just don't know how to flip a tire because you try to flip with your hands, but you flip with your chest. In reality, it's how you correctly do that. So, and in modern times, I would even argue that there's an 8th category, which is becoming a discipline, which is throwing. And it's just so common at this point that you have to be able to throw. So that's the way I think of it. And I think of those categories. And then I think a gorilla would do good at all of those things, except for maybe an overhead press, because I don't know what their AC joint is structured like. Do we have any vets in the house? But yeah, that's my overly complicated analysis on that one. I like to break things down super in depth. And a little treat for you guys. You're gonna see Dane in a gorgeous jacket from CJ. If it fits. You're like barely in frame, so you could walk over there and kind of show it on. Why don't you go? Please give the people a show. Stay in the corner.
Fits, you must acquit.
Yes. Give them a show. Okay. Here we go. Dane's trying it on. He's walking. Come on, man. Come on. Give the people what they want. That's all I ask. To give the people what they want. They want more Dane. More Dane.
Not the worst. Not the worst.
It fits. Oh, dude, that suits him. I think that suits him.
It does suit him.
Yeah,
I got
suits
a
him.
different jacket tomorrow.
Nice. It works for him, dude. Honestly, I think it looks good.
It's all you can make anything work if you commit to it. That's the whole idea. You can make any outfit work if you just commit to it and it's authentic to you on that one.
You've been wearing like wild outfits for years, and I personally love it. It's like it's your calling card, man. Like why did you start that? And like, was there a specific inspiration? Like where did you get that idea? And then what kind of caused you to run with it?
I mean, it's honestly just authentically myself. I went through like a tough time when in strongman. Around the time we met, actually, I was coming out of a really tough time figuring out who I was as a person. Then I'm just like, I really enjoyed like
Right there, corner.
like
Right there.
pro wrestling when I was growing up, and that's kind of like the flaunt I always liked, and I always enjoyed that kind of expression of myself, and that's kind of just exactly who I am. And I like bright colors, and I like just being a little bit. Not to be different, just to be exactly. If I like it, I'm gonna wear it. That's kind of what I decided. Funny story: when we did the record breakers, I had years and years ago when we first met on this one. Evan Singleton saw my weigh-in outfit. I think I was in a crop top and some like shorts, and I just wore it there. Bright blue colors, stuff like that. Evan Singleton. First time I met him, he's like, "I'll use paraphrasing. What the heck are you wearing?" And I told him, whatever I want to wear. And I walked away. That was my first invite to meeting Evan Singleton. And ever since then, he's never given me crap for anything I wear besides what I deserve. But it's literally doesn't really, I'm just me. And that's all it is. To be honest, it wasn't really like, it's just the most outwardly expressive version of myself.
That's awesome. No, that's awesome. I was curious about what brought that on. And you just want to represent yourself. You just want to have some fun with it too, and just feel free to express yourself in that way.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's just like, you don't have to be me. You be you on that one. Like my wife is the polar opposite. She likes all like the earthy tone colors, blacks and the darkness, and I am the sunshine and the brightness and all the things. And it's one of those situations. It's just. I tell people if you want to wear it, do it as long as it's not like anything offensive, anything crazy, anything like that. If it's a little bit off, be off. It's just what it is. We're lifting sandballs right now on this one. How is that not a little off on that one? It's one of the most accepting areas to be who you are, and it's gotten me pretty far, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah, we did get a chance to see Dane in that gorgeous jacket of yours. He was kind of walking the runway for us, just showing it off. And we didn't get a chance to comment on it in real time, but that's okay. Right now we got some athletes warming up, hitting this next event. I'm going to give you guys a description of it here in a moment. So we got our 5th event of the day for these athletes. This is the last event of the day. It is the sandbag press load shoulder. These athletes are going to be taking the Freedom Strength sandball and sandbags, and they're going to be doing a press, then a load, then a shoulder. And specifically, the first component is a 240-pound sandbag clean and press. Then they're going to go over to the yoke. They're going to load a 320-pound sandball. And then they're going to go to the other side of the yoke, and they're going to shoulder a 300-pound sandball. I think we're going to see some really fast times in this, in this class. What do you think on that?
Oh, for sure. I think especially once they get past the press. Again, but these athletes are doing the grip technique a lot, so we're seeing a lot of that. We saw the women unfamiliar with that one a little bit, but I think because they probably, honestly, I'm sure these men asked the women that were able to press it what they did that worked on these Freedom Strength bags. That's the smartest thing you do. Talk to the athletes that did it before, and because I see some of the similar techniques in this one as we come through. I don't want to disregard what we were talking about, but I do want to talk about last event. I think it's important to go over what's going on with the scores for everyone here.
Absolutely.
I do want to talk about how much better DJ Doggett is than anybody else at the Fatback Farmers. My God, that man finished 11.6 seconds on that one, winning the event, of course. Second place was 13.15 seconds in a drag race event. That is a massive time. But how tight are these scores after that? So, second place, Casey Regan, 13.15. Third place, Alex Soak Up the Sun, 13.41. Right behind him is Brandon Burley, 13.62. Right behind him, Stephen Bradley, 13.91. That is 4 athletes finished in sub 14, all within each other on that one. What a tight race that we had with that one. Going down the list as we come through this one, scores are pretty much ranging from there. It goes to, where is my score? 13.97. Jordan got that one. And then 14.65 was Jake Hari. Again, a 14-second run, getting 15 points at 6th place on that one. That's an insane amount that we go through here. Going over the overall scores, though, I just want to kind of highlight some of the athletes because I know we're about to start. I don't want to get caught like we did last time. First place right now, Brandon Burley, sitting with a 77.5 on this one. Getting a little bit more gap between him and Stephen Bradley, sitting in 2nd place with the score of 71 points. 63 points. Alec is climbing back in. 63. He was a little bit behind with that run that jumped the other 2 guys ahead of him. Got him 2 points back on that one.
Yep, only 8 points out from second.
DJ Doggett jumping into 4th place, 61.5 points. He needs to talk to Casey and tell Casey thank you for stealing some points from the guys behind him. I'm telling you that right now. He needs to tell him. Evgeny Nastenko.
Twice, if I'm not mistaken. Casey had a great throw.
Yeah.
And then he had a great farmer.
Well, I think the throw was great, but he didn't steal points because DJ wasn't ahead of him, so it wasn't a point steal that DJ needs. But yes, I agree.
Good point.
It's what you. It's I'll call it a point steal because Casey right now has needed to be between them, so it's a really good one on that one. All right, from there we have Joshua King falling a little bit with that farmer's run, down to 56.5 points on that one. From there we have Dr. Brady Crandall at 55 points. Shane Darrow with 51.5 points, tied with Casey. We're getting climbing up that leaderboard. Kevin Candido, 49.5 points. Jordan Weishulis, 45.5 points. Tyler Pruitt, 44.5 points. Connor Pennington, 42.5 points, tied with Jeff Laney. Jeff is falling down a little bit here with these last 2 events. 14th place for Jeff Laney, the dominant start.
Some very tough events for him the last 2 events.
Jake Hardy.
There's only 2 out of 10, you know.
Jake Hardy, 42 points. John Parker, 40.5. John Doyle, so John to John on this one, 39.5 points. Mike Schimmel is going to be 35.5 points. Sky Olsen, 25.5. Ben Watson, 24 points. And Dixon Barros at 17 points. So we talked about this event. We've seen it before earlier. The sun's going down a little bit as we come through. And I think it's really nice for the athletes. The sun's dipping a little bit, I think. What do you think about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's cooling down significantly, not to the degree where athletes are going to get cold, but it is to the point where it's much less of a challenge to stay hydrated. And they only have 1 event left, but it helps. You know, it helps to feel a bit more revived, a bit more alive. And, we're getting ready to see these athletes perform the 5th event for the day. And they get to rest, and then they get to perform 5 more events tomorrow. At least some of them, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I believe all of them get to do it. They're all doing it this year. I know previous years they've cut down. Every athlete gets to do every event. Good for them.
Excellent. Good.
Yes. On that one. So going in this one, let's talk about our sponsors once again. If they didn't sponsor the show, we could not be putting on the show. We could not be talking to you, lovely ladies and gentlemen at home. We could not be watching these amazing athletes. Zone Smelling Salts, definitely one of the big sponsors of this event.
My turn to crack it.
It's his turn to wake it up. Let's see how he's doing over here. Real time chat.
I didn't get a hiss, man. Oh, that's
no hiss this time. Well, it's not a fresh one, but.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's good. Oh, hey, it has a nice little after.
Oh, the after on that one was nice. I got a little bit of whiff over here.
Oh, yeah, that was good. Oh, that's refreshing.
Zone Smelling Salts, refreshing, and ooh is what we have there on that one. Serious Toe Fitness, definitely want to shout out to them for all their work. Notorious Lift for their beautiful shoes. We see a lot of athletes, especially on this event, for the loading is going to be beneficial, and for their pressing on this. That we have Hosswear for the shirts we have going on. Freedom Strength, sandbags galore on this one that we have going on. Strong IV for supporting these athletes on this one. Iron Ape, and of course Restorative Research, very helpful in Sky Olsen, owner operator of Restorative Research and athlete today.
Yeah, one of the athletes in the 105 division. I saw him warming up, and I'm excited to watch his sandbag clean and press because I think he's going to have the fastest sandbag clean and press of this entire competition.
Oh my God, that's gonna be amazing to watch then.
I saw the way he was warming up, and it was I have seldom seen someone press a 240 with such indifference. Like it was wild. He threw it off the ground to his hands and then one motion. Like he did a sandbag viper.
I love it.
Yeah.
I need to pick his brain later too.
Yeah, it was gorgeous.
All right, we have Josh England and Ben Watson up first on this one to battle that 240-pound sandbag, which is honestly it seems like the roughest part of this one.
Athletes have it to their chest.
Good lift for Ben.
Ben Watson is good, and
Good lift for Josh. All right.
Yep,
All right,
Josh is good.
30-pound sandball.
So Ben Watson from the UK, England, and Ben England from the United States. Good stuff.
Big Ben Watson over here,
Ben Watson.
battle off versus England.
Yeah, yeah.
Good lift for Watson.
Nice work, nice work.
Way to kick it off, Ben.
Solid time for Ben Watson.
Come on, Josh.
Josh England with the bag coming up. This is where it gets tough when it gets not. You don't have that momentum that you want to get. That's where you have to get underneath it with your arms a little bit. He does get a little higher. He's got to get to it.
Come on, give him some love, crowd. Give him some love. This is a fight.
He's taking his time getting in a position. I think that's wise. He's got to find the stable spot. Oh, and it just wasn't back.
It wasn't back. It wasn't on his shoulder. Bobby is
Bobby might not have seen a full loss.
very fair,
Yeah.
but he's also very much. It has to be on the shoulder. No pec, no tightness. It has to be on the shoulder for that
I
one.
think that is a fair call. I think that's a fair call. As long as everybody's being held to that standard, it is a fair call. I always tell athletes when I'm working on this with them, you need to aim for 50-50. Half the bag needs to be behind your shoulder. The other half needs to be in front of your shoulder. It needs to be on top of your shoulder. If it's touching your chest, you're not far enough. It needs to be on top of your shoulder. Think one of the East Coast things that I like to tell athletes, and I know this is from like the New York or Connecticut area, but you want to hold it like a boombox up on the shoulder. You boombox it. Yeah, Jeff Laney in lane 2 smoked that. That was definitely the fastest clean and press of the day.
Yeah, we were talking about someone else, but Jeff's got something to prove right now. He wants to climb this ladder. He wants to get to the top right here. And I know this is again. He's at a feast or famine day, and this was his feast.
Yeah, no, that was fast. That was fast. John Doyle about to wrap this up, working his way up with that sandbag to shoulder, taking a breath, getting himself right.
Wow, that was a run by Jeff Laney. We blinking, you miss it on that one.
That was very, very fast.
That might have been a sandbag snatch the way it looked. It didn't look like even like a viper. It was literally it was above his head so quick.
Yeah, I do think it's. I mean, that was just fast. Come on, John. Let's go. Yep, he's just got to get it back a little. It's right on the line. That's right on the line.
Yeah, the 50-50 is a good aim on the goal. They should almost feel like it's about to slip off sometimes on there. Obviously, you shouldn't have it slip off. You don't want it that, but the sand will contour the shoulder. It will sit around it. So if you have it in the right spot, it'll fall in the place the way you want it. So.
And in truth, with a sandbag, you will oftentimes find a very stable position on top of the shoulder. It is not like a stone to shoulder, be it natural stone or atlas stone, where it is a little squirrely and wild. You get a sandbag or a sandball on top of the shoulder, and it will contour to that shoulder just a little bit, and you get a pocket of stability when it is 50-50. So if you're fighting to hold that on your shoulder, you're probably out of position in some kind of way. Right now, we got 2 more athletes up. We got a Mr. Josh King, and I can't see the other athlete.
Oh.
Josh King.
We got Dixon up though. Dixon Bross looks like he's up right now.
Okay, awesome. Yep.
So Dixon Bross, Josh King. These guys two went head to head at the event in Maryland on this one. Looks like Josh. Something doesn't feel right with Josh.
See you tomorrow. Josh is fighting
Yeah.
a bicep injury picked up earlier.
Oh, so Josh is running with a bicep injury. Loading with a bicep injury is always walking a line and scary.
Yeah, it is a very dangerous game. I don't think he has worsened his arm. I didn't see him clutch it, didn't see him like disappointed, didn't see him feel and check for the tendon. He probably knows it's still attached and it's okay, but we still got Dixon Bross out here doing some work on this bag, trying to get it up and over. He's got to push. He's got to keep pressure in. Oh, and he just could not quite clear it.
Yeah, it looks like he got a little bit of what I call a warning shot on that bag. He picked up the bag and it was like something jolted, and he's like, I shouldn't. Especially got 5 more events tomorrow to do. But Dixon with a great fight on that one. And the sand balls are so unique. There's not even the second you start moving them. The sand will shift the second you start moving them. That's what they think the athletes are realizing. Where like a stone or even a sandbag that's packed a little tighter on this one won't move and shift as much. And that's something that to be honestly the way I treat sandbags. And here's what I tell my athletes: do not pick up that bag till you're ready to lift it. Because the longer it takes, the more the sand will drop and shift, and the harder it'll make it for you. Tyler was ready to lift that one. That's what it looked like.
That was quick.
Yep. Tyler, an amazing loader, by the way. That we just saw that perfect technique of getting that overhead. Now he's gonna get that to the shoulder. Yep. And Pruitt, super fast time on that one.
Very, very fast. And sorry, you're better with pronouncing Mike's last name.
Schimmel.
Mike Schimmel.
Schimmel.
There we go. Thank you. Yep, Mike Schimmel, good for the run.
Yep. It's still a great run. It's hard when someone that just like blew it out the water right there run next to you sometimes.
Oh yeah, for sure. But at the same time, it gives you something to kind of push you. You know what I mean? That can be a little helpful when you have we'll say like what's the term? Like a pace.
Yeah.
You know,
Pace car.
Yes. I was thinking like greyhound racing, like a pace rabbit, maybe. I don't know. I don't even know what you call that.
I would not either at this point. Maybe it's a rabbit. Chase the rabbit on this one.
Anyway, we got John Parker up and
Shane Darrow. Shane Darrow's up right now. John Parker with a good press on that one. He had to press about 4 feet above his head, but
he was acting all worried back there. He was acting worried about that. He's flying.
He's locked in. He's so focused right now.
Go.
Oh my gosh.
That was
Why was he
fast.
worried? Why was he worried?
Holy cow.
Shane having trouble with that bag right now, though.
Yeah, he's got to.
If he gets us to the lap, let's give him some love.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Let's go, Shane. There you go.
there it is. Well, the perk of the ball too, it'll sit on the lip a little bit longer, so you have room to. If you get it high enough, you can get underneath it. So again, now that the fatigue is there, it's hard with this handball. It's one of those things. Don't pick it up till you're ready to lift it. Is my number one rule. And it's not there today.
You know, in this kind of event, it's tricky. It's very tricky. I'm gonna tell you guys at home what I am seeing, because I'm seeing some athletes are electing to wear elbow sleeves and wrist wraps, and sometimes that can be helpful, but also sometimes that can be very detrimental. Notice that a lot of the guys that are doing really good here are not wearing elbow sleeves. I personally would not wear elbow sleeves or wrist wraps in this one because the press is relatively simple for a lot of these athletes, and you need that skin contact. Neoprene on this canvas of these awesome Freedom Strength sandballs is so slick. It's so slick.
Fancy Pants Sky Doyle is up right now. We're ready to rock this one. And like I said, and he gets no rep on that one. He caught it on the way down, though.
Yeah, he did.
He was just so excited on that 240 press before. He finally got it, which is good.
That's got to be
I think
frustrating for him. He needs to calm down. Kevin, almost all the way through. Whoa, that was an incredible recovery from Kevin Candido right there. He went to put it down, and Bobby was saying no lift, and he caught it in the midair and then reshuffled it on his shoulder and got the down call. Yeah, Sky is nursing a little bit of a quad injury. It's I can see him limping off a little bit right there. That's unfortunate. Hope he's all right. But I will say, you can see he had all the power on that sandbag and all the speed, but he lost balance a little bit.
Yeah, and it's hard. We're event 5 on today. I mean, they started around like 2-3 o'clock, somewhere around there. So we're 4 hours deep or something like that. So yeah, they've been running for a while, and then these events have not been light on this one.
Let's see what they got.
Yevgeny.
In lane 1, you nailed it, dude. You nailed it.
I've been working on it all day.
And Jordan Waishulis in lane 2.
This is the name test. Waishulis and Yevgeny.
Oh, wow. Okay, they just shuffled up because Jordan got to the load first, but then Yevgeny got through to the shoulder first. Let's see who gets it. Oh, this is a race. Oh my goodness. Yevgeny comes out. Oh, and that is not Jordan Weisshulis. Sorry.
Oh, that's Connor Pennington.
Yeah. No,
Connor Pennington.
I thought I saw Jordan, and it was not Jordan.
Connor Pennington with a great run there.
Yeah, no, it was. It's sorry. We're in a little bit of a weird spot where we can sometimes only see a little part of the athlete in lane 2. And I just honestly saw a big old strong redhead, and I was like, that's Jordan. But no, that's Connor. We got a couple of them out here today.
And I trusted you. That's my mistake.
Mistake number 1.
All right.
Now we have Jordan Weisshulis coming up. I apologize, Connor. That is so my bad.
You can take it up with Zach later on this one. Now we have Jake Hari and Jordan Weisshulis for real this time.
How are you knowing who's up? I can't even see through. What? How do you know that?
I saw him walk up.
Okay. Oh wow, simultaneous.
One motioning
Jake
that
Hari.
one. Jake Hari was excited. He is excited. He's blowing this event out the water. He needs to get that to his shoulder.
Wow.
Almost on that one. That bag left his body. He caught it out the air,
No, that was gorgeous.
which is my favorite way to do any kind of sandbag to shoulder if you're strong enough.
Yeah. No, we're gonna see some really quick times. I mean, we've already seen some very quick times, but I think who do you think's in the lead right now? I know we don't have score sheets available to us. I kind of think it might be Jeff Laney.
Jeff Laney, I think, is definitely in the lead on this
He's
one.
so fast.
Jake is really close, though.
Yeah, Jake was very fast as well.
One thing, now we have the heat of heats coming in right now. Again, your first and second place overalls are going head-to-head once again, but Brandon Burley has got the better of him twice now.
Yeah.
So
It'll be
can Brandon extend his lead, or is he going to start getting cut a little bit?
Yeah.
We'll find out here shortly.
I think Brandon's very dangerous in this kind of event. He's very precise and just quick.
Like I said, he's the Professor X of the 105s. He's so meticulous, cerebral, focused, knows the game.
The way he dropped that and flew through.
Right through. He didn't. He knows the small details. And a one motion on that one. What a run! What a run by Brandon.
And Steven's still working.
Steve with a great run too.
Yeah,
Fast
he's
run.
getting an awesome time.
I'm not sure if that might have beaten Jeff Laney's.
I think it did.
It was very close. It was smoother than Jeff's by a little bit. I think Jeff had the smoother press, but I think everything else was a little bit smoother.
I think you're gonna be surprised with how much faster that was. I think that's gonna be 2 seconds or more faster. That was, and I am just talking off the cuff, but I am seeing a very, very quick transition into the load and to the completion of the load and the shoulder. The load and the shoulder were quicker. I do agree the sandbag clean and press was a little slower, but Jeff Laney's sandbag clean and press was the fastest one we've seen all day. And it was so smooth. It was crazy.
I think Brandon moved with the most purpose.
I agree.
He attacked every bag like it was owed him money.
Yes, he did. Yeah, so we have this heat right here. Alex Sukup, our returning champion in lane 1.
Currently sitting in third place, so by no means out of the water like in this
Dr.
one.
Brady Crandall in lane 2. Good for the load. Alex Sukup, good for the whole run. Let's see what kind of time he gets.
18-12, very good time, Alex.
Brady Crandall, Dr. Brady Crandall losing it.
Oh,
off the
loses it
back.
behind.
Oh,
That's the one thing that can happen with these sandballs. If it's just a little bit off, it does roll
yeah.
on this one. That's the ball.
Yep. Yeah, the ball roll. Big ball roll. Heavy ball, hard to hold. He's got to settle. Yep. Okay, good job. Good job fighting for that.
Way to be just like keep your composure because it's so
absolutely.
easy to fall off of that. That's why these are professionals.
Yeah.
They're proving that because like not everything is gonna go your way. Unfortunately, no matter all the preparation, sometimes stuff just happens.
Yep.
And stuff happened right there. He was able to compose himself and do a decent run and lose the least amount of points for the mistake. And sometimes that matters. Sometimes losing the least is just as good.
Absolutely. So it looks like we have DJ Doggett, and is that Casey Regan?
Yes, DJ Doggett, Casey Regan is going to finish this one up.
All right, they're both a little more meticulous, a little more cautious than these previous athletes. Regan's good, DJ's good.
Go to work, boys.
They're both up to the lap and over, and now it's head to head. It's
Oh, they got to the back at the same time. Look at DJ's got it to his lap a little bit quicker, and DJ gets to the shoulder just a little bit faster.
DJ is super dangerous on these kind of shouldering events. I mean, he's a 400-plus shoulder guy.
All right.
Very, very good. Very, very strong. Both athletes
Wow.
doing awesome.
We'll put Casey on shelf. Celebration. Here we go. On the little behind the scenes,
Oh,
on the
these
podcast,
guys love it. I love the showmanship
Showman.
on this
And
one.
Casey's very shy, but we got a moment there. That was beautiful.
Absolutely. No, that was awesome. And I do think that was our last heat of this event and the last event of the day. Yeah, this concludes the competitive side of day one. You know, if our score sheet loads here in the next couple minutes, we will do a recap before signing off here. But in the meantime, maybe we can answer one more of those questions. Just kind of fill the time with something engaging for our audience. Can you tilt the screen a little bit? I can't. It's too glary. Okay. If you're coming up with events for a 5-event show, which ones would you pick and why? Well, if you're listening to, I'm gonna give my answer, and then, do you want to give the answer first, or you want me to?
I have to think for a second.
Okay. I've thought a lot about this, actually, and I think that there is a correct answer. I think it has to involve all 4 of the disciplines that I listed earlier. So you need at least one event addressing the 4 disciplines, which are specifically pressing, most likely overhead pressing, moving, be it farmers, yoke, front carry, Husafel, whatever. Third event being static, most likely a deadlift. The weirder, the better. Could be a squat, whatever. And then the 4th discipline being loading. Needs to be some kind of loading component. Now, from there, I also think within the 5 events, you should have the 3 skills of strongman, those 3 other categories. And so you should have at least one of the events be a medley. You should have at least one of the events testing grip extensively. And you should have one of the events a little bit more weird, a little bit more strange. Put in a throw, a truck pull, an arm over arm, a tire flip, something a little more out there, something a little more strange that makes people think and is a little more unique. Maybe even something that is unique to your contest, so it really stands out a little bit more and gets people interested in it, draws more attention. That is my opinion on the perfect 5-event contest.
All right. Well, I'm going to be a little more specific of what I would like to see in my perfect show for me. I'm going to be selfish on this one and see what I would like to do as an athlete.
I like that take.
And so it's like because I'm not sure there can be a perfect on this one. I would want to have a press medley. What I want it to be would be a axle and keg back and forth max reps.
I love that.
Axle to keg.
Those are my favorite.
If I have to,
because you get to differentiate.
correct. I want the differentiating on that one.
Yeah.
I would also have a yoke to sandbag load.
Okay.
So you run your yoke, you pick your height, and you just load over that. Down and back twice
Okay.
on that one. Deadlift ladders. I love a good deadlift ladder on that one. Max distance farmers, but drop every 50 feet. So you can drop and turn, drop and turn, drop and turn. No drops in the middle, but drop every 50 feet on that one. And that's what 4 for me. So
You've already hit all 7 of those categories I mentioned.
have I? This
I've been paying attention. You've hit all of them so far.
am I?
You're good. Like, in my opinion, that is already in a completely balanced contest. The question is now, how do we keep it evenly distributed or reasonably distributed?
Yeah. So what would the 5th event need to be then to make it that
Your call.
my call?
It's really your call. I mean, at this point, it is. I do think moving and loading have had a mild.
little
Well,
bit of release.
no, moving has good representation because you have the front carry, you have the yoke and the front carry of the carry and load. But you also have the farmer. So moving is completely represented. If anything, loading is slightly underrepresented in this 4.
My last event wants to be a load. My last event does want to be a load. I think I want it to be odd object loading on this one. And again, it's gonna be 5 objects, all different shapes.
Yeah.
and weights. I think that would be my last one. Just make it completely unique. It can be natural stone for just for reference sake.
Like a classical World's Strongest Man loading medley.
Yes, like that. Just, It could be weird things. It could be natural stone. That's how I'd finish it up.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
that
that's
would I finish. It looks like we are not going to get the final scores, but we will be uploading them onto YouTube. It's not loading for us right now.
That's unfortunate.
But check up there. We'll do a full recap tomorrow morning. The camera's on us right now. We're getting a little blocked right now, but it's all good. We're going to sign off, let you guys have the rest of the evening. We'll get an update of everything we have going forward. CJ Kraus.
Zach McCarley.
We'll see you tomorrow morning.